In the world that we live in today, information is power, data is power, and only when companies can make the best of data, they can make the best business decisions. This is where the pivotal role of data engineering comes into play. Data engineering serves as the foundation upon which data-driven organizations build their success. It involves collecting, transforming, and organizing vast amounts of data. Without proper data engineering practices, businesses can find themselves drowning in a sea of unstructured data, making it nearly impossible and to get data ready, data engineers need a powerful tool that can handle the data orchestration and workflow management. That's where Apache Airflow steps in as the top tool in the data engineering tech stack. Apache Airflow is a cutting-edge open source platform that simplifies and automates the management of data pipelines. It allows data engineers to define, schedule, and monitor workflows effortlessly. This tool provides a centralized platform to organize and visualize complex data processes, making it a must-have tool for any data engineering professional. Today, with this session, we are going to demystify this tool in the context of data engineering. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to Intellipaat YouTube channel to receive regular updates from us. Now, let me cover the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session on a friendly note by covering what is data engineering. Then we'll tell you guys how you can crack data engineering roles easily. Next, we'll deep dive into technical details of Apache Airflow. Here we will cover what is scheduler, what is cron, the syntax for cron, etc. After that, we take you guys through the why Airflow is important and what it is. Next, we'll talk about core components of Airflow pieces, what Airflow actually is not, so that we'll be able to remove myths about it from the equation. After that, we'll cover one node architecture, what is Docker, what is DAG, what are the different operators in Airflow, the providers in Airflow, what is hook, and DAG scheduling. Finally, we'll take you guys through the flowchart of the sample Forex data pipeline. And we'll wrap up the session with most commonly asked data engineering interview questions. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So let us dive deep into the session.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video in which we will understand what data engineering is. The world in general has been continuously evolving around the data. Organizations have realized how valuable an asset data can be and how it can manipulate key business decisions, or at least that was the expectation. But back in 2017, Gartner's report stated that 85% of big data projects failed. One of the most important factors leading to this was the available data infrastructure was not reliable enough to make business decisions. According to the CTO of IBM in 2019, 87% of data science projects could never make it into production. Why is that? If data is so valuable and most decisions can be made using the data available, then why were so many data projects failing? Well, we are moving towards a world where we will be producing 435 exabytes of data per day. To put that in perspective, that's 1 followed by 18 zerobytes worth of data. This is where data engineers come into picture. Earlier, data scientists were expected to structure, source, and build pipelines for data. These tasks were often out of data scientists' scope of work or their skill set. The result was that data modeling would not be done correctly. There would be a redundant work and inconsistency in the use of data among data scientists. These kind of issues prevented companies from being able to extract optimal value from their data projects, so they failed. Eventually, more and more organizations began to realize the need of professionals who can transform and transport data in such a way that by the time it reaches an end user like data scientists, they are in highly usable format. Data pipelines are created by data engineers and they are used to build a warehouse of data collected from different sources and used across the entire organization. Data engineering came to be described a kind of software engineering that focused deeply on data infrastructure, data warehousing, data mining, data modeling, data crunching, and metadata management. Data engineers work in a variety of settings to build systems that collect, manage, and convert raw data into usable information for data scientists and business analysts to interpret. Their ultimate goal is to make data accessible so that organizations can use it to evaluate and optimize their performance. While data scientists are highly skilled in maths and statistics, R algorithms, and machine learning techniques, data engineers are more versed in SQL, MySQL, and NoSQL architecture and cloud technologies, and frameworks such as Agile and Scrum. LinkedIn's 2020 Emerging Jobs Report and Hired's 2019 State of Software Engineers Report rank data engineer jobs right up there with the data scientist and machine learning engineer. Although there is no such exhaustive list of skills required for becoming a data engineer, but there are a few that have remained in demand ever since. Some of them are knowledge of programming languages like SQL, Python, R, hands-on expertise in relational and no relational database, knowledge of ETL systems, knowledge of data warehousing. Tools such as Apache, Kafka, Spark, and Hadoop add a lot of weightage to your skill set. And last but not the least, cloud computing technologies such as Azure, AWS, or GCP. So that's all for this video. Hope you have understood what is data engineer and how it is different from data scientist, and also what skills are required to be a data engineer. Please mention below in the comments if you have any query, and do subscribe to our channel for more such informational video.
Have you ever wondered what it takes to be a data engineer? Well, you're in luck, because data engineering is a fascinating field that involves working with large volumes of data to build, maintain, and optimize data pipelines. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video where we'll tell you all about how to crack data engineering roles in top product companies by Intellipaat. Data engineering is a critical function in today's data-driven organizations, as it enables the processing and analysis of large volumes of data in a timely and efficient manner. With the explosion of data in recent years, data engineering has become increasingly important in helping organizations to extract insights and value from their data. But what does it take to become a successful data engineer? Well, there's no one-size-fits-all answer to that question. It all depends on your skills, experience, and interests. And that is why we've outlined everything you need to know and get better at to make a career in this exciting field. So without further ado, let us take a look at the agenda for this video. First, we'll talk about what is data engineering. Then we'll look at the tools and skills required. Then we'll discuss the average salaries that are being offered by top product companies. Then we'll look at the typical interview process and questions asked. Then we'll look at the best ways to practice these questions, and we'll discuss some tips and tricks, and with that we'll conclude. But before we begin, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. So first, let's talk about what is data engineering. Data engineering is the process of designing, building, and maintaining the infrastructure and tools necessary for the collection, storage, processing, and analysis of large volumes of data. It involves the use of various technologies including databases, data warehousing, ETL tools, and big data frameworks to build reliable and scalable systems for managing data. Data engineers are responsible for ensuring that data is available, accessible, and usable by other members of the organization, including data scientists, analysts, and business users. They work closely with data scientists and analysts to understand their requirements and design systems that meet those needs. They are also responsible for ensuring that data is secure and that systems are designed to handle data in compliance with relevant regulations and policies. Now we'll move on to the tools and skills required. Data engineering is a field that requires a wide range of technical skills and knowledge of various tools and technologies. Here are some of the most important tools and skills for data engineering roles. Starting with databases, data engineers need to have strong knowledge of both SQL and NoSQL databases, as these are the primary tools used for storing and querying large amounts of data. Some of the most popular databases include MySQL, Oracle, MongoDB, Cassandra, and Redis. Moving on to the ETL tools. ETL tools are used to move data from one system to another and transform it into the desired format. Popular ETL tools include Apache Spark, Apache Kafka, and Microsoft SSIS. Next is big data frameworks. Data engineers need to be familiar with big data frameworks such as Hadoop, Apache Hive, and Apache Pig. These frameworks are used to process large amounts of data in parallel across clusters of computers. Next is cloud platforms. With the growing popularity of cloud computing, data engineers need to have a good understanding of cloud platforms such as AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. These platforms provide a wide range of tools and services for storing, processing, and analyzing data. Next on the list is data modeling and architecture. Data engineers need to have a solid understanding of data modeling and architecture principles, including how to design and optimize databases and data warehouses. Moving on, programming languages. Data engineers should have strong programming skills in languages such as Python, Java, and Scala. These languages are commonly used for building data pipelines and working with big data frameworks. Next is version control. Data engineers need to be familiar with version control systems such as Git, as these tools are used to manage changes to code and collaborate with other team members. Moving on, let's talk about agile methodologies. Many data engineering teams use agile methodologies such as Scrum to manage projects and collaborate effectively. Data engineers should be familiar with agile principles and practices. In addition to technical skills, data engineers also need to have strong soft skills such as communication, teamwork, problem solving, and time management. They need to be able to work effectively with other team members and be able to communicate technical concepts to non-technical stakeholders. Now let's talk about the average salaries that are being offered by top product companies. The pay range for data engineering roles can vary widely depending on factors such as level of experience, location, company size, and industry. Some of the top product-based companies include Amazon, Uber, Google, Microsoft, and Netflix. So entry-level data engineering roles typically require 0 to 2 years of experience. The average salary for entry-level data engineering roles in India ranges from approximately 3 lakhs to 6 lakhs per annum, with the median being around 4.5 lakhs. Moving on, intermediate level data engineering roles typically require 2 to 5 years of experience. The average salary for intermediate level data engineering roles in India ranges from approximately 6 lakhs to 15 lakhs per annum, with the median being around 10 lakhs. Expert level data engineering roles typically require 5+ years of experience. The average salary for expert level data engineering roles in India ranges from approximately 15 lakhs to 30 lakhs per annum, with the median being around 20 lakhs. And for data engineering roles in the US, the average salary ranges from approximately $65,000 to $90,000 per annum, with the median being around $75,000. The average salary for intermediate level data engineering roles in the US ranges from approximately $90,000 to $130,000 per annum, with the median being around $110,000. The average salary for expert level data engineering roles in the US ranges from approximately $130,000 to $200,000 annually, with the median being around $160,000. Now let's move on to typical interview process and the kind of questions that are asked. The interview process for data engineering roles generally consists of multiple rounds of interviews designed to assess the candidate's technical, analytical, and problem-solving skills. The process may vary depending on the company and the role, but here's an overview of the typical interview process for data engineering roles. The first round of interview process is usually a phone screen with a recruiter or a hiring manager. The purpose of this round is to evaluate the candidate's interest in the role, their qualifications, and their fit for the company. They are looking for clear communication, a pleasant person to work with, someone who's enthusiastic about the company and has done their research. Questions that could be asked in the interview include, tell me about your background, or why do you want to be a data engineer at our company, and what is your desired salary range. Then comes the technical interview round. It is typically conducted by a data engineer or a senior data engineer and involves questions related to data structures, algorithms, database concepts, data modeling, and data warehousing. The interviewer may also ask the candidate to write code or solve a coding problem on a whiteboard or an online platform. Some technical interview questions for data engineering roles include, what is the difference between a database and a data warehouse? What is normalization in database design? Explain the concept of ETL process. How would you optimize a SQL query for performance? What is your experience with distributed computing frameworks like Hadoop or Spark? How would you design a pipeline for processing and analyzing large volumes of data? Moving on, the next round would be a data modeling and design interview. The round focuses on evaluating the candidate's ability to design and build data models and databases. The interviewer may ask the candidate to design a database schema or optimize a query to assess their skills in data modeling and database design. Some of the questions for this round can include, what is the difference between a star schema and a snowflake schema? How would you design a database schema for a given use case? What are some best practices for designing databases that can handle large volumes of data? Moving on, the system design interview is designed to assess your ability to design and build scalable and reliable data processing systems. You may be asked to design a distributed data processing system, discuss various aspects of system architecture and design, or explain how you would approach a particular system design problem. Some sample questions for this round could include, how would you design a distributed system for processing and analyzing large volumes of data? What are some of the common issues that arise in distributed systems and how would you address them? Next, what are some common design patterns that you've used in your previous projects and how did they help you solve problems? The next round would be a behavioral interview round. The behavioral interview is designed to assess your soft skills, communication abilities, and work experience. You may be asked questions related to your past projects, teamwork, leadership, and problem solving skills. Some sample questions for this round could include: tell me about a time when you had to solve a complex technical problem. How would you approach working with team members who have different skill sets and backgrounds? Describe a project that you worked on where you had to make trade-offs between competing priorities. Next is an on-site interview. In the on-site interview, you may be invited to the company's office for a day-long series of interviews with various members of the team, including managers, engineers, and other stakeholders. The on-site interview is usually the final round in the interview process, and it's designed to assess your fit with the company culture, team dynamics, and work environment. This round may include more in-depth technical questions and problem-solving exercises than the earlier technical round. Next is design round. This round may focus on your ability to design and implement complex data systems and may involve whiteboarding or sketching out system architectures. Next is a managerial round, and this round may be conducted by a hiring manager or a senior leader and may focus on your fit with the team, your communication skills, and your leadership potential. Now let's talk about best ways to practice these questions. To prepare for data engineering interview questions, there are several ways you can practice. Starting with mock interviews, practice mock interviews with friends, colleagues, or online platforms. These platforms offer mock interview practice sessions with real interviewers from top companies. Next, practice on coding challenges. Use online platforms like LeetCode or HackerRank to solve coding challenges and data engineering problems. These platforms offer a variety of problems in different categories such as databases, data pipelines, algorithms, and more. Next is study job descriptions. Look at job descriptions for data engineering roles and take note of the skills and technologies required. Then, study those skills and technologies to make sure you understand them and speak about them in detail. Next is building personal projects. Build personal projects to apply what you've learned and gain practical experience with data engineering tools and technologies. This will also give you something to talk about during your interview. Next is joining online communities. Join online communities like Reddit, Quora, or LinkedIn groups to discuss data engineering with others in this field. This may help you to stay up to date with the latest trends and technologies and learn from others' experiences. Moving on to tips and tricks, starting with developing your programming skills. Programming skills are crucial in data engineering, and you should have a good understanding of programming languages like Python, Java, and Scala, and know how to use them to manipulate data. Next is mastering database technologies. As a data engineer, you will work with databases every day, and it's essential to have a good understanding of database technologies like SQL, NoSQL, and Hadoop. Data engineering involves solving complex problems, and you'll need it to be able to think critically and creatively to find solutions. Practice problem-solving exercises and puzzles to develop these skills. Next is staying up to date with latest technologies and tools. Data engineering is a rapidly evolving field, and it is essential to stay on top with the latest technologies and tools. This will not only make you more valuable to your employer, but this will also help you stay ahead of the competition. One way to cover all this is to enroll for Intellipaat's data engineering course. Intellipaat's data engineering course by MIT MicroMasters is an excellent training program designed to equip learners with the essential skills needed to excel in data engineering. With a comprehensive curriculum, expert instructors, and hands-on learning opportunities, this course is perfect for anyone looking to build up a career in this field. Our expert-led training is one of the key features of the program. Our instructors are experienced data engineers who have worked with top companies and can provide personalized guidance and support to each learner. You'll also have access to a vibrant community of fellow learners where you can connect, collaborate, and learn with other learners. The course covers a wide range of topics including data modeling, ETL processing, data warehousing, data integration, data migration, and much more. You'll get to work with popular tools and technologies like Apache Hadoop, Spark, Kafka, and SQL. Our hands-on approach to learning will allow you to apply what you learn in real-world scenarios, giving you the confidence and skills needed to succeed in your career. In conclusion, data engineering is a fascinating field that offers a world of opportunities for those who are passionate about data and technology. With the right skills and mindset, you can build a successful career as a data engineer and help shape the future of data-driven innovation. Not only is data engineering an exciting and challenging field, but it also offers excellent compensation packages and job security. According to recent salary reports, data engineers are among the highest paid professionals in the tech industry, with salaries ranging from entry-level to six-figure incomes for experts. Moreover, as more and more companies embrace data-driven decision-making, the role of data engineers has become critical, ensuring the accuracy, reliability, and efficiency of data pipelines. This means that data engineers can expect to have a stable and secure career with plenty of opportunities for growth and advancement. In short, data engineering is a field with immense potential and endless possibilities. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take your career to the next level, the future looks bright for those who pursue this exciting and rewarding career path. So why not join the ranks of skilled data engineers and unlock your full potentials? The possibilities are endless.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
Okay, so let's start with cron. Okay, let's start with basic, like what is cron and why we need it. Okay, so the first thing comes like what is a scheduler and why we need it. Okay, so just suppose if we are trying to plan to do anything, we are just trying to plan to do anything or do any job, then what we do is like we try to schedule it in the sense we can say, just for example, in our day-to-day activity, if you want to run a particular job on a particular certain time, then what we can say that we can write it manually, just speaking about in manual process. Okay, so what we can do is that we can plan for it. Okay, we want to execute a job on a particular day on a particular time, then I can make a note and I'll say, okay, when this time will come, I will just go and execute it. But that is a manual process, and it's an overhead to remember all those things, right? And we are a human and we can make mistakes and we can forget about it. Okay, so while no business can achieve 100% of productivity, so there are plenty of reasons to improve performance through scheduling. The scheduled task helps you to accomplish more every day despite of distraction and inconvenience. But just suppose that we know that we are humans, right? And we can make mistakes, we can forget things, and it is nearly impossible to remember everything if we did in our day-to-day activities. If we want to run or do a job or certain job on a particular time, and it is like nearly imaginary. Like suppose we are humans and we can work for certain hours only. Like if you are working on general shift on a day and you want to run a job at mid of night, it is like nearly impossible that you will be up at that certain time every day and make it make that job doable, right? So what we can do is that we can automate it in a certain time. Okay, the computer or someone will be go there at particular time and you can do your job. So we can say that if anything is doable manually and follows a definite process constantly, then it is the right candidate for scheduling and automate to work on a specific time on a particular date. So if you want to make an automate, which means that anything which you can be achievable, like if you want to do, if it is follows a particular process, then what you can do, you can automate it. That's it. So a scheduler is nothing but anything which you can make it schedule or which can run in on which it can run in at own. Okay. So what are the benefits? So the benefit is that it decreases manual errors, that if someone can like forgot about active at that certain time and he can forget about it. Okay, so it decreases manual errors from manual entries of overnights. It optimizes time to improve productivity. Okay, it promotes control and efficiency. It's a very fast responses. It gives you fast responses, and it optimizes the employee skill. Like you don't need to active every time available. You don't need to be available at every time to just to do your stuffs. You can automate it, and computer will do for you. Okay, so if we discuss about cron, so what is the definition of a cron? So basically, the cron command line utility is a job scheduler on Unix-like operating system. So it's nothing but it's just a command, Linux command we can say. And a cron job is a Linux command used for scheduling tasks to be executed sometime in the future. If you want to schedule it in a future, any task, any job, so it will just try to save your command, which you need to trigger on the Linux. and it will be triggered at that certain time. And that certain time is being defined by the cron expression, which we will discuss after some time. Okay. So what are the advantages of a cron? So you can say it's you more easily have control over when it's run, and you control the minutes, hour, day, etc. when it's executed. So that is the most major advantage of a cron expression, that you can control over it when it's run. Like if you want to run any file or anything, any certain kind of job, if you want to run, what you can do, you can write in a cron expression. You can even control at which minute you want to run, at which hour you want to run, which day, which week of the day, and which month of the year. You can define everything in that expression. Okay, and it is easier to write code to manage and when it operates. Okay, it not occupies memory in the system when it's not running, because cron is just a file, right? So it will not going to occupy your RAM space. It is just a file. Okay, if it's failed and exit from some reasons, it will start up again when the proper time comes. Like if the suppose you have defined a cron expression that a particular job will be running, suppose every 10 minutes. So if fails for the first time, it will be start again after 10 minutes. So it's like if it fails and exits from some reason, it will start up again when the proper time comes. Okay. The advantages of the infinite loop: if you have defined a cron expression, it will be running in an infinite loop every time whenever it being triggered for that particular expression. If you want to stop it, you have to remove it from the cron file, or you have to just make it as a commit. That's the two way to stop it. Okay, and even your system is off, but still it is running in the background, but make sure that your server is not up to the down. So this point is specifically for the cloud environment. I will discuss like what exactly it is about. Okay, if it does not have the overhead of being restarted every time it's needed because it's running in the background. So suppose that if you are today we will be seeing it in a local environment, but as we know that the whole 95% of the cloud environment is on a Linux based, and it is something which is written on it is working on the cloud servers. So it will be running for you. So you just need credentials to log into the server, and you will make changes, and it will be running in the background. So even if you log out to the server will be active for the rest of your hours. So you don't need to like think about like, okay, I have been logged out and what the expression will be working or not. So your system will be active because it's in a cloud server. So even if your system is off, but it's still running in the background because you are using a cloud. So it's something which is running in the background. Okay, let's see some cron jobs in action.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is a scheduler in the context of Big Live? And the options are: a software component responsible for job scheduling and execution, a programming language used for data processing, a cloud computing service provided by Big Live, a database management system used by Big Live. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
So there are many ways to use cron expression, like for many tickets or like many things you can achieve with cron, but it's just a scheduler. It's like a scratch. If you have any idea how you can use a scheduler, you can use it. So there are some examples which we can see, like for task automation, like we can use cron to automate repetitive tasks such as sending out regular reports or notifications. We can use cron for web scraping. It's a part of data engineering. So you can use cron for regularly scrap data from the web pages and store it into a databases or generate custom reports. You can also use cron for file management, for regularly scanning your file system for specific files and delete or archive them according to the certain rules. You can also schedule jobs using cron for run at specific time, such as daily, weekly, taking daily, weekly backups of the databases and maintaining our software data updates. Okay. So just as any other languages, working with cron is a lot easier when you understand its syntax. Okay, so and there are two formats you should know. There are only two formats you should know about an cron expression. I just colored it out. Okay, So if you will see the colors, right? So there are 4 colors. So cron is basically a Linux command. It is used to schedule your jobs. So if you want to automate anything on the Linux server or a Linux environment, you can use your cron command. And we will see it in our workshop, which I will show you how to automate any task using cron expressions. Okay. So a cron syntax, this is how a cron syntax looks. Okay. This has some basic parts which I have colored it out. The yellow part you can see, the A, B, C, D. This is called a cron expression, where A stands for minutes range, B stands for hours range, C stands for day range, and D stands for month range, and E stands for week range. So as we have already discussed that using the cron expression, you can define by scheduling a job, you can control over at what minute. If you discuss about the granularity of your job to like what time at you want to schedule your job, you can even control minute range. You can like at what hour, at which day, at which minute, and which month of the day, and which week, which day of the week. Remember that day of the week starts with 0, like Monday, and it's at Sunday. It's not starts with Sunday, it starts with Monday. That's it. Okay. And the second part is the username. Okay. May I know that how many of you are aware of the groups, usernames, and those things, like those concepts in Linux? Okay. Okay. We will see about it. But for now, the username is not required, because username is something. For now, I can say I can explain you like that. Just suppose that you are working on an environment, right? And there are different people with different accesses, right? If you are working with a database, right, for the security purposes, there are multiple level of security. Our administrator is having the highest security, which can do edit, delete, or do anything with the databases. But someone who is fresher will be not given all those accesses. So there are different level of accesses. So in the Linux, there are three level of access. First is username, and then there is also a group, and there is something else. There are 3 levels. So currently we can also provide the username at what user you are to define that cron expression. But we will not use it. We will not use it for now. We will just use the cron expression, the file path, and the arguments if it's needed. You can also see that the simplest version. Okay. Let's move forward. So expression looks like this. First, you will give A, B, C, D, E as your expression, which we will see how to define it. Then we will give the path of the command, and then we will give the argument if it's needed. Okay. There's some certain important points which should be remember, that A is minute range, and the minute range starts with 0, like 0 minute, and ends at 59, like clockwise. You can give 59 minutes. Okay. And the second thing is B, which is hourly range, which starts with 0 hour and given as 23 hours maximum. And then the C stands for day range, which starts with 0 and ends at 31 with a calendar date. And the D stands for month range, which starts with 0 and ends as 12, but from January to December. And then the E stands for day of the week range, which starts with 0 and ends at 7, starting at Monday, ending at Sunday. Okay. And then the username replaces with your username. It is not required for now. And then the path of the file which you want to run. And there are 4 important things. First thing is asterisk, which specifies all the values for the field. Then it comes with a comma, specifies a list of values. And then there is a dash, which specifies a range of values. And then there is a separator, which is used for step values. We will see like why we use it and how important these 4 are. Okay. Let's see some of the examples. If I have some examples. So for the initial stages, if you think that you are not, if you face any difficulties, right, to generate any cron expressions, so there are plenty of cron expression generators, which is very helpful for your initial days. I used to a lot Cron Guru is the best generic expression. Yeah, but my favorite is this Cron Hub. Okay, so we can see some of the examples, like to generate examples. Like suppose if you want to run a job for a particular day, for which we should be running from December to January. Suppose we want to run a job from, let's suppose, at 10 a.m. in the morning, 10 a.m. in the morning, 10 in the morning, only on Monday, only on Monday, in month from Jan to March. Okay, this is a certain, if you want to run a certain job which run 10 a.m. morning daily on Monday, not daily, like 10 a.m. in the morning, only on the Monday, and which will be running from the month of January to March only. Then how can we write an expression for it? Just expression. We will discuss how to run a job with using those expressions and all. This is the first step to write your Cron expression, like generating that A, B, C, D, E. Okay. So first thing stands for minute. Okay. The first thing stands for minute. The first star is a minute star. Let's remove everything. Okay. So the first star stands for minute. So we have said that it will be running at 10 a.m., which means the minute R is 00, we can say, right? If we say our minute expression will be 0 because the time is running as 0. If we give star, which means if we give star, right, what it will stand for? See, if you give star asterisk, right, it will be say specifies all possible values of a field. If we give star for the minute range, what it means that every possible minute of that minute range, that job will be running, which means that it will start running from 0, and every minute from the clock will trigger 1, it will be running at 1. Your job will be triggered for the 1 minute. When the job will hit 2 minutes, it will be running at 2. If the clock hits 3, it will be triggered the job. If the job hits 4, and then simultaneously. Okay. So if you give star, it will be running every possible values of that minute range. Hope it's clear. And that is the reason we will be not giving it a star. We will just give 0. What is the second thing? We have to run a job at 10 a.m., not p.m. So we can see that our start ranges from 0 to 23. So 10 a.m. will be represented by which number? So 9 stands for 9 a.m. 22 stands for 10 p.m., not 10 a.m. We want to run a job at 10 a.m. Okay, so it will be 10 only. So now our expression says that it will be running every day, every month at 10 a.m. So 0 stands for 0 minute or 0 hour. Okay, so if you will give 0, right, what it will say? It will say at mid of night, like 12 a.m. So we want to run at 10 a.m. So now our Cron expression says that it will be running at 10 a.m. every day, every month, every day of the week. But we want to define it that we want to run it only on Monday. Okay. Let's just skip the month of the day for the now. Let's come day of the week. Day of the week, how we can expression. So it start from 0 to 6, like from the Monday to Sunday. Okay. Let's give Monday stands for 0, right? Only on Sunday. What about if I give is Monday? So there is one more thing which you can write. If to stop at what time? It will totally based on your job, like how much time it takes to finish. Once your job finished, it will be stopped. So Cron expression is something which is just help you to trigger that job. So it will be start at that time. It's just a command. Let's just suppose that if you want to run a job for a particular time, so it will do for you. But at what time it will be stopped, it will totally based on your job, like your command or your file which you want to execute, what time it will take. Okay. So if you want to run for day of week, right? You can also give Monday or Tuesday like this, or you can use numbers as well. So now our cron expression says that it will be running at 10 a.m. only on Mondays, right? What else we are missing? The number of months, right? We want to run it on from January to February, January to March. For the month, what we can do is that month is the third, like C, and it stands for day of the month from 1 to 30. This is not needed. The D is months. We can give the numbers. The fourth one. Let's give, what about giving it 1? Now what it say? At 10 a.m. only on Monday, only in January. But what if we want to run from January to March? Asterisk. If it will asterisk, right, it will be running every month. We have to use something called range function. It specifies a range of values. So we need a range of values which starts from somewhere and ends somewhere. Okay. If we use asterisk, right, it will take every possible values. So we will not use asterisk this time. If you use comma as a separator, it specifies a list of values. And if you use dash, it specifies a range of values. Okay. And a separator is a jump. I will take every example. Now I have said that I need to run this job from January to March. So January through March. So I'm using dash, which is a range function. Or instead of giving Jan, I can give 0 to 3. But it says, sorry, not 0. It starts with 1, right? So I'm just giving a dash operator in the expression which says a range of values. Like it will start with the first month and it will end the third month. Like it. So it says January through March. So in the month of April to December, it will be not running for you. Clear? Any doubts till now? If you want to run at 10 p.m. after every 3 days, okay. Let us suppose if you want to run at 10 p.m., right? So at 10 p.m., it will be 22. 10 p.m. is done. So comma is also possible there. Yes, it's possible. If you want to give comma, then what you will do? You will give the range like values separator. Like I want to run on the first month, I want to run on the second month, and I also want to run on third month. So it will be running only in January, February, and March. Only in January, February, March. So so comma is like a range of, not range of values. It is just something like possible values that you want to run. 1, 2, 3. Comma is the list. Yes, list of values. Gaurav. Okay. So if you want to run on 10 p.m. after every 3 days. Okay. Number of days a month. So we have given 3, right? So what star day of month it stands for? Like every day. But we have also given only on Mondays. So first, what we need to do is that we have to give star. Now, what it means? It means that your job will be running every 10 p.m. from January to March, right? And the last missing part is every 3 days. So what we need, we just need a jump of every 3 days, right, Vishwaru? We need a jump, add in to jump. Like if you run today, after 3 days, it should be running. Not tomorrow, not a day after tomorrow, but after 3 days. So what we will give every possible day of the week with 3-day jump, right? So this is the separate dash operator use. Every month, you want to run your job on every month, 10th and the 12th day. Okay. If you want to just to say every month, right? It will be like, you can write star. So now it is like at 10 p.m. every 3 days of a week. Make it a star. Now it will be run every month, every week, every day at 10 a.m. Now you just want to run on the calendar date for the 10th and 12th, right? So the third stands for the day of month. Then you will just go there and just give 10. So what it's say on the day 10 of the month, and you can also give 20. So it will be running on the day 10th and day 12th of the every month. Okay. For the jump operator, so you were able to understand why we use comma, right? So if you want to give the array, yeah, that's only I'm explaining. Like, okay, so if we give the dash operator, like dash operator, it takes the ranges. Like it will start from the first value and it will go till second value. So dash is used for the range values. Okay. Then the comma stands for as a separator, and it whatever values you have given as a comma separator, it will take those values as array and it will trigger at that number only. So if you give 10 comma 20, so it will be running from date, it will running on the day 10 of the month and day 20 of the month. But if you will give 10-20, what it will do, it will be running from the between calendar date of 10 till calendar day of 20 of every month. But what if I give day 10 divided by 20? It doesn't make any sense, because this expression will be not a right way to, not a right syntax to write. Okay. So where we can use a jump operator in expression is that, suppose if you want to skip any of your points, right? For example, if you want to skip some of the minutes for your expression, some of the hours, suppose that you want to run your job at 10 p.m. You want to run your job at 10 p.m. but every minute. So what you will say? Like if you want to hit your job at 10 p.m. every minute. So what it will do? It will just give star, right? Because asterisk stands for every minute. Like it will take every possible values for that range, right? So just because we have given asterisk in the minute point, so what it says that it will trigger every minute, like 60 times it will be triggered whenever your clock hits 10 p.m. Clear? But if you want to run your job every second minute of the clock, so it is like very difficult to keep values like 1, like to all the even values, right? Like for like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's very difficult to write these big Cron expressions, because we know that if we give array of values like this, it will be running at 2, 4, 6, and 8 minutes past hour of 10 p.m. Like when your clock hits 10 p.m., after 2 minutes it will be triggered, after 4 minutes it will be triggered, after 6 minutes it will be triggered. But if you want to trigger it 30 times, so it will be very difficult to give this a value like array, right? The second way we know that we can give a range of values like 0 to 59. And what else we can do? We can just give a jump of 2. Or instead of this, we can write like this. So what it says that take every possible values of minute, but with a skip of 2. So it's just like in your programming, you have heard of increment operator, right? Like in a for loop, you take I++. So if you give I++, what it takes is equivalent to I plus 1. But instead of giving it like, you can also give I is equals to I plus 2. So it is just a jump operator like that way. So if you give a divided 2, so it will be taking a jump of 2. Like take every possible values of the minute, but with a jump 2. So it will be taking like 0, and then it will taking a 2 jump, then it will be running at 2 a.m. 2 minutes, then it will be taking another jump of 4, then it will be taking another jump as 6, and that way. If we give every 5 jump, then it will be running every 5 minutes. Clear? Okay, let's see some other Cron expressions. So let's try to decode this expression for making it in like human readable form, right? Just for practice purpose. Okay, so the first value stands for minute, right? So 0 stands for First is every 12th day of the whole year. At 12 a.m. At 12 a.m. Good. Every 12th day. Good. Of every month. Yeah, you both are correct. You can schedule anything. So cron is something which just helps you to trigger something. If you want to run any Python, if you Python job, if you want to run any shell script, anything which is just can be triggered or can be executed, you can write into a cron. So cron is just a file where all those like triggering commands are written, and when the time comes, it will be just trigger for you. That's it. So anything, any ETL job, anything which can be executed can be written on a cron file, and it will help for you. It will do for you. That's it. Okay. What about second one? How it is 12 a.m. You can see that it starts with 0, right? And R starts with 0 to 23. So your minute ranges starts from 12 a.m. till 11:59 p.m. So just because you have given 0, so it will start at 12 a.m. Okay. 3 p.m. 10th day of the month. 3 p.m. 10th day of the month. 3 p.m. Okay, just because it's 15, it's okay. 3 p.m. 10th day of the month, just because you have given 10th of the month. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. The first one was, what about the third one? We can see also some examples, like if you give stars for everything, right? It will be run every minute. So whatever job you have written, it will be triggered every minute. If you give 0 only, so it will be like every hour, right? Just because you have given 0 minute. If you will give 0, it will be triggered at every day at 12 a.m. If you will give 000 star, then it will be like triggered at 12 a.m. only on the Fridays. Okay. And if you give 001, it will be running at 12 a.m. on the day 1 of the month. One question. And the second question, it doesn't matter on the month range. Just because if you want to run every month, right? So it is like you are taking every possible values of a month. So that's the reason you have just given asterisk on the month range. But if you want to run on a specific month only, like suppose if you want to run on the March, then you will just skip 3. If you want to run on the April, you will give 4. If you want to run on January, you will give 1. Okay. But if you want to run from some month to month, like from the 6th month to 9th month, you will give a range value. But if you want to run on every second month, like February, you will want to run every second month, like you want to skip January, but you want to run to on February, but skip March, then you want to run April, then what you will do, you will take every possible values of the month and just take a jump of 2. So this is how you can make a jump of every second week. Then it will be running for you on the month of January, but it will be taking a skip from February, but it will run on March. So that's the way. So WSL stands for Windows Subsystem for Linux. Okay. So it's like just because if I'm not wrong, you all have your local laptops, like local environment as a Windows operating system, right? You all are using Windows in your as a local operating system. Yes. So how you can use Linux in your Windows operating system? So there are 2 ways possible. First thing, there are 3 ways actually. So what you can do, you can just format your laptop and can install Linux operating system. The second thing is that you can install a VDI, and over that you can flash a Linux operating system. And third thing, if you are using the Windows, you can have WSL, which is Windows Subsystem for Linux. It's a software which can give you a terminal for Linux, and you can use it as a Linux operating system. Okay. So let's start with the terminal. So it's a shortcut like Control Alt T for Linux. So it will open a pop-up. It's a terminal which is used in the Linux environment, by using which you can do anything without touching your mouse. So it's like if you want to, there is a statement that even though Linux is made to use without mouse. So if you want to use this operating system without any mouse interaction, you can do. But but for that you need a very good command over Linux. But just because we are very much adapted with Windows environment, this operating system like Ubuntu comes into play. Like it is very UI based operating system, distribution of Linux, where we can use mouse as well and terminal if you want. So there are many different distributions of Linux. So this is one of the Debian distribution, Ubuntu. There are also like Fedora and Linux Mint are also available, which you can use. Okay. But this is one of the most famous, and I prefer Ubuntu only. Okay, so there are some basic commands which I just want to go through before proceeding forward. Okay. So one of the most basic command is ls. ls is used for listing. Okay. So what it will list? It will list you out everything which is present under your current directory. Okay. What directory stands for? Directory means your folder structure. Like in Windows, if you go into this PC, right? In this PC, what you will be able to see? You will be able to see in this PC, there are two directories, or I can say two folders like A drive, C drive. In the C drive, you will be able to see more folders, like more directories and one file. Okay. Okay, so the first thing is that ls stands for listing. So it will list you out whatever things present in your current present working directory. So looking for the address, so next command we will see pwd, which stands for present working directory. So in the Linux, there is if you will discuss about the file structure, right? So in the Linux file structure, everything stands from root. And what that root concept is, let's just give you a small introduction how everything looks. Okay, I'm not good with paint and drawings, but I will try my best to explain. Okay, just tell me if you have any doubts with it. Okay, so I said that everything stands with a root thing. Like in the Linux, everything or any file system starts with root. Better to write, I guess. Okay, everything starts with a root. So what that root means? So root is just basically a starting point or the parent of your directory. Just suppose that if we are discussing about in your Windows environment system, right? So the root will be on this PC, because this is the most highest peak of your file structure where your directories are defined. Then the root will have your two directories in your Windows, which is having A and C. Then we will go deeper, like go down. So in our case, in Windows, we can see that this root, this PC have two directories, which is like folders as A and C, clear? Which we have A and C. And then we can go proceed further. If we go into C, we can see there are multiple folders, which is called directory. Any folder is called directory in Linux. And then there is also a leaf. Leaf is like a file, right? So you can say that there are multiple folders, but there is also some of file. There is also a file. Then there are folders, then that folder will have subfolders, right? And the like way it will be followed. But the highest peak is called root. Okay. And if you will give the pwd command, what it will do, it will give your address of what? In whatever directory currently you are, it will give the address of that directory from the root. So it will say that from the root, you are currently in home Danish folder. So if you will go from the UI, right, you will be able to see what it means, that from the root, you are currently in the home and there is a Danish folder. The home, there is Danish. And if you will do a ls, then it will say in the Danish folder, whatever the files and folder are there, it will present. Okay, it will print. Like in the Danish folder, there is cron session, there is a document, there is a music folder, there is a picture, right? It's clear. There are also some flag operators which you can give whenever you are trying to give some Linux command, like with ls, you can give -a. What it will do? It will print all the files and folders in that directory with if there is any hidden files. So -a stands for just unlock even those files and folders which are hidden. So if you give -a, right? See, the same result is coming, but with more extra results like .sachet, .config, .ssh. So these files are hidden files which are coming, which didn't came before because you have given a flag like a. Okay. The most common command which you will be using is ls with lrt. So what it will do? It will give all the files with the information like which user created it, at what time it was created, with the byte size information, at which date it was created, with this information. I will explain what is this. But for now, just understand that this D stands for directory. And if this is hyphen, this means this is not a directory, which means that D is a folder. And if it's dash, it's a file. Clear? Which means every blue names like videos, templates, public, pictures, music, downloads, document, desktop, snap, temp, all are folders, but version and weather.db, it's a file instead of a directory. Clear? Hope it makes sense that you can go inside a folder, but you cannot go inside a file. You can just read a file, but you cannot go inside a file, right? By going inside a file means you are trying to read whatever data is inside written that file by opening it instead of going inside it. Means let's come with a second command, which is cd, stands for changing directory. So we can change directory, we can go into videos, right? Now if I will present working directory, it will say that I am inside home, Danish, and videos. I can go back by moving one step up of the tree structure of the file structure by giving cd space ... So I'm back to Danish. So we have seen ls, cd, pwd. Okay. Let's discuss about file editors on Linux. Okay. Then there is a second command, which is one more command, which is called mkdir, which is used for making the directories. Like if you want to create some file folders, then you can use make directory. First, let us see where we are. ls. So we are in the home, and then we can create mkdir, and we can create one folder like. So we will just give the name of the directory which we want to create, and we will just give a command beforehand like mkdir. We will just enter, and if you will see, there is a new directory called hello, right? Let's go inside it. Hello. Okay, ls. So there is nothing. It's an empty directory. There is nothing inside it. If you want to make some files in that directory, what you will give? You will give another command. There is two ways possible to create files. First thing is using cat, and second thing is using touch. Okay, let's use touch first, then I will come with cat. So the touch command is used to create some empty files. Empty files can be any format. So in Windows, if you want to create a text file, you can create a CSV file or any file you want. You can just give text touch with a file name like file1.txt, right? What it will do, if you will give this command, it will create a text file, but it will be empty. If you want to read this file, it will be an empty. Let's see from the UI perspective how it is looking, right? So we have created one folder which is called hello using make directory command, right? In that hello folder, we have created an empty file which is file1.txt. If you want to open it, right, there's nothing inside it because it is an empty text file which I just created. Clear? What if you want to create multiple empty files with using a single command touch? So you can do it like touch file1.txt space file2.txt space file3.txt. Let's give us as 4. Okay. Then file 5.txt. What it will do, it will create 4 different empty text files for you, but all will be empty, right? In a single line. Now, if you will go there, you will be able to see 1, 2, 3, 4 files is created, but all are empty files. Clear? There is one more command which is called cat command, which is also used to create text files. But what is difference between touch and cat command? That is the question. And when we will be using touch, when we will be using cat? For the basics, I can say that if you want to create just empty files, you should be using touch. But for the cat, there is some more things instead of creating some files only. You can, using cat command, you can even read a file. Using cat command, you can even add some text to a file. So how you will be creating a file using cat and also adding a text to it. Okay. So with cat, there comes an operator which is called, looks like greater than. Okay. There is a greater than symbol. You have space, you have a greater than symbol with cat, and just give one file name. Let's suppose I'm giving a file name demo.txt. If I will be enter, then my prompt will not come. See, it is asking for some inputs. It is asking and waiting for some inputs. Now I can write like, hello, I am a cat command, enter. I can take inputs and save it, space, on a runtime of my tenure. Okay, full stop. Just press Control C. Done. Now, if you will go here and we'll check, there is a demo.txt, right? And it is having some values. Hello, I'm a cat command. I can take inputs and save it. Why it doesn't take the last value? Because I made a mistake. I should be adding one more enter and then I can close this file. Okay. But for now, you can see that it is having some values in the file. So it's not an empty file. Now, what this greater than stands for? This is called assignment operator. So in Python or any other languages, we use equal to as assignment operator, right? If you want to assign anything, we use equal to operator. But just because in Linux, everything is file. So whatever values you want to put to another file or anything you want to dump anything into a file, you use this greater than symbol. Clear? Hello, I am using Linux, enter, Control C. So if you will go and check demo.txt, it is saying that file is changed on the disk. File is being changed on the disk and it is asking me to reload, right? If I will reload, it is saying that, hello, I am Linux. So the previous value is being overwritten with the current value, because this greater than dumps the values or the data, whatever you want to dump into your file, and it will overwrite whatever the value was previously there. So it will remove it and it will overwrite with the current value. But if you want to maintain it and you want to append the new values with the previous values, what you will do, well, you will just give 2 greater than symbols and add your file name and then asking again for your inputs. And you can say, hello, I am second line of the content and I am third. Okay, press enter, Control C. Now you will be able to see it is again saying that file is being changed on the disk. Please reload. If I will reload, now you can see the previous line was hello, I am on Linux. I am using Linux, and the new lines are being appended instead of being replaced. Hope it's clear, right? Why we use greater than and why we use two greater thans when we can use it. I'm just trying to cover it this basics. So I will be using some shell scripting for the Linux cron. Hope that will be self-explanatory. I will be using a simple cron, simple shell script to schedule turn cron. That's the reason I'm just covering this basics. Let's see one more feature of cat command. If you will give cat with the file name instead of giving greater than or two greater thans, what it will do? It will just print out whatever values are written in the demo.txt. See, we can also read some files, any file type using cat. Okay, cat is done. There is one more easy command which is called echo. So echo is a Linux command which is used for printing out any values, any statement. So it will do nothing, but it is equivalent with the Python's print function. So whatever Python prints does, it will be doing the same thing for you. It will be doing the same thing for you, like hello, right? If I will just give enter, it will do nothing, but it will just print out whatever is written as a string inside double quotes. Clear? Okay. Let's see one thing. I guess I have already created some cron expressions. So this is a cron file. Okay, before that, let's close this. Let's discuss about a cron before moving forward, self script. Before moving forward with the cron expressions, I just want you to tell that in the Linux environment, we have seen that everything, there are many possibilities, right? I can also give you a list of commands which we can use to do multiple tasks. But is it very difficult, right, to just hit multiple commands simultaneously, line by line to achieve a certain job, right? That doesn't make a sense of automation, right? So what we can do? We can write something called script, like any other programming language. Like in the Python, we have Python script. We can have a program called like if you want to do a certain job, we can write a Java program, we can write a Python program. The same thing we can also achieve in the Linux, and it is called shell scripting or bash scripting. So what it is that it's just a collection of line by line of commands which you want, which collectively will be doing a certain job. So you can use a bash script. Okay. So bash script is nothing but it's just a file with a sh extension, .sh extension, and it is triggering multiple Linux commands, which you just seen now, some of them, and it will be hitting for you, and you just need to run that shell script. That's it. You will not need to do all those. Just for example, if you want to create 3 directories and you will go inside every directory, create some empty files, write some values, then come back and delete them. All those things you can do manually by just hitting commands. But what if you can write all those commands in a single file and just trigger that Linux file, and it will do for you, and everything will be like completed. Okay. How a Linux shell script looks like. So let's create a Linux script, okay, and we will be running for ourselves. But before that, let's see what we have in this hello file, ls-lrt. Okay, we have multiple files. Let's remove them. So for removing files, we use rm command. Let's use rm, and we just give file names like file1.txt, file2.txt, file3.txt, and then we give file4.txt, and then there is also a file5.txt, right? Press enter, everything is removed, right? Clear? So we will be using rm command to remove anything. There's one more command, and there's one basic command which is used to clear. Clear stands for clearing everything which is in your terminal window. If it look like overpopulated, we will just clear, and it will clear everything. Okay, so let's see what we have currently. We have just a demo.txt. Let's create one bash script file to execute some jobs for us, and then we will be using that script file to schedule it over cron. Okay, let's create one file called I'm using touch command for creating it, right? Touch demo.txt, demo1.sh. So what it will do, it will create an empty shell file for you. If we'll go here, right? Danish, there is a hello folder and there is a shell file. Let's increase the size. Instead of using this, let's start with the habit of using the VI, because if we use here the text editor, right? Maybe tomorrow you will be using a cloud environment, or somewhere in your organization you will be using a Linux environment. You will be not given a Ubuntu. There is more possibility that you will not given an Ubuntu operating system. You will be using AWS or any other Linux environment. There will be very less softwares installed. You can just use this terminal and with VI or VM editor. Okay, so I will be using VI for demo 1.txt .sh file. Okay, what does VI stands for? So this VI is just a file editor. Remember, this file is a command which will open your demo1.sh file into an editor which is VI edit, which is called VI editor. If I press enter, this is how it looks like. So if you want to check where your files are being installed, you can just give a pwd command and you will be able to see the path of the file, and then you can browse using your Windows by going into that file. So wherever your WSL is being installed, from there you can track of those files, and you can use your Windows file editor to edit your files. But for now, I think it's better to use VI editor, because this is the one of the most used editor in any Linux environment. Even if there is no nano, but VI will be there. It's most lightweight and the most frequently used editor. So this is how a VI editor looks like. One thing, there are certain commands which is need to be remembered when you are using VI editor, because if you have opened up anything, any file in a VI editor, you will not be able to write anything. Okay, but for writing it, you just need to give two commands. First thing is press escape and then press I. Then you will be able to see it is called that insert. So currently we are in insert mode in a VI editor. If the insert mode is enabled, then you will be able to write anything. But if I press escape again, see, insert mode is being disabled. And if I want to write anything, I will not be able to. But because I am using Ubuntu, it is coming default. Like whenever I'm trying to type anything, it's activating the enabled mode, like inserting mode, but it should not be. So if you want to write anything in the VI file, you have to be in insert mode. Just because, let's suppose you want to modify anything in a file. So you have to be in an insert mode first. Clear? Now, I want to do some certain type of job using this shell file. Let's create some file folders, mkdir. Let's make some directories like hello 1, hello 2. Let's create 2 directories using this shell script. Then go into the next line, and then what we want to do, I want to print pwd command. Let's print like currently what directory is, Then what we will do, we will change our directory to hello1. Like after creation of that file folder, we will be changing. Can you insert? So for enabling the insert, you have to give escape plus I. You can use print echo, but echo is like printing a value. If you want to print anything as a string, you can print. But we know that pwd command, if you hit it, any of your directory, it will just give printing. It will just print your current path where your like present working directory. That's it. So we will come with the echo, like when we try to format our script more, right? I will tell you like how to use echo using some of our commands. So we will be changing our directory to hello. And then what next I can do? I can create some files like touch file1.txt, right? That's it. These 4 things I want to achieve with my file. Okay. And before closing this file, see that there is nothing inside hello. In hello, there is only one script file and one .txt file. Clear? Let's close this. For saving your file, there is another command which is being called, which is used like first press escape, then give colon, then give W. W stands for write, then give W, then give Q. Q stands for quit, and then give exclamation mark, which is like overwrite. So whatever the file was there, it will overwrite with this current values. Okay, so previously it was an empty file, and then it will be overwritten with these four lines of content. What if I just give W, I just give Q, so it will quit without saving the changes. So for saving the changes, we give W, and then for quitting, give Q and give exclamation mark for overwriting whatever the previous value. So overwriting is optional, but better to give. Otherwise, it will create some extra files in like hidden files, which will overlap with your file. So always give exclamation mark. Okay. And then just press enter. You came back to your prompt, right? And you can see whatever your file is now is having your 4 commands. Now, how we can run our script file? So there are 2 commands running a script file. First is called bash, and just give your file name, script file name. And second is use a bash, but using a sh command. Anything you can use. Okay. Now let's print enter. What is printed? It's printed your current present working directory. Okay, let's come again. See, so it created 2 directories for you. So what was your program? Your program was to first create 2 directories, then go into hello1, then print present working directory. It will print hello present working directory, then it will go into hello1, and then it will create an empty file, right? It completed all the 4 commands which you wanted to achieve your shell script. So what we have done is that we have given our collection of commands into a shell file, and we just executed our shell script. It was very simple shell script. Hope it was. Hope there is any hope there is no questions, right? Any questions regarding it? Okay. Now let's come with the formatting. I have already created one shell script. Yeah, I can open your shell file. So this is shell file. Let's cd hello plus cat demo1.sh. Sorry, is cat. Okay, so this is your shell script. It will making directory, it will printing the present working directory, then it will changing the directory to hello1, and then it will just creating an empty file. So whatever we have written in the VI editor is saved here, and we can execute this sh file. Got it? Yes, yes, Vinesh. Now, I have created one more basic shell script. I just wanted to show in the cron extension, right? File.copy.sh. So you can see that what it is trying to do, it is just printing. So this is a shell script. We will see how it is running. Okay. So first thing is that it is just printing number of dash, just to being a give a better like formatting. That's it. So it will just print this line of dash. Then what it will do, it will just echo like program started at this command is called date. So what is the date command? Let's see quickly. So if you just hit a date command, it is nothing but it is just printing the current date with calendar with Indian IST. Okay, it will just print your local time whenever it hit. Okay, come again. And even whenever you want to pass your command into our echo, remember one thing. It's a very basic thing. Like suppose if you are using Python, right? So whatever we do is that it is like not possible to integrate a variable with a string, right? If you do it like a string hello, and there is a one more variable is called variable is having a value 5, and if you want to pass that variable value into this with the string value, you cannot pass it like this way, right? Otherwise it will just print a var as a string. It will not take variable as a parameter or argument or as a variable, right? What we need to do in Python, that if we want to pass that variable value in it, we use something called concatenations like this way, or we can pass it like this way using format string. The same way we do in a Linux, the formatting is that if whenever we were trying to print any values in an echo command, what we will do, we just give the command covered with single brackets, and we give $sign stands for accent grave, which is used to pass to represent that it's a command, not a string value. What will happen if I remove everything? See, now it's a basic string. You will not be able to get that it's a command, but just to represent that it's a command, that shell will be able to think that, okay, this is a command, we need to trigger it. Then we will be separate it like this way, and we will just give a $sign that, okay, this is a command, not a string. Clear? Any questions? Why are you using dollar and this first bracket to cover our commands? Okay. Then moving forward, then we are just printing again this number of lines, and remove some of them. Is not so good. Okay. Then what he is doing, just printing, like making a new directory, add present working directory. So it will print like as a message. Okay, we are trying to create some new directories, add this path. Okay, then we create a temporary directory, and then we will just go folder created. Then we also print like changing directory. Then we will change to that temp folder. Then we will be print again that what is the current present working directory. Then we will just make empty files, some empty new files, and then we will just say program ends at this, and we'll just again pick working. Let's make this save. Done. Now let's first run this and see how it looks. CD. Now ls cd to cron, cd to cron expressions, cron sessions, ls. Okay, what was our file? So this was our script file, right? File underscore copy.sh. So how to run this file? sh or bash? We have already used sh, right? Now let's use bash. So bash file name .sh. Let's hit enter. See, it printed everything, whatever was written in the echo, and now we have a proper message coming from our file. So what is like the program started at this thing, because this is coming from the date command. So your program started at this time. Then it is trying to print, like making a new directory at this cron expression, which is coming from your ewd command. Then there are two echo commands like folder is created. Then it's trying to change the directory. Then in the back end, you are triggering the cd command to temp. And if you are now you are inside your temp, and then again you are just trying to print your present working directory, and it will say that you are currently inside temp, right? And then you are creating empty files, and then you're trying to end your program, and see your program ended here. And if you go in your temp C in your cron session, can you please share about cron scheduling patterns? Yes, I will try to schedule whatever shell script we are saying using a cron expression, and you will see using cron how it will be executed. So this is the cron, so this is the file, and then you can see that it created a temp file. In temp file, it created 5 files which we wanted to create it, right? See here, not this file. Let's close this. Let's close this expression. You'll see here. See, we wanted to create 5 empty files, right? Using touch command, which is being executed. Now let's remove this file. Now, there are some certain important thing which for practicing purpose, it is okay to just test this message is coming, right? But if we discuss about our industry level practices, right? Nobody uses print function. Hope you are aware of it. For testing, you can use print functions, but nobody uses in our softwares, because as the end user, nobody will be interested to just to see print functions. As a developer or as a owner of the execution part, you need that printing just to check whatever you wanted to run or execute or achieve, it is successful. Okay. Are you aware of a concept called logging? Okay, so if you will see industry level code, right, there is no concept of printing functions. Even if you are a Java developer or a Python developer, nobody uses print functions in their codes. They use something which is called logs. So logger is a package in Python which is used to create logs. So instead of print functions, we call log functions. It is the same way, it does nothing, but it takes whatever you want to print, it will take that statement into a separate file as a log file or text file, and it will save everything. Just suppose, take an example, we executed this file, right? And we printed everything. But what if I will try to execute it again? Then this, whatever file, whatever information we generated, it will be lost, right? It will be lost, and it is no use that we, so if you want to keep that information, like, okay, today this expressions run 10 times, I want to have all the informations with whatever it printed, then I can store it. In Linux, this is how it's done. So we have already covered this operator, right? What this operator does, it saves or dumps every information, whatever it will be going to throw inside a same file. The assignment operator is actually yes. So if I give as info.txt and I try to run it again, see what happened, that whatever you wanted to print, like this information, now it is being stored in your info.txt. If you will go into your folder in a Cron expression, see there is one text file .info.txt, and whatever statements you wanted, it is being stored. So this is called logging. So all your statements, whatever you wanted to print, is being stored in as a log file, and we use .log as extension, as a standardization. Okay. And if I run enter again, what will happen? Anybody? If I try to run this command again, what will happen? It will overwrite. So I want that keep the last values and append the latest value. I will give true greater than, right? Now it's saying cannot create directory temp because file already exists. There is an error message, right? Which is coming from this file. Let's see what happened with our file. So your program is executed. Whatever things was there, it is being appended, but your program failed. The program, why it failed? Because it tries to create a temporary folder, but just because your temporary folder was there and it was not able to create. So this kind of error messages is very needful to have as a logging file. Suppose you schedule your job at middle of a night and you were not available there, and tomorrow morning you have seen that whatever you wanted to achieve using those shell file or your Python file, it is not there. Then how you will be able to check like what happened to the program? You need, because you know that if you want to print, it will run again and again, and that printing information will be lost, right? And you want something to save those files in somewhere as a log files. So that is the reason we use logging, and those informations will be appended into a logger file. And it is very helpful that in the tomorrow morning, if you come and you can just go and read those log files, and you will be able to know, okay, and this was the reason that it failed. It will be right. So that is the reason. It totally depends on you how you write those printing statements, Prasanna. That if you want to pass, just suppose if you are working with any variable value, it is coming or not, if a file is present or not. So you can format your print statement or log statement in some way that you will be able to get that information. Now let's come with the cron. Okay, let's remove this file by going there, temp file, right? Otherwise it will start filling again and again. Okay. So for starting cron, so opening a cron expression, this, as I already told, that cron expressions or cron is just a file in a Linux, right? And for accessing it, you just need to give from anywhere, any path, you just need to give a command like cron tab as a single command and space -e. So this is the command which you give to open the cron expression. Okay, save it. So cron tab -e command is used to open the cron tab file. If you open it now, you will able to see. Let me zoom out. Okay, so this is how a cron expression looks like. And for commenting part, I haven't covered that in a bash scripting, right? If anything starts with hash, this is a comment. And like any other programming language, a comment is not a part of our program. It's just for documentation, and it will not be executed, like Python also. So in the Python, if you give hash with any statements, it will be a comment and it will not be executed. So you can call cron tab from anywhere. Yes, you can call cron tab from anywhere. You can call cron tab from anywhere. Okay, so it will open your cron tab, and you can see there is one file which is being scheduled. Okay, so this thing is not for your use. You should be interested only on this expression. Can we copy it? Let's try to break this into basic understanding, for basic understanding. Okay, so this is your cron expression. What are things how we can break it? Let's break it into a better way. So this is how we can break it. So the first thing comes as your cron expression, and we have already covered it, right? We have already covered it, like how we can write a cron expression. And this expression means what it means, that our job will be running at every 1 minute. It will run every 1 minute. Yes, correct. And the second part, what the second part is? The second part is that this cron expression should be triggering a Linux command. What is that Linux command? The Linux command is this. So what we are trying to run, yeah, with one number. Okay. So what is trying to run? It is running your triggering your sh command, and you know that your sh command needs a shell file, like a shell file which you want to trigger or which you want to execute. So it means that your cron expression says trigger your shell file, which is copy.sh every minute.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the syntax of cron? The options are a set of rules for defining task schedules in cron format, a programming language syntax used in BigLive, a mathematical formula used for task scheduling, a configuration file format used by BigLive. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's change it to 2. Now it will be running every 2 minutes. But just for testing purpose, actually, I written it as 1. I just wanted to like quick results. That's the reason I just wanted to just written it as 1. Okay. So now this expression says that it will be running every 2 minutes, and it will triggering this file. Okay. This file will be triggering every 2 minutes. And what next? I want that whatever the output of this file should be stored in a log file, which is home Danish cron expression log files. And one more thing, do you want me to cover like why I have given this long path? You want me to cover this? Okay. Before that, do you know a concept called relative path and absolute path? Yes. So there is a concept called relative path and absolute path. So what is a relative path? Yes, this is an absolute path. So a relative path is something is like taking a frame of reference. If you are somewhere, from there, if you are giving a CD, for example, I just can give you a live example of relative and absolute path, and it will be more clear. Okay, let's go into a new tab. Currently, I'm in cron expressions, right? Okay, let's give an LSRT. Done. And okay, let's go into, there's no folders, right? Let's come back again. Let's, okay, what is our current working directory? PWD. We are currently in the home and Danish. Okay, and I want to go inside this cron sessions. I will give cron cd to cron session. What it will do? It will change my directory from current working directory to cron sessions. Clear? What happened? I just given the cron session, change directory to cron session, and it changed my directory to cron sessions. But this example can be called as a relative path. Why I'm saying it as a relative path? This can be also called absolute path, but I'm calling it as a relative path because this cron expression is being aware that I am currently present in Danish, and inside Danish, I am trying to change to the cron expression. like cron session. But if I give is that like cd slash home slash Danish slash cron sessions, this will also work. This will also work because this cd command is saying that I want to change a directory to cron session, which is from root. It's present in home, it is present in Danish, is it present in cron sessions. But if I will change directory to cd to hello, and I will say cd cron expressions, right? cd cron sessions, this will not work. It will say that cron session is not having any directory which is called cron sessions. Like hello is not having any directory, which is cron sessions, because in your current relative path, there is no way to go to cron sessions. But if I will give this command, right, as a whole absolute path, even though I am in a hello folder, I will be able to go in cron sessions. See, I was able to go in cron sessions. So that means no matter what, whatever you are, whatever directory you are currently present in, if you give the absolute path from the root to that directory, you will be able to achieve that folder or that path or that file. Here. Now suppose I want to run this file.sh, but I know that I can give this command like file.sh.copy.sh, it will work. But what if I go into cd.hello ls, I create mkdir hello, okay, there is already one hello one, cd to hello one. Currently I'm in hello one, right? And I want to execute one shell script which is present in cron expressions, like cron sessions. Then I will give this command, copy, paste. Instead of cd, I will give sh, and I will give which file I want to run. I want to run file.sh copy. So what it will say, okay, forget about whatever present working directory you are currently in, just run the shell file which is present home Danish cron expressions, cron sessions, and called file.sh. And when I trigger, see, it will work. Clear? Then we can proceed further. Let's remove this temp file. Okay, there is no temporary folder. Okay, there is. Let's delete it. Okay. Let's go into our cron sessions. Okay, so this is our cron file. So what we have given that, okay, run our cron sh file with using sh command with every 2 minutes. And how this one more thing, that this environment or this file editor is a VI editor. So what we know, to edit any file, because we will not be able to edit anything. We will be not able to edit anything. Okay. So edit anytime. What we will do, we will be give insert mode. Yes, we have to enable the insert mode. So for insert mode, we press escape, then I. Currently we're in insert mode. We want to run our shell file every 2 minutes. Okay, so let's give star and /2 sh home sessions, and then just save it. For saving, what I have to do, escape :wq exclamation mark. What happened? Errors in the cron tab file, can't install. Done. Now it says that installing new cron tab. So your cron tab is being installed. Just see that currently we do not have any temporary file. Just remove it. Right? We have removed the, we know that we do not have any temporary files. And we can also remove this hello. Okay. Just waste for some 1 or 2 minutes, and I'll see that it will create a temp file for you, temporary file for you. Because we know the concept of infinite loops, that your cron expression will be running in an infinite loop. So if you have given any cron expressions, so every time your time clocks and it hits that expression, it will be running. So cron is, as we have already seen, that cron is something which is used for scheduling a job, right? And in your data engineering, what we do is basically, so in data engineering is all about creating the data pipelines. Like, if a basic explanation, if I say what is data engineering about, so it's just simple thing that you are taking a formatted a data of a particular format, and you're doing some kind of formatting like a ETL, like extracting and then transforming and then loading. So it's the data engineering is a whole and sole purpose is like a ETL job. Like you extract something, you transform something, and you load something. So if you can automate that ETL job for you, then what you can do is that you can write a particular script. Let it be Python, let it be let's suppose if you want to do some kind of data administration in your Linux, in your databases, like scrapping. I have already covered like one expressions, right? So in the cron expression, we can do multiple jobs, but these are the more basic, like for task automations. So what we can do that we can using cron to automate representative, like repetitive tasks, such as sending out regular reports or notification. Suppose you have created some kind of data analysis, if it and it is being automated over the cron, and it is generating some kind of reports. And if you want to mail those reports to everywhere, and you can write a script for it, like a Python emailing function or shell emailing function. It will take those reports and will share at a particular time on all the over the email. So you can use cron there. So it's nothing but just a plug and play kind of thing. Whatever things you want to do using your data engineering task, you say, you can make it scheduled in a Linux environment using cron. That's it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
So let's begin with Apache Airflow. So one of the most important thing is the prerequisite which will be need for using Apache Airflow. Okay. First thing is that Docker. So we will be using a Docker as a working environment where our Apache Airflow will be running on the containers. We will come into that. One of the most major requirement which will be have as a prerequisite is a Python. It is a must to have because everything will be coded in Python. Okay. So I will consider you all that you know basic of Python at least. So basic of Python is enough. So till what extent I can say that if you are good with modular programming, that you know how to create modules, you know how to call files, you know how to create methods, at least. No, oops, concept asim, it is not required for now. If you know how to create methods, that's very good. It's very good to have. Okay. And if you know how to read files and like write file, that is still okay. But if you know how to create methods, that is okay. So let's start with like what is Airflow and what it solves. Okay, what does it solve? So I guess there are some people who have already used Airflow, right? See, a typical problem in the industry, right? If this is one of the use case. Let's suppose that we have a data pipeline which runs daily at 10 a.m. morning every day. Okay. And it is doing a typical ETL job, like it first extracts something, then it tries to transform it, and then it is just doing a loading task. Okay. And we know that for this use case, extract, transform, and load, we can use different applications for it or different tools for it. For extracting some data, we can use APIs. For transforming, we can use DBTs. And for loading it, just suppose we are using a Snowflake environment for loading our data. Okay. But if I use cron for this use case, for scheduling a task like this, which connects every tool and triggers it time to time, and calls some APIs, transform the data, and it loads into the Snowflake, it is also achievable with cron. Okay. It is also achievable. But suppose some of the application fails in middle, like your extraction function failed. Suppose your transformation function failed, or your tool for Snowflake is not loaded the data. So it will be a very much problematic, right? And you need to track like what is happening. But in the production environment, there are possibilities. There it will be a multiple data pipeline. Let's suppose hundreds of it, 200s of it. There are multiple data pipelines and ETLs, and it will be a nightmare for anybody who is having a track of it, who is working to like transform it or monitoring it. It will be a nightmare for them. And then how they can track like which which ETL data pipeline failed, when it failed, how it failed, and how to fix them, right? And just going through cron, we have seen that it generated some kind of logs only. So by just reading some logs, it will be very difficult just to know how to fix it and what happened, right? Then what is Airflow? And it's an orchestrating tool. Then what is trying to do? Okay, what we are trying to do with Airflow. So with Airflow, I can say that we can solve this kind of problems, which is very difficult to solve with cron, right? So what is Airflow? So the Airflow is basically an open source platform to programmatically author, schedule, and monitor workflows. Okay, so this is the basic definitions which you can find over in the internet. But what benefits you can get with Airflow, which is not with any cron or any other scheduling tools. Okay, first thing is that it's an open source, so it's not a paid software. Second thing is very much comes with the benefits that comes with Python as in dynamic. So what it means that anything, any scheduler or any pipeline which you will going to write, everything will be created from scratch. So it's very much dynamic. Everything which you are going to use, it will be coded by you. And everything, for example, suppose you are using cron, right? And you need to create a shell script, or suppose you are creating an automation. There are multiple automation tools which uses XML or any other files for automation. But in XML and other files, right, it is very, it's hard coded files, and you cannot create or cannot take inputs there. So it's not that much dynamic. But for Python, you know that you can take user argument, you can pass any parameters, you can take user inputs. So it's very much dynamic, and everything is coded in Python. So it's one of the benefits. Second thing is scalability. Scalability stands for like you can create as many workflows as you want. Like you can create, there is no number of definitive numbers which has a limit for Airflow for creating the ETL pipelines. You can create as many as you want. The third benefit is the UI part. So you will be getting an UI to monitor, which is not there with the cron. Okay, so in cron, you can just open your cron tab. You can open the file. You can see where you have scheduled your jobs by using the expressions, but you will not going to get your UI where you can see, okay, this job is running, this job is failed, what is the current status, why it's failed, with the logs and all those things. There is no UI, but there is a UI option which comes with the Airflow. And the last benefit is the extensibility. So the extensibility is that it can work with the cross platform. It is open source and it works in Python. So you can connect as many as third-party applications which is currently in the market. Like you can connect with the AWS, you can connect with the Azure, you can use PySpark, you can do anything which is possible, which is Airflow. So there is a rich documentation, which I will give you the path where you can read. So it is very rich, which comes with very rich documentation. Okay. So this is the Airflow benefits. There are some core components of the Airflow, like we can say Airflow pieces. Okay, so what are the core components? So these are the all core components of a Airflow. The first thing is that the web server. So what is the web server? So the web server is actually a Python Flask based user interface that allows you to interact with the UI. Okay, so we know that in a web development, I will not go deeper in that concept, but we know that in a web development, there is a two part. First thing is front end, second is the back end. Okay, for the front end, the user interface. The second thing which comes with the back end is the logical part, how things are doing. So whatever things are presentable is used HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But for the back end, how things are, data's coming, is used by the backend programming. So there are multiple technologies there. We can use JavaScript, we can use Node.js and all those things. But there is also a possibility we can use Flask or Django for the backend. Just suppose that Flask is a framework, Django is a framework which is based on Python. It's a kind of framework, or you can say a simple language. It's a library which is written on the Python, and you can use it for backend programming. Okay, backend programming for web development. So using Python, you can also create websites and you can use HTML and CSS for your front end, and you can use Flask or Django for your backend, and you can create a full dynamic website for you. Okay. So in the core component, as we seen that the Airflow gives you the UI part, right? So it will give you a web application. First thing, what do you are understanding about a web application? So we know that there are multiple applications, right? First thing is your mobile application. So anything which can be installed in your mobile, it's a mobile application. Second thing is a desktop application. So anything which can be installed in your desktop is called desktop application. So what is the difference? What is the common in both? So this both will be using your local data, like it will be installed in your operating system. It will be using your disk as a memory. It will be using your disk as a storage. Okay, and it can be connected over internet, but it will be using storage as your local database, like local operating system. There is a concept of a web application. So web application is something which is using your internet. Okay, but if it is running locally as a local host, then it will be using your local disk. But if it is running on server, it will be using your remote disk, okay, or server storage. So with Apache Airflow, whatever the UI you will be going to use, right? The UI part, if it is running your local host, then it will be using your local environment or whatever the data it will be going to save. But in the production, we use servers, so it will be using your server disk as a memory, not your local. So it will give you a web application UI interface for web server. So the web server is basically a Python Flask-based user interface that allows you to interact with the UI. Okay. The second thing is scheduler. So what is scheduler? So scheduler is basically nothing but just a job which helps you to schedule your task. That's it. So we have already seen a cron. So cron is just a scheduler. So it schedules your job, and we have seen how it works. So scheduler is nothing but you can just take it as a reference it works like a cron. So it just schedules your job. That's it. Then third thing is metastore. Okay, so the third thing is the metastore. So what is metastore? So metastore is compatible with SQL Alchemy. Okay, so it means that it's compatible with Postgres, Oracle, MySQL databases. You will have the metadata of all the data pipelines. So first thing is that what is a metadata? What is your understanding about a metadata? You know that metadata, right? But what do you know about metadata? You know about data. Data is something as a collection of all the informations, but what is metadata? Yes, data about data. So anything like whatever things you are going to create as a DAG or any ETL or any pipelines, right? All the informations regarding it, not that task itself or data pipeline itself, but all the informations about the DAG or that pipeline will be stored in a metastore. The fourth thing as a component is a triggered. Okay, the triggered is nothing but it's just a triggered. Yeah, we will see it more in. I will explain it more in once we will finish some of the basic theory part. And the fifth thing is executor. So executor is one of the most important thing that in executor, right? So how executor will help you, like how and which support you your task will be running. Like suppose there are multiple clusters where your Airflow can run. Suppose there is a Celery cluster or any Kubernetes. If you are working with AWS or Docker environment, right? You have heard about Kubernetes. So there is a Kubernetes cluster. So Executor is nothing but a component of Airflow which explains your task. Executor like master node. For now, just think about Executor is nothing but it just defines where the job and how it will be executed. It will not going to execute a job, but it will define how it will be executed. Okay. So the master nodes and all those are very much related to PySpark, but it's not like that. So we are just taking a single node concept. We are not working with, going with the multiple nodes for now. Just think about is at a single system, which is having only single node, and your executor is a core component which just defines and explains your ETL job or your data pipeline, that how and what executor it will be going to execute. Your Airflow comes with multiple executors. I will show you where those are being defined, but for now just think about like, okay, it defines how your job will be going to execute. The next two components are queue and workers. So queue is also one of the important component which helps you to maintain the order of the tasks. Okay, I will like, for example, we have seen, right, one of the pipeline. So suppose this is one of the use cases of the pipeline. There is an extract function, there is a transform function, there is a load function, and there is an order that extract will occur first, then there will be a transform, then there will be a load. So this order will maintained by the queue component. Okay, and then worker is the one there it's the owner of all the jobs which how it will be executed. So executor is not the one who will be going to execute your jobs or tasks, but the worker is the one which will help you to execute a job. Clear? Okay, so let's move further. Okay, so we have seen core components of the Airflow. Now let's move with the core concepts of the Airflow. Okay, so the first thing as the Airflow, the concept comes of DAGs. So what is DAG? So DAG is nothing but directed acyclic graph. So what is mean by directed acyclic graph? A graph which is having no cycles, and second thing is directed by edges. That's it. So any DAG, so whenever we say DAGs, there is a two thing which is need to remember. First thing, there should be no cycles in a graph, and second thing is it should be directed by edges. Okay, so you can see which explains relationships. So what relations we are taking here? So anything you can say as task. So one task is related to another task with a relationship with a directed. So what that direction indicates? That direction indicates your order, which we have seen by the queue component, right? So queue will help you to maintain that order of that direction. So this is an example of a DAG, but this is not an example of a DAG. Why? The cycle is there. So there should be a no cycle in your DAG. If there is any cycle, it will fail and it will not going to work. But I have a question that suppose we know that we will be going to do stuffs like we will be creating our methods, or you can say your functions in your Python, and there can be one possibility, right, that it is doing something in loop, right? And we are saying that DAX doesn't support a cycle thing. Then how your loop will going to work? Any idea? If I'm saying a cycle, if there is any cycle in your DAX, it will not going to work. But I'm saying, but what I'm trying to ask that how can you use a loop concept in Airflow, like during your Python code? Is it possible to use any loop concepts when you're trying to design your DAGs? It is possible. It is possible, but we will come like why this looping is not possible. Like this cycle is not possible, but looping is possible. Okay, actually both are different things. So I will try to explain you like why both are different things. Okay, so a DAG should be, so we have seen a DAG should be a directed acyclic graph. There should be no cycles. Okay, and then the second one more important concept comes as operators. Okay, so what exactly operator is? So it is in we can say that it encapsulates what you want to do in your task. Okay, suppose what exactly your task mean. A task is nothing but a piece of job which you want to achieve. For example, in our data use case, we have seen there are three kinds of tasks. First is extract. Second thing is we are doing to transform, and third thing was we are trying to load it. Okay, so we can say there was three tasks. So what is an operator? So an operator is just basically it encapsulates what you want to do in your task. So we can say that we can use three tasks for your three use cases. Okay, so in the previous use case we have seen three tasks, so we can use three operators for your three tasks. Clear? So we can see one of the examples of the operator which is trying to do a task. What is this? What it is just trying to connect a database with the host with some credentials, and it's trying to give some kind of SQL request or SQL query to work on that DB which is being connected by your host and credentials. Okay, so we can encapsulate it into an operator and we can say this is a task. Clear? And we have three different operators. First is called action operator. Second thing is called transfer operator. Third thing is called sensor operators. So what are those operators? So the action operators helps you to do some kind of executions. If you are trying to execute a task, you will be using an operator which is called action operator. Whenever we say execution, we can use some examples like Python executors, Python operators, or any bash operator. We will come with those operators, how it looks when we were trying to do some kind of coding, right? But for now, just suppose that there are three operators. First is action operator, which helps you to do the execution kind of tasks. Second thing is transfer operators, which helps you to transfer a data from one location to another location. For example, you are trying to connect two databases. First thing is your local SQL database, and second, your Redshift over a server, and you are trying to send or transfer a data from one SQL database to another SQL database. Then you will be using a task. That task will be done by an operator, and that operator type will be a transfer operator. Okay. And third thing is called sensor operator, and the sensor operator is nothing but it is very useful, and what it is like, it helps you to wait for something to happen. And that something, if you are waiting for something, the thing we have seen, right, the demerit of cron, like cron is not having any feature like it can wait for you. For example, if you have scheduled a job, for example, if you have scheduled a task which should be happening at a certain time, and there is a second dependent task which needs a data which is being generated by your first task in cron, but your second cron task will never going to know that your first job is completed or not. So it will not going to wait for you. If something happens in your first task that it delayed due to the response time or anything happened, but it worked, but it take much delay, then the second job will be going to fail, right? The action operator is nothing but the action operator is just in action operator, we use the task which executes something. You can take example as a script files. So in action operators, we just give the files which is need to be executed. We just explains or create those kind of task which can be executed, like a script, like a Python script, like a shell script. Okay, so there are some different types of operators which helps you to achieve those jobs. In transfer operators, so in the transfer operators, it helps you to transfer the data from one location to another location. Just suppose you want to transfer a data from a SQL database. Suppose you are using Postgres SQL, like in a node, in a server, or in local database, any kind of local database or any server database in a particular location, and you want to transfer the data from that SQL database to another SQL database, let's suppose in a Redshift or any data warehouse or anywhere, any location, right? When there is a transfer occurs in any task, then we use operators which is called transfer operators. See, so the concept of bandwidth and the speed, it comes like you are when we are trying to run the task locally, right? It will be working with a local host, and the local host is something which is using your local environment as an internet, like Wi-Fi, or you have connected with using your hotspot, anything else. But when we are working with the production, right, we are using servers, and the server is using their own internet. So it's like you can use your credentials to access the server, but the server itself using internet, right? So the bandwidth will be used by server's internet. It will be taken by AWS or Azure or any server. It will not, you do not need to think about the bandwidth, like it will be speed or not. It will be very much speed. It will have a very good speed. Okay. So basically sensor operators is like a triggerer. Our task is to establish the connection between both. Yes, Saipal. Okay. A sensor operator is kind of, forget about the operators for now. Just suppose with operators you are trying to achieve a task. If you want to do anything, any job, or want to achieve any job, if you want to achieve, right, you will be using operators, because operators is kind of a function which is given by the Airflow, and it encapsulates your everything. For example, I'll just give you a typical example in Python, right? If you want to print anything, what you will going to use in Python? If you want to print anything in Python, what you will going to use? Print. Why print? Why print? What is print? So print is, I can say, what if I say print is given system defined function which encapsulates some task which achieves to help a user to print a statement, whatever written in a double quotes. I can say like that, right? So a print is a function which encapsulate certain jobs or certain task. What that task is, the task is basically whatever you give as a parameter in a string, it will just print in your terminal. Clear? So print is an operator. I can say I'm taking as a frame of reference. Okay. So here also an operator is nothing but it just tries to encapsulate what you want to do in your task. So if you want to do some kind of task, and if you can encapsulate it into an operator, your Airflow will give you a lots of operator to do different tasks. Okay, it's not a single one or two tasks. There are multiple tasks. I will just give you a list of it. So in the operator, just because it's very much rich about operators, there are three different operators. First thing is action operator. So action operator is nothing but it helps you to do execute. If you are trying to do any task which involves execution, so it will be using action operators. If your task includes any transfer of data kind of jobs, then it will be using transfer operators. And if your task is waiting to something to happen, then it will be using sensor operators. Clear? Okay, let's proceed further. Third thing as a core concept comes as a task or task instance. Okay. So any task or a task instance is nothing but as a operator. So a task or a task instance is an operator, but when it becomes task or task instance is when it is running. So any operator in a running state, we can say this is a task. So any operator in a running state is called a task or task instance. We have seen that we are trying to compare operator as a task, and it tries to encapsulate your task, right? So Actually, operators and task is same, but your operators, when it is running state, it will be called a task. Clear? So we can combine all of the concept which we have seen. So we have seen what is a DAG, we have seen what is an operator, we have seen what is edges, we have seen what is a running, how an operator in the running state is called a task. Okay, so we can combine all the concepts together. This is how it looks. Okay, so a DAG is basically a collection of operators where a single operator can be also there, a collection of operators which is in a running state. So this is basically a workflow. So a workflow is nothing but a DAG where multiple operators which are dependent to each other with edges and are in running state, and it is called a DAG or a workflow. Clear? So we have seen what is Airflow and what it's trying to solve, but the question arises, what Airflow is not, right? This is one of the most important question. You should know that this explains what is the limit of Airflow, right? So we have seen that we can achieve schedulings with Airflow. It comes with very good enriched UI. It will be very helpful for dependent tasks. Comes with very rich documentation. It comes with very rich operators which helps you to connect your cross technologies as cross platforms. But what is not achievable with Airflow? What Airflow is not? So Airflow is not a data streaming solution, neither a data processing framework. So what do you mean by data streaming? What do you mean by data streaming? Real-time data, live data, continuous data, real-time data, continuous flow of data, Gaurav. This is one of the good things. Transfer data continuously. Yes, was me. So data streaming is actually when we are working with live data, and it is when we say data streaming, right? So you are taking, extracting, loading, and doing any things with the data very rapidly, continuously, in very fraction of seconds, right? Like continuously. You cannot wait, or you cannot load the data like, okay, I will do it on 10 a.m. today, and the next data extraction will happen tomorrow. Data streaming is something which is happening every second, continuously. So you should avoid scheduling your jobs per second. Maybe it will be possible in future, but for now, just try to avoid it. So Airflow has a limit. You cannot use Airflow as a data streaming application. Okay, you cannot schedule your jobs every second. Clear? Why it is not a data streaming solution? How granular a schedule should be per minute? See, for now, even if you schedule it for the per second, for the testing purpose, it will work. But in production, just because of the heavy loads, it will fail. It will fail very drastically. So you should avoid it. And what is the lowest granularity possible right now? See, whenever we say the possibility, right, was me. So the possibility, you can schedule it per second, but it is not a better architecture of your ETL. Right, it is defined that you should avoid, because if there is a ETL pipeline, right, if it is very heavy much loaded with lots of tasks and lots of things it is doing, then our data pipeline can take around 2 hours or 3 hours to complete once it's started. So if you are doing that heavy job every second, just suppose how much load it will bring on your server. So that is why it is said that it's better not to use it for data streaming, because Airflow can be used on a single architecture system also. But when you are doing all those things like that, you should use a distributed system like Apache, Spark, or Hive and Hadoop kind of concepts. Okay, but for now, just leave those things. Just think that it's better not to use as a data streaming platform. Okay, so it is only for periodic batch processing. So data periodic function, the way we have used as it on the cron, we will be using it the same way, just for learning purposes. And the thing is that we will be using some kind of projects. I will try to create some projects, and we will see how we can achieve by modifying it. Okay, because if you are scheduling it, a task which takes itself 2 hours, right? It doesn't make sense for you to schedule it per second in a single node machine. It will because suppose just taking example of your Chrome browser. Okay, you know that Chrome takes RAM for each tab, and if you open more than 10 tabs, it will try to consume your RAM, right? And why it is trying to consume your RAM? Because your system is a single node system. It is have some definitive or single RAM. It is some definitive RAM and some limitations like 4 GB, 8 GB, or 16 GB. But what will happen if you will start opening tabs again and again and again without closing it? It will try to consume your RAM, right? And at a certain point, it will achieve at its limit and it will fail your system, your operating system. The same way, if I'm saying that for now, we will be using a single node system. So there much possible that Airflow, if you are using Airflow in your production also, you will be using a single node system. So even in your server, it has some kind of definitive RAMs or ROMs, you can say. So if your task is taking to complete more than 2 hours or 1 hour, it will try to consume your RAM whenever it's running, right? And if you're trying to run it every per second, so it will consume or eat up all the RAMs of the server, and everything will be stopped, and it will, at the end, your server will be collapsed, right? So that's the reason we avoid the data streaming kind of job with the Airflow, and it is said to avoid scheduling a jobs per second.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, why is Airflow used in Big Live? The options are: it provides a scalable and distributed data processing environment. It is a programming language used for data analysis. It is a cloud computing service offered by Big Live. It is a database management system used by Big Live. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
The second thing is that is neither a data processing framework. Now this will clear your doubts more. So what exactly data processing is? So the first thing is that it will not expect you that you will be using Airflow like a Spark to process terabytes of data in Airflow. Instead, you can use other tools with schedule it to trigger with the Airflow. Suppose you want to do some kind of data processing, okay? Which is trying to extract some data, which is in the size of terabytes, and are doing some kind of processing to making some transformations, and then loading it into on a particular server or in a particular database. Just remember one thing, that Airflow is not an application which is fetching your data, storing it in itself, and then transforming it inside Airflow and then sending back your data. But instead, Airflow can be used, just take an example of a puzzle. So what it's trying to do, it is just having the functions which are the triggerer point for all the tasks which you want to achieve. So what will happen, that if a DAG will be triggered, the first task is triggered, then it will call the function which will say, okay, I need to extract some data which is kept somewhere, which is in a terabytes of terabytes in the size, just bring it, but it will not bring it will not pull those data into Airflow itself, but it will pull where your database is kept, right, in a server. So it will give everything, what is the endpoint, what will be the path of your data should be saved, where it should be pulled. But just a thing that Airflow is not doing any processing for you. It is just a trigger point for every application or every task. So it will not expect you that you will be using Airflow like for processing, but it will be just trigger your jobs for it. So processing is done, maybe done on a DB. So all the applications, see what exactly we are trying to do, as an automation. So in automation or in using the ETL, we are just trying to automate whatever things are achievable using manually, right? Maybe when we do a practical project, it will be more clear. Yes, Hasim, it will help you to processing, but it will not help. It will process for you the data. It will not process you. It will not help. Actually, it will help you to process, but it will not going to process for you. You can use Airflow to create ETL jobs as well. So you can say that ETL is one of the sub process, or you can say sub feature of a Airflow. You can do many things with the Airflow. So ETL is one of them. You can using Airflow, you can schedule your ETL jobs as well. But for now, ETL is one of the major features which is given by the Airflow. So we are using ETL over the Airflow to schedule our jobs. So I was explaining that why we are trying to automate anything, right? So the automation concept comes like if anything can be automated, it can be manually achievable, right? If anything is manually achievable and it follows some kind of definitive process, we can automate it. So the concept of automation comes only when anything can be done manually, right? So just suppose in the ETL job, whenever we are trying to extract any data, we can do it manually, right? And it interacts with a particular application, it interacts with a particular environment, it interacts with a particular path, right? So suppose you're trying to pull a data from a server using a database, right? And you are saving it locally, or you're saving into a particular another server, right? You can do that kind of task manually. Then you are transforming that data into a particular, using a particular technology or a particular tool or a particular application. Then what you can do is that you can connect to that particular server where you have pulled your data. You can transform the data by using your task by manually by using your application. And then the third thing is that to loading that data, right? So you can also do that manually. So we know that everything, whatever I have mentioned, it is achievable manually, but we are trying to automate it, right? There is a server, how important is Airflow in the job market? So for now, the Airflow is one of the most used application in the job market. So Airflow, every company in the market which are working with the data engineering, it is using Airflow for a data orchestrating tool to create, because Cron is not that gives you that much features which Airflow can bring. And it gives you very good, just because it's an open source, right? When the concept of open source comes, it will be very much popular. So just because it's an open source, everybody can use. So that's the reason it's very much famous in the market. Okay. So let's proceed further. Let's come with the architecture of the Airflow. So the architecture of the Airflow, let's start with the single node architecture. Okay, the single node architecture is one of the simplest architecture, and maybe we will be using the single node architecture for creating our local environment to testing Airflow codes. Okay, so the single node architecture starts with the executor. So we have already seen that executor will not going to help you to execute, but it will define which cluster your jobs will be executed, right? Which cluster it will be using to execute your job. So we have seen for executing your job, what we will be going to need? we need workers. For executing a job, we will be needing workers, but executors are something which defines what executor you need or what cluster you need and how it will be executed over those clusters. Clear? The second thing is metastore. So metastore has the authority to communicate with multiple components. So components are nothing but like web server, metastore, scheduler, executors, queue, and we have already seen the most of the core components of the Airflow, right? So metastore is nothing but it just has the authority to communicate on the multiple components of the Airflow to share the metadata of the task, that how, when, and why it will be going to execute. Clear what metadata will be going to store? So metadata is just a local database in your Airflow, which has the information or the data or the metadata of regarding all your tasks or all your DAX or all your jobs, like how, when, why the executor will be going to happen and the execution is happening. The current data, history data, all the data will be stored in your metastore. Meta is directly meta store is can be communicated to every component. So DAG, Prameshwar, DAG is a concept of your data pipeline. It's not a component. So you can say metadata can be a part of a DAG. Okay. So it's an internal mechanism, you can say. And we are discussing about the architecture of a DAG in the background, what a DAG has in a single node architecture, right? I will explain how things are working. And web server, we have seen that it is the owner of the UI interface. Okay. So what happens that web server tries to communicate with metastore always, okay, to get the latest data which should be visible on your user interface or on the UI of your web application of the Airflow. Okay, so it tries to communicate with the web server. The web server tries to communicate with the metastore to get all the information which should be presented over the web application of the Airflow. Okay, and the metastore tries to fetch or pull the data information which should be given to the web server from scheduler and executors. And there is one more thing in a single node architecture, which is queue. So it is one of the is very much important component, because queue is something which will be there no matter what cluster you are using or what environment you are using and what kind of like production local it will be there. But queue will be the owner to maintain the order of the DAGs. So we have seen that there will be a multiple task in a particular DAG. So the queue is the one who will be owner to maintain the order. Clear? So this single node architecture we use in local only, but in the production server, right, we use something which is called multi-node architecture. So the multi-node architecture, why we are using multi-node architecture? Because what to say, to make sure that we have single point of failure, because if anything fails here, right, if anything fails in a single node architecture, you have everything will be going down, everything will be go down at the same time, right? And it will be very much difficult to maintain this kind of environment in production. So in multiple node architecture, it is used to make sure that everything have a single point of failure, and it is very highly available. The availability is one of the most important thing to achieve in production, and it is very highly available when you are using multiple node architecture. Why? Because in a single node, the first node, we will be having web server, metastore, scheduler, and executor, and the second node we will have another copy of a metastore and a queue. So there will be a double metastores. So if something happens with the metastores and it goes down, we will have another node of architecture where we will have the metastore information, and there will be an external executor, and the queue will be outside of the node, which will be working to maintain the orders. So if anything fails, you just have to go to that particular node and you have to make changes. Okay. And There will be, for the worker nodes, for Airflow workers, right? There will be particular machines on the particular server. So you can connect any number of machines for your particular multiple node architecture. Suppose the new machine comes with some new ETL, then what you need to do is that you just need to introduce a new worker node with a new worker Airflow worker, and you just need to connect. So how those things will be connected? So Metastore will be connected to Metastore. So multiple node architecture will be connected with the multiple meta nodes. Okay. The scheduler will be connected to a master Metastore. If something happens to this Metastore can be used as your local backup. Okay. The executor, the queue will be something which will be external to your executor, and it will work externally to maintain the orders. And all the worker nodes to execute your Airflow task will be called as external machines. Any numbers of machines can be connected. You just can say that plug and play. So if any new machine comes and it says that, okay, I want to be a part of your Airflow environment, and I have some certain number of Airflow ETL or Airflow jobs, you just need to connect it over your architecture of the multi-node, and you can just use your Airflow ETLs. Okay, and you will be able to communicate with the web server, scheduler, executor, and everything. What is the use of web server? Web server is nothing but it just is a background Flask application which helps to interact with the user interface of the Airflow. So it is running on the Flask. It is Airflow's one of the important component. So yeah, it's just a UI. It's just a UI. So it helps you to give your user interface to do all those background stuffs, to maintain, to like monitor. This is one of the most important feature of web server is to monitor. So let's so let's comes with the execution flow. Okay, so how tasks are executed. Okay, so how your execution will be flow. So this is the typical workflow of your Airflow. Okay, we have the components like in a single node architecture. We have a component like web server. We have a component like Metastore. We have a component like scheduler. We have a component like executor, and we will be having a folder which will be called a DAX. So let's start with the execution flow. Like what happens when you schedule when your scheduler triggers your DAG. Okay, suppose we have added a Python file as a DAG. One of the most important thing that whatever ETL pipelines or any DAG or any task which you are going to write, it will have extension.py. So all the Airflow extension or the Airflow DAGs are written on a Python scripts only. So all those will have a .py extensions only, and those will be saved in a DAG folder. And where that DAG folder will be, I will show you. But for now, just consider there is a DAG folder, which will be your trigger point. Just like suppose in your cron, there was a cron tab.e that was a file, but here will we have a repository, a folder where all your DAG files will be kept. Okay, and suppose we have added a dag.py file and we are trying to schedule it. There are 2 points which is very much important. First thing is that your Airflow environment, right? Your scheduler will scan every 5 minutes. The scheduler will scan this DAG folder every 5 minutes just to check that is there any new DAG file is added or not. If your Airflow is running on the server or in your local host, and your DAG folder, you have added a new DAG file, your scheduler is the one who will be scanning the DAG folder every 5 minutes just to check if there any DAG file is added. If it is added, right, you can go to the web server and it will check that in the UI, it will be reflected and it will be visible that a new DAG file is added. And if there is any syntax mistakes, it will just say that DAG file is failed. Okay, and scheduler is running every 5 minutes just to scan there is any DAG file is added or not, and it will run every 30 seconds just to scan that whatever DAG is already been loaded into web server, is there is any modification has happened or not. So it's very much dynamic that if any modifications happens to your DAG file, it will just scan and it will check, okay, your DAG file is scanned and it is happened some modifications, and it will change it, and those changes will be reflected to your web server. So it parses the DAG folder every 5 minutes just to scan new DAGs are added or not, and parses every 30 seconds by existing DAGs just to check the modification with the existing DAGs. Okay. The second thing is that when a scheduler tries to run the DAG, so whenever a scheduler tries to run the existing DAGs, it creates a DAG run objects. Okay. So it will be creating a DAG run object, and it will store that information into a meta store. That a new DAG run object is created. Okay. And the state of that DAG run object, the status or the state of that DAG run object will be queued. In the status of this DAG run object will be in queued. Okay. Then once your DAG run will be in the running state, we have seen that any operator, when it's in running state, it becomes a task instance. So any scheduled task instance of object. So when your DAG is in the running state, it will create a task instance, right? And the status of that DAG run will be in the running, but your task instance will be on a none state. Your task instance current status will be a none. Okay. The next step will be, once the tag status will be in the running none state, your scheduler will send the task instance to your executor, and it will schedule the task instance to the executor. Okay. Then the executor is the one which will say to the worker to execute that job, right? And it will change your task instance status from none to running state. Okay. First it was a none state, then it become queued. Now it is become a running state. So when it will be like scheduled for executor, when it will be executed, so it will give you two outputs. First output is that the status will become failed if it failed due to something happened to it, like there was some mistakes, in syntax mistake, or anything was not present, any logical mistake, any runtime mistakes, anything can happen, right? Any error happened. If it failed, then it will update the task instance that it failed, or if it passed successfully, then it will update the task instance that, okay, your status is successful or it is failed. Okay. Then what the next step happened, then all those updated information will go into your meta store that, okay, this task instance failed, or your task instance successfully passed or run completely. Then the scheduler will check, okay, if there is any work is still done, or any meta store is any DAGs are still need to be run, or any schedule job is still there to be completed, or schedule, or anything to be is there to be run. Okay. If it is not there, then the web server is something which tries to communicate continuously with the meta store to grab all the information, whatever things are happening, right? It is creating the none state, it is creating the task instance, it is running, or it is in the multiple instance, whatever the happening, what is the states, all the informations will be continuously updated to your meta store, and that meta store is the one who will be giving the information to the web server, and then using the web server, you can monitor everything continuously, which will be reflected in your web application, right? And we have seen that that thing was not achievable with the cron. In the cron, you can just schedule your cron expressions, and you just say, okay, I have scheduled it, and that task happened. I can just go and can check the log if it failed or not. If it is running, you cannot check, right? There was no way in the cron expressions, you cannot check it, like if it's running or not. There was no way to monitor it. So those things are like plus point or like benefits of Airflow. So the queue fit, right? So the DAG run in the whenever a tag is trying to run, right? So in the DAG there will be multiple task instance, right? So in the DAG there will be multiple tasks is happening in the background. So the maintaining that the DAG tasks, your queue will be the one who will be maintaining that order, that the DAG itself will be ordered and currently running. Okay. So in the multi-node, can the Airflow run on the different server as well? So in the multi-node, can Airflow run on the different server as well? Yes, Pratik, it can run on the multiple servers. So just suppose that this DAG, I'm taking it as a single DAG, but inside a DAG, there can be possibility of having multiple tasks. So in a DAG, there are multiple tasks, then there are in the multiple tasks, there is the possibility of an order of those tasks, right? So I'm not breaking this DAGs into a multiple tasks. Just suppose that in this DAG, there are multiple tasks, which is maintaining an order, which is happening which is done by queue. So the first thing is that you add a DAG file, which is a Python file in a DAG folder. It is being passed by the scheduler every 5 minutes that it is a new DAG file is added or not. And the scheduler runs every 30 seconds just to parse that whatever the DAG is already there, is there any modification happened with the DAG file or not. And then, so once that scheduling is done, your DAGs are added into your Airflow. Then the next step is that your scheduler will schedule your DAGs, and it will create a DAG run object, and all those information will be stored in your metastore. Okay, so when it will be scheduling it, so it will be based on your expression when you have scheduled it. So there is a feature. You can also use cron expressions for scheduling a job, but you can also use your Python syntax to schedule a job. I will show you how it happens. But it's good to know that you are aware of cron expressions and you have attended the last session. So it will be very helpful because there will be some minor concepts of Linux terminal or commands we will be going to use, and the cron expression will be also going to very helpful for here. Suppose once your scheduler schedules your job into a metastore, it will create a DAG run object, and your DAG run object will have in a queue state. Okay, once it is in a queue state, and once the time comes, it will try to run that DAG object, right? Task instance, and it will create a task instance from your DAG run. Okay, and that DAG run task instance currently in a none state. I will give you a chart like what is the current status of the flow of the statuses. Okay, the task instance is currently in a none state. Then from the none state, it goes from the queue state. When it goes to the queue state, when the scheduler task instance tries to execute. So the scheduler is the one which will send the task instance to the executor, and the executor is the one which will send your task instance to the worker to execute it. Once that task instance completed its execution using the worker, it will update the status to the metastore, like what was the result of my execution, whether I failed or I have successfully run, like I completed my job, right? So all the information will be stored into the metastore, and the metastore is, and then the scheduler will come and it will check the metastore. Is there any job which is need to be scheduled, or it is still need to be sent to the executor to from the worker to execute? If it is not there, then it will not going to run further, but your web server is someone which will be updating the UI again and again continuously just to check the status. Okay, I'm sending you a flow which will be very helpful to understand. Okay, so I have mentioned two things. First thing is that DAG running. Second thing is that task running, right? Does it send notification if there is any failure? Yes, Prasanna, it sends notification. It sends you the logs. You can check everything which is not achievable in the cron. So it's very much user friendly. With the web server, you can monitor it like, okay, this job is running. What is the current output? What is things happening? You can monitor everything. So if web server is down, if there is any way to check the statuses, Gaurav, if the wave server is down, right? If there is any way to check statuses, see it will based on your designing of your DAG. So you have seen that using the cron, it was achievable to generate some kind of logs, right, locally. So whenever any task is running, you can by using the logger functions, you can log those tasks, right? So in the backend, you know that those are the Python scripts. So you can create your Python functions in a way that it saves or generates some kind of logs files. We will see what is Docker and why we are going to use it and all those things, right? So basically, I just added one more slide. I just wanted to add this information that I was aware that maybe somebody is there who should be not aware of the Docker, right? So Docker is basically a software development platform and a kind of virtualization technology that makes easy to develop and deploy applications inside packed virtual containerized environments. So what is Docker basically? So Docker is basically nothing but a software development platform and a kind of virtualization technology that makes easy to develop and deploy apps inside packed virtual containerized environment. Docker is not a scope for this course. I can say Apache Airflow. I will not going to cover the Docker for now. But for those people who want to know in a single hit that what is Docker is helping us, I can just show you something. This is a famous meme for Docker. It's like we in industry, right? This is one of the most thing which comes across, one of the most major thing which come across. Like if your code is running on your system, it will not going to run on the client system, right? So it will not going to run on production. So it's like if it's working on my machine, then we will ship that machine, and that will how the Docker was born. So it's like this is a meme that if it's working on your system, then how the customers will going to see. You cannot send your laptop to them, right, as a software. So that concept converted into a Docker environment. So Docker is nothing but, you can say, a small operating system in your current operating system, which has their own database, own environment, where you can write your codes and you can create your your applications. And once it is running in your Docker environment, it can be shipped in anybody. It can give you the guarantee that your application will run anywhere, because you will not going to send your codes only, but you will be sending your Docker containers, right? You will pack your application into a concept called Docker containers. So your container will be the packet of your code or your application, and it will be shipped to another environment where it can be installed, that Docker containers, and your application will be running in the same way. So you do not need to take care of the packages or the environment which you were using locally where your application was running, because your container will have the same environment, whatever that you have used in your local system, it will be running in the same system. Hope now you know why we are using Docker, right? And don't worry, people, guys, that we don't need even the mediocre level of understanding for the Docker to complete our Apache Airflow this course. And if you know how to on it and switch off, shut down, that's enough. That is enough. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
So we all have a working setup, right, for the Airflow. So let's start with a bit walkthrough of the UI, right? Then we will be able to go further for the concept part. Okay, so this is once you have installed and logged in properly on the 8080 port of your local host, you will be able to see a UI which I have mentioned yesterday. It will be look like this. Okay, so this will be your home page of the Airflow, and these are some examples of pipeline which comes by default. So this is not the one which I have created, because even if you have, even if you will look into your system, right, it will be present for everyone. So these are some examples for just for the visible template. You can open any one and just can go through the codes. So these are the codes of this template, right? This is how they are created. So these are some examples. There are some features, like some settings by which you can remove everything. So those things are work on the production. Let it, for now, let it be there. Okay. But in production, we do not need all these. We just remove it. Okay. Let's open any one of the data pipeline. Let's open. So what things are need to be remember? Like, first of all, you can see there is a name, right? There is a name of a DAG. So this DAG will have a name, and that should be unique. That is the most important thing. Your DAG should have a unique name. Otherwise, due to the conflict, it will be show an error. So you can say that whatever number of pipelines are there, all are having a unique name. Second thing is that you can see there are some tags, right? So these tags allows you to categorize your like DAGs. So these tags allows you to categorize your DAGs to differ like teams and functionalities. So these are some kind of configurations of every DAG which can help you to categorize the particular data pipeline. There's some other options. So the owner is like, it's not that much important, but the owner tab will say who is the owner of your DAG. So right now everything by default will be created by Airflow in your local. So it will be Airflow everything. Even if you create some custom data pipelines, it will be Airflow. Okay. Then the second tab is called run. Okay. It will say the status of all previous tags run. For now, you can say that dataset consumer 1, the status was 1 for failed. Okay. So it says it ran one time only, and the status was a failed. So it was not successful. There are other statuses like queued. If any data pipeline is in current status is queued, so it will be say like 1 here. Like number of data pipeline can be vary. So if you run multiple times this single data pipeline, it will be have a multiple variant number. But just because I tried to run it only once time and it failed, so it just say, okay, it failed for one time. There is number of status as running. There is a success number. There is a queued number. Okay. The schedule is like data. This schedule is like the cron expression. It works on the cron expression in the backend. Okay. But you can see there are some expressions which is written on the cron, and there are like, see, this is one of the cron example, and this is also one of the cron example, and this is also the cron example. But you also see there is some written in a string type, like @daily, @daily. It's none, one day, at a particular time. Just remember, in the backend, in the background, the logic will be working as a cron expression. You can also pass, just because we are working with Python, you can also pass it as some kind of strings, like @daily. I will just give you the list of it. What can you use per minute, your daily, or per weekly, or per month, like that way. But at the end, it will be converted in the backend as a cron expression, and it will be working on that. So it's better to follow cron expression. But if you want to write in a fancy way, you can use strings like that. If you open any data pipeline, right, so you will be able to find before it, let me cover more here. Let's see what are, and these are some other more like statuses, like none, removed, scheduled, queued, running, success, shutdown, restarting, and failed. So yesterday we have covered that there are some important status of any particular task, like none, successful, failed, for particular task instance, right? So these are those, but those are like one of the most important status are none, scheduled, queued, running, success, and failed only. There are more, but those are not important. Now let's go inside a particular data pipeline. Okay. So the first view, there are multiple views. Some of them are very useful, but it will totally depends on what use case you want to see. Okay. So the first and the most, not most important, I will say, like most of the time you will be using this graph only, but let's see what this grid view is actually about. Okay. So this grid view will give you the details of your data pipeline, of like what duration it took to complete. If it is red, then it's failed. If it is green, then it is like completed successfully. Okay. And there are some more detailed information, like total run displayed, like how many times it, what is the max duration, like suppose this data pipeline ran 10 times, then what was the max duration of all this that 10 runtime. Okay. What is the mean duration of all those data pipelines? Okay. Like minimum run duration, it will say what is the number of total tasks in this particular DAG, what is the how many, what kind of operators it have. So it will say all those informations here. Okay. But if you will click on the results right here, it will give you more details, like for that particular status, like it is failed already. So that is the reason it is saying that status was failed. And it will also say that run ID, if you will see here, it is says manually, right? So that means that particular DAG was manually triggered, it was not automated. So you will be able to see manual and self triggered. Okay, you will see option, I will show you how it looks like. But if you will see any manual, it means it was triggered manually, it was not automated or scheduled. Okay. The run type was manual. The second important view is graph. This one is a good example. Okay. So you can see this is a DAG just because it is having a directed edges and it doesn't have any cycles, right? In the graph view, so whatever DAG you'll be going to create, right, it will show you the visual representation of it. And it looks very good, like when once you trigger it right from here manually. So I'm trying to trigger it manually, but it will fail. I will tell you why. So you will be able to see the colors of every visualization. Okay. See, currently it's green. Why it is green? So if it was light green, it indicate that it is like a running state. But if it is in darker green, right, it will say that it's successfully completed. There are other colors of a particular thing, like if it is in violet, then it means it deferred. If it is red, then it means the particular task failed. If any of the task or any of the box is in light purple, it means indicated it is restarting. And there are other statuses. Okay. So we were on the graph view and we tried to trigger it manually and see when it completed, right, it is saying that the status. And one more thing, that this button indicates pause or unpause, right? If it is disabled, it means that this particular data pipeline is disabled and it will be not scheduled. Even if it is scheduled, it will be not running. So to make it run, you have to enable it. So we have only 3 active. So it is the list of all. This is the list of all the data pipelines. Even if you create a data pipeline for you by custom, it will come here. But if it is running, right, it will come into active. So the active list will say all the data sets, all the data pipeline which are currently enabled. So we can see this is the current example branch level. Okay. So let's go into the graph view. We can say that this particular DAG have multiple task instance, like multiple tasks. Clear? But if you want to see what is happening inside a particular task, we can click it. We can just hover it and you can see the status says success. You will be able to see the task ID. You will be able to see what is the run. You will able to see the run ID. You will be able to see the operator it is using. You will able to see the trigger rule. You will able to see what time it was triggered and what time it was finished. Okay. It will be working for every other task. But if you will click on it, you will get a pop-up like this. This pop-up will have, you can get more informations of a particular task level. If you, this is the one of the most important thing which you will be working with, the logs. So if you will click on the logs, right, will come into a log page just because it is not generating any, this task is particularly not generating any logs, so it is empty. But let me show you one of the logs. Let's see some failure logs. Okay, this is a failed data set. Let's open it, go into logs, empty. Okay, it is also not generating any logs. What about this? Okay, see, it is trying to generate some kind of logs which is coming from your Airflow. It says that it failed to fetch log files from worker. So we will try to fix it, but for see what are the different options we have. So there are penalty of options. So in the graph view, okay, so we have covered the graph. Now let's come to the next view, which is landing time. So this landing time is nothing but it's just a graph. It's also a kind of graph. It is also a kind of graph. And how it will going to help? Just suppose your particular DAG, when it started, right? It took some time. Like our task took around 15 minutes, and then 30 minutes for the second task, and the third task took around 30 minutes more, and then it's end. Okay. Just because your data pipeline is taking more time, so what you need to do is like you can optimize it. So once you've done the optimization and once you trigger it, you will be able to see the pulse changes in here, right? It will show you the pulse of the optimizations here. So you will be able to like easily recognize like what changes happened by the time duration it is taking for the completing from the start to the end of your particular DAG. Okay. There is also a Gantt chart. So Gantt chart will show you like number of seconds. It's same as landing time, but it shows you the pulse. But here it will show you the same thing in the Gantt chart. Particular task will take how much time. Okay. These are the only these are actually templates. So if you want to create a logic and you are just want to add frame of reference, right? How my DAG should be. So you can just go through and check all the examples. You will be able to get how to design your own. So that is the whole and sole purpose of those examples, to create, to give you a template and just to give you a code to just to go through like how you can create your own data pipelines, which can be related to, which can be similar to that. In the calendar view, you will be able to see to get a track of it. Just because if you schedule, just suppose that if you are scheduled a data pipeline daily and you just want to get a track of a whole month, how what was the performance, and if you want to figure it out, right, what date is exactly failing. So you will just suppose that every weekend a DAG is failing for a whole month. So you will be able to get very easily that, okay, for that particular Sunday, every Sunday a DAG is failing, and every Saturday is DAG is failing, and the Monday to Friday it is working fine. So you can able to get a more overview, like top level view to get the status. You will be able to get a top view of the pattern which a DAG is following or your ETL data pipeline is following. So that the good feature which is called a calendar view. Okay, so we have covered grid, graph. What is task duration? Let's see. This is not available. Task tries. Okay, it is same like landing page. Gantt chart details is also not that important, but one of the most important thing is code. So whatever DAGs you will be going to code in Python, right, you will be able to see here. So this is the Python code which is exactly written to create this particular DAG. So how it will be helpful? This particular view will be helpful because we have already know that that scheduler will be scanning every 5 minutes to see there is any new DAG is added in the DAG folder or not, and scheduler will be scanning every 30 seconds to see the changes in your DAG if there is any code modifications happened. Okay, so if your DAG is not working properly, you can come into the code section and you can see that whatever changes you have done with in your local, is it present here or not. So you will be able to get a better try. Okay, my Airflow is working in this current code. It is same with my local code or not. So if it is not, then you have to wait for 30 seconds or 5 minutes. Then once the code is refreshed, you can use it. In the production, right? If you will able to see in the industry, any open source applications are configured, so you can even what they do is, like, if they are using any open source tool, right, they change the logo and they put their own company's name or organization names. So even if you use any organization Jira, right, you will not able to see the Jira logo. They will be using their own organization's logo. So everything is configurable. So we all have this kind of configurations, right? We have a DAG folder, we have a log folder, we have a plugins, we have an environment, and we have a Docker Compose file. Hope everybody who has done with their configurations or the setup, they can see this kind of things in their local system. Let's create our new file. We will call it user processing.py. So first thing to remember that whatever DAGs you will be creating, it will be a Python file. Okay, it will be a Python file. So every DAG starts with, like, if you want to say that how your Python file be considered as a DAG file, so it should having a import function which is called from Airflow import DAG. I will explain everything, like whatever the import functions I'm importing and whatever functions I don't even know how we got here. It's because we have added the date time. I have to import it. Okay, from date time import date time. Okay. So just first we need to install library, right? Balasubramaniam, you don't need to install the library just because you have already installed the Airflow container. Airflow container, right? So you don't need to download or install any other third-party libraries. It will be there. Okay. So every DAG will be starting. It will be considered as a DAG once you try to import a particular DAG from here. Okay. So it is like from Airflow import a DAG, and every DAG, just like every function starts with a main function, right? So this will be your starting function of a particular DAG. Like it starts with the DAG, and then you just have to give the unique name of that particular data pipeline. Like I'm giving a user processing, as I have earlier mentioned, that every DAG will have their unique name, right? So every DAG will have their unique name. So this name I'm talking about currently. So these are the unique names of that particular DAG. So this is the DAG with a unique name, user processing. And then I'm just giving another parameter, which is like start date. So what will be the date when once that will indicate your DAG will be start running, or okay. So I'm just giving a random date which should start at 1st January of 2023. Okay. So the start date is like I'm just trying to pass what will be the date the DAG is starting, like starting date. And then there's another parameter which is scheduled interval, like what exactly expression it should be running. So we know that we can also pass cron expressions here, but I am just passing @daily, which means that it will be running by default daily. Okay. There's another important parameter which is catch-up. I will suggest you that please use catch-up equals to false. Why false? Why not true? And what catch-up is actually about? So catch-up is a parameter which is used to to trigger your data pipelines in in a historical way. Suppose you have created a DAG and it is triggered last month, and again after 1 month you are trying to trigger it, and if in that case, if your catch-up was true, what it will tell the DAG that okay, the last triggered of that particular DAG was 1 month back, and the catch up is true, please try to trigger the DAG for every day, whatever the day it was missed to triggered due to whatever reason. So that will be triggering your DAG multiple run for multiple times, and it will be like what to say, it will be not good, because you will be getting a lots of it will be lots of what is the default value of catch up? The catch up comes with the default value as true, so it's better to define it as false, and just telling is none. So everything, whatever kind of task you will going to define, all those will be in the with DAG function. So catch up is a parameter which is used to define, like if your DAG or data pipeline was not triggered from the last triggered point for the I'm just telling you an example, right? Just suppose there was a data pipeline which should be running daily, okay, but something happened and it failed for certain week or certain months for continuously, and it was properly ran last month, and once you fix that after 1 month, and you try to trigger it again, right? And if the catch up was true, what it will go and say to the DAG, okay, the catch up is true, and the last successfully ran was the last month, and we have bandwidth that it needs to be triggered daily, and there is a 1 month gap. So what it will do, it will create a replication of triggered points for that particular DAG, that it will be running 30 days for 30 times for that particular each and every day. So it will create too many triggered DAGs for you, okay, which you don't need actually sometimes, because if you're testing it locally, so it's better to make it false, because you don't want to. One quick question, any of those? No, whatever is mentioned there, those are important ones. You cannot miss them. All are mandatory. There are a lot of parameters, but I have used only which are mandatory. I will show you what are else you can use and what you can pass. So you already know that a DAG is used for directed acyclic graph, right? And this is how a DAG should be look like. That every DAG will have a starting point which is called node, and every node will be equivalent to a particular task, and this is the edge which will be define the dependency, okay? And we know that what is an operator. So operators is nothing but it defines a task, and we have 3 different types of operators. First is action operator, which executes an action. We have transfer operator, which transfers our data. We have a sensor operator, which waits for a condition to be met, okay? So let's see a new component which is called providers in Airflow. So we already know that we have DAGs, a concept of DAG. We also have a concept of providers, concept of operators. A new thing which is called providers in Airflow. Okay, what are those providers? So providers are nothing but these are the building blocks of Airflow. Why those are building blocks? Because we should be having a good understanding of modular programming in Airflow, right? So Airflow is created in a certain manner that everything is a modular program. So everything is like a module. So if you install Airflow in the Docker environment, right? Not object orientation, Asim. I'm just talking about, just consider it as a method. So everything is like a method or a function, okay? So once we install the Airflow, right? So the Airflow core, it's equivalent to installing it like pip install Apache Airflow. So the Apache Airflow comes with many of the operators, like it comes with many default operators. Just for example, once you install a Python in your local system, right? You will not be able to use pandas library or numpy library. Why? Because Python comes with default libraries, but if you want to use any third-party library, right, you need to install it in your Python environment. So using any third-party library or any third-party features or any third-party framework in Python, it requires you to install a new package in your Python environment. Because default Python will not going to give you everything, otherwise it will be a very overloaded. It will be a very huge file, because by default, you will not be able to from navigator, right? Not Mangeshu, just not take the example from the navigator. I'm not talking about Anaconda. Okay, just think about that you are a web developer and you need a particular packages, right? And someone is working in the data science and it needs some other set of packages, and someone is working with the SQL databases and then he needs some other packages. So it is very difficult to figure it out what packages a particular person can need. So what we do, we create a default package and we bundle them and we give you as a default. Like, okay, these are the default packages which comes with your installation. But if you need anything else from your use case, so what you can do, you can install it externally. Clear? So if you are working in a data science domain, you can install pandas or NumPy externally. If you're working in the web development, you can install Django or Flask for yourself. If you're working with your SQL background, then you can install like SQL Alchemy or SQLite or Postgres kind of packages for your Python environment. So the same concept, if you are installing Airflow, so it comes with some default packages like Python operator, like bash operator. But in future, just suppose if you want to connect your Airflow with AWS, you want to connect your Airflow with dbt, you want to work with Databricks kind of applications, you want to run with a Databricks kind of application with Airflow, you want to store some database on the Snowflake, then what you will be doing? So what we will do, we will try to install them in our Airflow environment, like a third-party application. We will try to do some kind of connections, or we will try to install it. This is the list of the providers which is currently available in the market. You can see that what Airflow provides you as a third-party extension or integrations. So you can see the Apache Airflow. You can connect with Apache HDFC. There is Apache Pig, Apache Kafka, and there Apache Hive is there. You can connect with Alibaba Cloud. Apache Hive is there, and then Amazon AWS is there. Apache Spark. You can also connect with Attention Jira. Okay. Let's go to the page number 2. You can see some more famous names like Common SQL. There is Google GCP is there, right? Elasticsearch is there. Databricks is there. Discord is there, and then dbt Cloud is there. Docker is there. GitHub is there, right? And there is Kubernetes is there. Mongo for database connectivity, and then Node4j is there, and then Oracle is there. MySQL. So there are many more. See, there is Microsoft Azure is also. So Microsoft Azure is also there. So there are multiple connectivity as a provider is possible with Airflow. What you need to do is just to call your particular provider. So if you are calling it, and you have to include it into your DAG, and it will help, like it will think, okay, this provider, I can connect to this provider and can do all those tasks, whatever you need to do. So we will try to create a one DAG for the first task in our DAG. We will call it as create table, and we will using Postgres operator. This will have some parameters. I'll explain what everything is. Just bear with me. Okay, so every task. So what is the pattern of creating a particular task? For creating a particular task inside your DAG, what you need to do is that you need to first create a table inside your DAG. Okay, you can give any table, any variable name, you can give, and that will be called as a task. Okay, but a task will be having some kind of important features. Okay, the feature is that you have to explain that whatever variable you have created inside your DAG, what kind of operator it is. So we are saying that this create table is an operator which is called Postgres operator. So you have to import that Postgres operator first. So for importing it, I have to use from Airflow dot providers dot post grace dot operator dot postgrace import postgrace operator. Okay, see, now the yellow mark has gone. Now, as I have told that for every variable you will be having a particular operator type. So what that task? Sorry, did not understand? Okay, so I'm telling that for creating a, why did you use providers? Let me explain. Okay, for creating a particular task inside your DAG, you have to create a Python variable for it. Okay, and you have to assign that that variable should be a operator. Okay, that variable should be an operator. If that operator, then you have to define what operator it is. There are multiple operators that will encapsulate whatever things you have mentioned inside it, and what kind of work and what kind of job it will going to do. So I am saying that we need a Postgres operator. I will explain everything, like why we are using Postgres and what we are doing. Just for now, just understand that this is a Postgres operator. So what Postgres operator will be going to do? It will be doing the SQL related jobs for you. Okay, just because we are using the Postgres operator, so it is a provider which will not going to come as default. So you need to import it. As I have already told that if it's something is not coming as default, you have to install it. So we do not install it in Airflow. We just try to import it. Okay, and this is the import function I have used.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is a one node architecture in Airflow? The options are a deployment setup where all Airflow components run on a single machine, a database management system used by Airflow, a scheduling algorithm used by Airflow, a programming language for data analysis. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
So the Postgres operator, just because this is a provider and this is an operator, so that's the reason we are calling Airflow providers. From the Airflow providers, we need to in Airflow providers, we need Postgres, which is an operator type of Postgres. Okay, and then we are just calling the Postgres operator. So you don't need to remember everything. So it's something which is like comes with practice, or you can use Google for the documentation. That's it. You cannot remember everything. Okay, but there are one of the most frequently used operators. If you are using, you will be able to recall it, and you can just do a copy paste. That's it. Okay. So for using the Postgres operator, I have to import this function. And then there are some important things in this particular operator. What are those? That every task should have a unique name. I've already mentioned that every DAG will have a unique name in the list of DAGs, but inside a particular DAG, there should be a unique task name, which will be defined by task ID. So for better practice, what I follow is that I use the same name, whatever I have used as a variable, because we know that we cannot have the multiple variable names of the same name. Otherwise, it will be like overridden. So it's better to whatever variable you have given, just give it as a unique task ID. So what it will be say that it will be uniquely define your task. You have to use the task ID. So these are something which is parameters. So I'm not saying that, okay, oh, okay, it should be task, sorry. Okay, it will be a task ID. It was a spelling mistake. So you have to use the task ID, okay? And then we have to pass the Postgres connection ID. So what is that connection? So it will be defining to, it will be working as a bridge to connect. What kind of bridge? So to connecting your DAG for up that SQL, okay? So whatever SQL database you will be going to use, it will be, this connection will help you to connect. So it will be working as a bridge. And then once you connect it by using this connection, what you need to do, you need to pass a SQL query. So we are just trying to pass SQL query. What is that SQL query says? That we have to create a user table. If it doesn't exist, then create it. What it will be going to create? It will be create a user table with having these parameters like first name, last name, country, username, password, and email. And all will be text, not tests. Okay, all will be a text. All will be a text format data type and not null. So connection ID, actually this Postgres is just a name of the connection ID. We have to create a connection for it. And I will show you how we create a connection, okay, inside Airflow. Where it will be, let me show you. If you have got the time, have you gone through this YAML file and tried to read? So if you will try to read this YAML file, right, you will be able to get many things. So this is Apache Airflow default line, okay. Let's see what are things here, okay. What things are explained here. So it says that by default, Airflow core executor, it will be using Celery executor. So we will be working with Celery executor. What are other executors we have? So we have sequential executor, which works on Python. Local executor, we have a local executor which also works on Python. There is Kubernetes executors. There are multiple executors for multiple nodes, okay. But by default, we are using Celery executor. Then for the Airflow database SQL Alchemy connections, we will be using Postgres SQL, and it will be using Python library ScikroPy. So we will be using Celery cluster, and the executor will be for that cluster, working on that cluster, it will be using Celery executor. So for the Airflow database, so Airflow itself has a own database, and it is Postgres. So you can see it is trying to connect all the login credentials will be used by ScikroPy, and your credentials are Airflow. So your user ID is Airflow, your password will be Airflow. Okay. And if you're using Airflow version 2.3, less than 2.3, then this will be the logic which is working in the backend. But just because we are working on the 2.5.1, then this will be a self-sufficient for us. Okay. What are the volumes? So volumes are nothing but are the directories which is used by the Airflow. Okay. So the Airflow project directory for DAX will be opt Airflow DAX. For project directory for logs, it will be using Airflow logs. And for the Airflow project directory plugins, it will be using opt Airflow plugins. What are those directories? So see, it is actually saying mapping. What is mapping? So you can see two things. First thing is that locally, whatever you have folders, it is defined inside your Windows environment. Let me show you where. In Apache session 2, we all have a workplace, right? In materials, we have a working environment. So what is this working environment? This working environment is nothing but the Airflow project directory .dags. So this DAG folder is nothing but this DAG folder. This log folder is nothing but this log folder. This plugin folder is nothing but this plugin folder. Okay. But this directory is being mapped to something which is called opt Airflow DAG. So what is this actually? So this is nothing but inside structure of your Docker environment. So we are mapping our Windows directory to our Docker environment because our Airflow application is running inside a Docker environment. Clear? I will show you where are those directory inside your Airflow. So it comes that your Airflow comes with some of the services which will be installed by default once you install your Docker environment. Okay. The first service is Postgres. So the Postgres is using the 13 as the current version. Okay, the Postgres user will be Airflow. The password will be initialized as Airflow, and the DB will be Postgres DB will be Airflow. So the database will be Airflow, the name of the database, and your user will be Airflow, and your password will be Airflow. The volume will be like, it will create a new volume which will be called Postgres DB volume, and it will be created inside var lib Postgres SQL inside data. Okay, these are not that much important. The Redis is not important for you right now. Okay, there is an Airflow web server. So Airflow web server is defined that it will be using a port 8080 ASIM. So yesterday you were asking that can we change the local host with 8080 or we can use other ports? Yes, you can do. So what you need to do is that you just need to change the ports here, and you just restart your Docker. It will change it. It will change for you, right? Okay. There are some intervals like timeout, retries. So what are those intervals? Suppose you try to open your web server and web service was not up for 10 minutes. So it will say timeout, and you can extend it. Just suppose you are having a low internet speed, your bandwidth is not that much good. So you can just modify your timeout or interval times. So it will not fail for you. Okay. There is also one volume. I think this thing will be not present for you. This is not important. I have just added it. Okay. Airflow scheduler. So Airflow scheduler will also have some kind of commands, some kind of intervals, and some conditions. Airflow workers will also CMD processes. So these are the important things. Okay. One thing I just wanted to show you. Does install Postgres locally? Yes, this question, right? So you can see there are multiple containers like material Airflow scheduler. We have Airflow triggered. We have Airflow web server, which is running on port 8080 for me. We have Airflow worker. We have Airflow Postgres. We have Airflow Redis. Let's see what are those. So if I will open my Airflow desktop application, right, I will be able to see that in that particular application, so we have multiple options in the market. We can use XML, okay, for the configurations. So YAML is something which is like newly developed to simplify all the configurations to be installed. Okay, just for example, if you want to make a configuration file which is need to do some certain kind of job. Okay, so there are multiple options which you can do. You can create a XML file for creating configuration files. You can create other batch like normally shell file for it, but YAML is one of the most widely used options right now in the market because it's very simplified. It follows some data structures, so you can do a Google how to write your own YAML file. But for now, because Airflow provides you a default YAML file which you can modify for your own use, so why not to use it? Okay, so we are just using a default YAML file which is given by the Airflow itself on his official website. We have just downloaded it and we are using it. So from scratch, you mean that if you want to use in your production environment, right? And if it's using a particular, suppose on particular clusters, you want to use on particular directories, you can use it. You can modify it as from your use case. Okay. But to see that once we have installed that from the Docker environment for the Airflow, it installed some various applications for us. Okay, in the applications we can see this Postgres, right? So the Postgres is nothing but it's just an database application which is installed inside your container as a separate application. So you have created an application in a material, and that application there are multiple containers like Redis is there, Postgres there. Those are individually one applications as running it like separately. So everything is running, but you can see Airflow init 1 is exited. It will run only the first time once you are creating your Airflow setup, and it will be not running again. It will not run again. It will be exited state, but everything will be running whenever your Airflow setup will be up. Why? Because this container is the like owner of all the installations of the Airflow environment. Clear? So this is the application of the Postgres, which is installed inside your Airflow environment, which we will be going to use for our connections. Okay. Now we just need a connection which will connect our DAGs to this Postgres application. Clear? Now, can we go inside it? Like, can we go inside that particular applications? Yes, we can go inside it. So for that, we have another command which is called docker exec -it space. You can give any one name like scheduler. Just copy it, Control C, right click, space, -bin -bash. Okay, just give it. I'm just doing a copy and pasting here for everyone. So I've given this command, which is called docker space exec space -it space material. I just given the one of the containers name. Right now you can see we are not in something called Danish desktop, right? We are inside something which is called Airflow, and we are inside a directory which is called opt Airflow. Okay, so what happened that in this terminal, it was accessing the Windows environment, but right now we are inside the Docker environment and we are trying to access one of the applications or one of the containers. So if you will do ls now, we will be able to see there is a airflow.config file. So this is one of the most important files which will be used for you to, if you are doing any kind of configurations. As I mentioned, right, everything is configurable in the Airflow. So if you are doing any kind of configurations, this file will helpful. And that was the reason I told you that Linux is one of the most important thing to learn if you are trying to do, if you want to learn any applications which is running on the cloud. Because how will we going to use, how will you going to read it? Because right now we are on the Linux environment, right? You can use a VI editor to read it. But I just want to show what are things, what else things are there. So there is a DAG folder, right? There is a log folder. So this DAG folder and the log folder are nothing but the files which are being mapped here. So your Windows DAG is actually mapped to that DAG folder, and your logs is nothing but just mapped to that Airflow logs folder. Clear? You want to see that what are inside that? Let's do NLS. Let's cd to DAGs. So it is clear. Cd dot dot. Let's go into log folder. Cd to logs. See, there is a DAG ID folder, there is a DAG processing manager, there is a scheduler. The same thing you can see here. So in the DAG folder, in the logs, you will be able to see the scheduler folder and the DAG processor manager. So whatever things are generated here will be visible here, and whatever things are generated here will be visible here. So there are something, there are some way they are being mapped, which is all you already explained in your YAML once you have installed it. Clear? Can I proceed further? More? Let's learn how to create a connection. So we have created our one task, and we have saying that we need something which should be connected of the Postgres using the Postgres connection ID, and we are passing the SQL query. But how your DAG will be explaining that, okay, we need a connection which should be connected to your Postgres. So there should be a bridge. So let's create that bridge. So we will come here in the admin section. We'll go into the connections and we will add a new connection. Okay. And we will just say connection ID as Postgres. We will say connection type as Postgres. We will say host as Postgres. Host name as Postgres. Okay. For the login, we know we need to pass Airflow.
for login credentials. For password of this connection will be Airflow, because this is the default password we have. Okay, and for the port, we have defined it as 5432. I will show you where it is defined. Okay. So now we have a new connection in the Airflow, which will be used from our DAGs, or you can use this connection in any number of DAGs where you are using a Postgres connection. Okay, simple. So let's go where is 5432 is being defined. Let's do a search. 5432. Okay, there is no 5432. There should be. Okay, nothing more. So that 532 port will be used to connect to that Airflow connections. So now we have a connection. So we have seen how to create a connections. Okay, and we have seen something which is called how to go inside a particular container. Now let's see some of the sensors. There are three types of operators, right? First was action operator, second was transfer operator, third was the sensor operator. So I have already explained that action operator is nothing but it's something which you need to execute, then you will be using an action operator. Second thing was a transfer operator. So transfer operators was nothing but whenever you were trying to transfer data from one database to another database, or you're transferring one file to another location. Okay, but there is a third operator, which is sensor operator. You can take an example. Just suppose you are waiting for a bus in a bus stop. Okay, and you will be not onboarded to a bus unless and until you will be able to see a bus coming. Okay, so you will not going to do anything apart from just waiting, and once the bus will come to the station, you will be onboarded or you will be boarded to that bus. Clear? So that's the same concept of sensor operator, that it will be waiting something to happen, or it will be waiting for an action which is need to be done first. Otherwise, till then it will be on a waiting state. It will be on pending state. It will not going to run your task unless and until it will happen. Okay. So how it is beneficial? So any sensor operators has these two parameters. One is poke interval and second one is timeout. So what is those parameters of a sensor operator? So the poke interval by default comes with 60 seconds. Okay, so sensors will have these two parameters, which is the most important one. First one is called poke interval and second one is called timeout. And what are those? So first thing is that poke interval comes with 60 seconds of a default interval, and the timeout comes for seven days as default. So why those are default timings are there? Suppose you are waiting for a particular task. So by default, your sensor operator will say that poke it every 60 seconds just to check that your delay is still there or not, and how much longer you will be waiting for it. It will be defined by the timeout. So timeout will say, okay, I have already waited for 7 days, that things didn't happen. Then what is need to done? Just fail your task. So the poke interval is nothing but it will be poking every 60 seconds by default to check that, okay, I am currently on waiting state. It's that whatever things I was waiting, it happened or not. And the timeout is nothing but timeout is the interval which will be the limit of your waiting interval, and after that it will fail your task. Add another task where we will be using a sensor operator. So first thing was that we have created a table inside our database. Okay, and second thing, what we will do, we will be using an API just to check whatever data is there or not. Okay, it will be called is API available. We will be using something called HTTP sensor. It will have the same thing like task ID that should be unique, and what we will be using as a pattern, that whatever variables we have used to define it, right, we will be using the same thing. And then what we have a connection like HTTP connection. We will call it as user API. Then we will have an endpoint. We'll call it API slash. Okay. Just because we have used a HTTP operator and it is kind of sensor, so we have to import it. How are we going to import? We'll be using from Airflow. We need a provider which should be HTTP, and from HTTP we need a sensor. We need a sensor of HTTP. Import HTTP sensor. So just go into admin, go into connections, add one connection, new connection, give connection ID as Postgres, connection type Postgres, host as Postgres, user as Airflow, password as Airflow, port give 5432, and then just save it. But just remember that there are some concepts which you should be remember in your head whenever you are trying to create your logger files, like in a DAG files in Airflow. Otherwise you will be come into a like dead loop, like what to do if you're not understanding every concept. Okay, we will see also some other concepts like XCOM, how we can transfer data from one task to another task and things like that. We will also see some other steps, cool steps in the Airflow. We will also see how we can create some other Python own providers. Right now we are importing our providers, right? We are just calling it, but just suppose you want to create your own custom provider, you want to create your own custom kind of operators. We will also see in this course like how we can create our own operators, how we can create our own providers, and I will try to explain some Python concepts like how we can create how we do some structured programming, like how we create programs, how we structure them as modular programs in our industry. I will try to cover them, and I will also try to explain them. Okay. What else I will thinking about to cover in this course, right? Once all those things will be covered, right, I will do one more major project where I will try to connect things with AWS, but for that I need to create one AWS account. I will check that. If that will be a scope, I will have a AWS free account. I will create it, and I will try to connect that. Let's suppose if we can connect S3 bucket to load data or push data there, things like that. I will try to see how to install and use Airflow in production environment. So first of all, you have to think about if you're trying to use a new application in the production, right? If you're in an industry, so first of all, you have to think about why we need that tool and what it will bring on the table, right? Is it possible to, without Airflow, can we achieve those tasks? Yes, we can achieve it. You can write a Python script for it, you can run it, and it will do for it, right? When we discuss about the standardization in the industry, right, then that those applications comes into play, because there is a concept which we say that what to say locally, bit familiar in Hindi, it is called jugaad actually. So in the production, when we say standardization, so if you write a simple Python script for it, and it will run and it will do your job for you, but how you will going to monitor, how you will going to go and check whatever jobs is running? It will you can introduce your logger function. Suppose you are just before a single script, just for a single script, you can use a Python script for it. Case of having the use case like hundreds of it, the 150 or 200 of use cases like that, you are running hundreds of scripts daily. be a very hectic to maintain the logs and to monitor them, why it's failing, when it's really running. So you need an interface or framework which will be automating all those jobs for you. So we have we have a scheduler which is the Linux cron. We cannot monitor, we cannot retry, we cannot pause it in between, right? Just you're one of the script which take 3 hours, and you know it is divided into multiple tasks. And at a certain point of time, you think, okay, I need to run it for 2 tasks, and after that, I need to pause it for 3 hours, and then I can restart. But these possibilities will not be happening with your simple script or any cron expressions, right? But these are the possibilities of the Airflow. So you can achieve all those things. So any application in the market comes with some features. So that is the question arises that, okay, what exactly you need and why you need to use it. So first you have to think about what exactly you want to achieve, and then you can use the Airflow, and you have to think, okay, Airflow comes with this feature, will it work for me or not?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
This is a simple data pipeline. Okay. This is a simple data pipeline, and we will see how different operators are connected to each other. Okay. And how things are working. So as we know that how we can run a DAG. So once we want, if we want to run a DAG, we can just directly go and trigger it manually. Okay. So once we trigger it manually, what changes we will see, we will just directly go to the home page. We will see active 2. In the active, see the current project is running, right? In the running state, we will go to the project. In the running instance, see it's currently running. So the extract task is running. It is completed because it is deep green, and the process user task is currently running. It's completed, and the user story is completed. So this is ran successfully. Okay, we have got a successful complete DAG running status. Let's see what different operators and things are happening. Then we will go to the code level and we will see. Okay, let's open every task. Okay, go to the log of first task. Let's go to the log of the second task. Let's go into the log of third task. Let's go into the logs of fourth task. Let's go into the log of fifth and the sixth. Okay, user stories. So the first task is create table. Okay, and we have already seen in the last session that we are doing some kind of SQL queries. So this is the kind of logs when once you will running any triggering any DAGs, right? Every task will have their own separate logs as a task level, and we will see what we can see that what kind of different logs it generates. Okay, so see, it is trying to run some kind of DAG IDs, and the DAG ID is the project. It is running triggering manually. Okay, at what time it was triggered, you can just directly see, and what kind of attempts, how many attempts it took. Okay, so it says in the first attempt, currently we are seeing the log for the first attempt, just because it ran successfully. So there is only one DAG. One attempt. Okay, if somehow if you have defined it into for the attempting for multiple attempts, somehow just suppose there is a network issues or something like that scenarios, if you want to cover, and you just want to take multiple attempts to before it fails, you just want to attempt multiple times to run a task. Okay, before failing, so you can define it. I will show you how to define multiple retries for a particular task. But suppose that it took the first attempt and it was successfully. Okay, then what kind of different things, and we can just see in the logs that it dependency it makes is something related to configurations. Okay, and here just see that it is trying to trigger some kind of informations. like what kind of information, that like job ID, subdirectory, what kind of subdirectory needed. So every details related to this task, which should be required to run it, right? It will be coming like this way in a single dimensional array. Okay. And then these files are coming from, these informations are coming from your configuration file of the Airflow. We will going to go deeper in the configuration file. What other informations are there in the configurations file? Okay, today we will see it. Then again, just see that the information is that it says that we are using connection ID as Postgres for the task execution, and it is triggering some kind of SQL commands without any parameters, and it says that relation user already exists, skipping, which means says that we are just passing a simple SQL thing, that create table if not exist, just because the user table was exist in the data table already, because we have already created in our last session. So it says it's already existed and we cannot create a table again. Okay, so it is there in our database. Okay, let's go to the second thing. The second thing was, okay, what was the second task? Second task was, is API available or not? So is an API, what we are doing, let's see in the code level. Okay, we will create it everything, but for now I'm just giving you a code walkthrough what it is trying to do. So is API available or not? It's just a HTTP sensor. So what we know about sensor? So sensor is a kind of operator which waits for something to happen, right? So it is waiting something for it. So we have used it, something to happen. So what we are waiting for it? So somehow we are just trying to see, is API available or not? So what we are doing, we are just checking the connection, that user API is available or not. So first of all, what a connection is. So a connection is nothing but, I've already explained it, that it's a kind of bridge. But for a better explanation, just consider a connection is nothing but a credentials. What we are trying to do is that we are trying to scrap some kind of JSON files using an API from a third-party website, and then from using a REST API, and then we will be loading it into our local database. So we used to do, okay, in the data pipeline, we used to do like kind of data scrapping, right, every day in data engineering field. So this is a smaller example, you can say. Then what we are doing, okay, so what we are trying to do, we are just checking this currently API is available or not, like if this API is working or not, that's it. Okay. And one more thing, that whatever things we have used, right, it is very generic. So you can use the operator any way you want. Yes, you have to use it in a proper way. Suppose we are using a HTTP sensor just to check this API is available or not, and you can use it for using a file, just because you have downloaded it in your previous operator, like a file will be created in locally, then you can use the same file as a sensor to check that file is available or not, and you can just give, instead of the endpoint as path, you can just give your local path. Okay. But for now, just suppose that HTTP sensor is a kind of operator which just senses the connection ID. Once we will complete the extract user, right, it will make more sense. But for now, just suppose that is an API operator. We just check this API is available or not. Just go into the logs and we will see what it's trying to do. See, it is just trying to poke this API. What is this API? API is the connection which we have made, where if we will go to the connection, right, we will see that we have created a connection. So what is a connection? Connection is nothing but, connection is just a suppose is a file, not a file. A basic definition of connection, we can say, just suppose it's information which is having all the credentials, which will be working as a bridge, which will connect you from your code to a tool which needs some kind of credentials. Okay, because if you will be using a server, you will be using any third-party database, right? All those needs credentials for a user which should be a part of it, right? Without credentials, you will not be able to access anything. So the connection will help you to define credentials, which will be working as a bridge to connect your operators to that third-party tool. Okay, so every time whenever you are going to connect your operators to any third party tool, it's a good practice to have a connection. Okay, so you will be having a better idea that why your tasks are failing. So if connection fails, so you will be able to say, okay, connection failed, so that's the reason that we are not able to connect it, instead of having directly failing your task. Okay, in the connection, we are trying to do, sensor is trying to sense that API is available or not. So what API is available? So you will see that it's trying to poke. What is trying to poke? It's trying to poke a particular link. See, if you will go into the connections, right? Just open this connection. So I have made this connection. You just go to the edit. It's opening. So what is that? Connection is a user API. It's a type of HTTP connection, and the host is random API, random user.api. It's a third party open source website. Let's open it. Okay. So if you will open the random user.me, right? And in the connection, we have defined that the host should be random.api, and see, we are getting the endpoint.api. So what will happen? It will concat that API, this /API, to this host name, and it will create something like this. If you will random.me.api, right? Let me open it. So you see, it returns a kind of JSON, right? And that the JSON file which we are trying to scrap, and it will load locally into a database. We are just trying to scrap a third party open source website's data, which is in a JSON format. Okay, and we will just using some kind of REST API concept to scrap it using the Git API, and we will load it into a local database. That's it. That's the main end goal of this project, Asif. Okay, so this API is doing nothing but just trying to access that whatever the data is present using that API or that path is available or not. So your connection was able to okay, done. So it's just trying to send that, okay, what is this? Is API available or not? So it's just trying to poke that API, and it's just sending the get URL for this location and say success criteria met, existing. Okay, exiting. So it tries to exit it. Okay, then we will move forward to the next step. What is the next step? We will be extracting the data. So what is the extracting data? So extracting data is nothing but, see, it will be using the same API, okay, the extract users, and it will be using the same thing, the same connection ID, the user API, to get that API, and it will use the method get for the getting the data. And I'm just using some kind of lambda expressions just to fetch in the response, and I will be storing it into the extract user. Okay, so at the end of this operator, or whatever the data was collected, it will be stored into the extract user. And the next step will be like the process user. The process user, right? See, so what extract data is doing? So we are calling we are using the connection ID user API in the extract user, and it is extracting whatever the JSON response we have got from this URL. See, it tries to send the REST API to get it using the get method, and it grabs whatever data is returned. Okay, this is your data which is coming in here from here. Okay, let's close this. Let's close this. Okay, and it stored the information inside your extract user variable. Okay, and then next step will be, once you have extracted the data, we will be using the process user. What is that process user? See, the process user is somehow using a Python operator. Okay, Python operator is what is trying to do. So the Python operator is a kind of execution operator. Okay, so it tries to execute something. So what we are trying to execute this time, just because it's a Python operator, so we will be trying to, so in action operator, we try to execute it. Okay, execute anything. So what we are trying to execute? We are trying to execute a Python function, which is process user. Let's go to check process user. Okay, so process user is nothing but process user is something which is using the XCOM pool. I will tell you what is XCOM pool, but just suppose for now that XCOM pool is an Airflow function. What is to, if any task needs a data which is defined in a variable, which or any task, okay, suppose this task is having some kind of data and you want to pass this data into this task. So what you will do, you will be using XCOM functions. So this is one of the most important questions which comes in an interview, like what XCOM function does. Okay, so you will just say that XCOM is a function which help us to pull a data from a task to another task. Okay, so any task migration from any data migration from a one task to another task, it happened using XCOM. So we will see into details, right? Okay, in the upcoming sessions. Okay, what is how XCOM pool works. But for now, just see that user variable will be pulling the XCOM data from extract users. What is extract user? So see, in the process user, the extract user was the one which was having the data which was extracted from the REST API. Okay, so we have pulled it into a user variable. We can also print it. Okay, let's try to print it first. So in the user process, let's close this. Okay, so once we will going to print it, right, it will be printed like this. This is the same thing. So see, what are the different things? Having name, having location, it is having city. Okay, it is having coordinates there. Okay, it is having time zones, it is having emails, it is having login credentials. Okay, so what we will do, just to grab, as we have already seen that in our local database, right, what we need to pass, that we have created a table which is having the first name, last name, country, username, password, and email. So we need this information to load into our database from that JSON file. So what we are doing, we are just trying to grab the user results from the first data. So what it will do, it will pick these values, and from these values, right, what else we need? We just need to do a JSON normalization, and then we have to pass the variables like first name, last name, country, username, and from where we have to grab the user from the dictionary name, and the value from the name which we need the first name. So it's something which is Python syntax. What we are trying to do, we are just reading a JSON file into a dictionary format, and then from the dictionary format, what we are creating another JSON file. Okay, and that JSON file will be loaded into your CSV file, which is being defined into a temp process user CSV. One question arises, where this temp process CSV is. Okay, so this temp file is inside your Airflow operating system, which is running in your Docker environment. Okay, so what we exactly do, see what we are trying to try to do. This is just consider it into Python as a dictionary. Clear? Okay, then what is the next step? What is the next step? The next step, once we have got the variable, the JSON format file into a user, what we will do, we will just say user result 0. Okay, what that user result 0 will do, it will just select the result yes. So what it will do, it will go inside your result, okay, and it will just select the result part, and you will say whatever the 0th line result had, select everything. So in the 0th part, right, everything is in 0. You can see. So after this line, we will have this thing. We will have this line. Just suppose this one. Once we have got it, okay, I'm just giving you some syntax, what is trying to grab. Okay, once we have got it, right, the user, what we will do, we will call a variable which is process user, and it will try to JSON normalize. What JSON normalize tries to do, it reads dictionary variables and convert into a JSON format. Okay, just to convert into a JSON format. That's it, from dictionary to JSON. Then every time we are creating a variable like first name, last name, country, username, password, email. Why? Because we have already explained that we are creating a database like this way, which will have this kind of feeds. Everything is a text format. Okay, so we need first name, last name, country name, username, password. From where? Using the user variable which we have just extracted, right? And how we will be grabbing it? Do you want me to explain this? Let's see what will happen now. It will say, go to the user. What is the value of the user? User is this, having this value, correct? Just go to the name variable. So once you will give this only now, like user.name, what it will do, it will just go to the user and will select the name variable. Control C, Control U. Okay. So whatever value username will have is equivalent to this. So both are equivalent, right? This user.name is equivalent to this. Okay. And we are just saying from the user.name, select the first name. So what will the first name will have? Then it will go much deeper of this data frame, not data frame, this dictionary. It will just go from select the username and go to the first name, and it will just grab Rekha. So at the end of the day, at the end of this command, this will be the return of this command. Clear? See, and everything will be working like this way. If you will go to the last name, right, it will just go to the user first name this way. It will go to the name. It will go to the last name. So Latin will set T. Okay. And then for the country itself, for the country, it will give user, location, and country. Okay. So in the user, it will go to the country, look for the country, coordinates, email, coordinates is there, right? Country should be there. City is there. Country, see, country is there, right? Just go into the country is there. Wait, let me connect to my charger.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, how does BigLive handle job scheduling and execution? The options are by using distributed computing techniques, by relying on external tools like Cron, by manual execution initiated by users. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
Done. Actually, the bestest way to do it, right, to have a better visualization will be if we will just copy it. Is it the same thing which we want to copy? Yes. And it will just go JSON formatter. You can use, if in the industry I use it very frequently. Let's suppose if it's JSON format, right? We can just paste it and just do a process. See what it will do. It will just beautify your JSON formatted file, right? So inside the result, what we are looking for? We are looking for usernames, right? Inside the result, what we are trying to do in the results, we are grabbing the first index. First index will be everything from here, and from here we are just trying to figure the name, and from the name what we are trying to figure, first name and the last name. For the country, we are just coming in the country, see in the country, and in the country we are just selecting the coordinates like this way. This is how it is trying to grab from the dictionary values. Clear? And in the last step, user store users. So what it will do, so in the user store, right? Okay, user store, what it will do, it is also a kind of Python operator. Okay, it's also a kind of Python operator which is calling a Python store function. Let's go into the Python store function. So Python store function is a kind of hook which we will see today, like what is a hook and what kind of what it will help us. Okay, it is again trying to do a SQL query, copy user from standard with delimiter, comma separated. Why comma separated? Because we have saved our file into two CSV. Why CSV? So whatever process.user had, it was having a dictionary, you will say as a dictionary or a JSON file. We have saved it into a CSV format, which is a comma separated format. Okay, inside a temp folder which is called processuser.csv. We are reading the same file which is temp process user.csv, and we are just saying copy it from, and it is having a file which is having a comma separated file. Delimiter is like separator. Okay, so it will just read this file and it will store it. Where it will store? It will store inside your database. Okay, let's go in our database. Let's see, as we have already executed it, right? We will be able to store it. We will be able to see it. Is it inside our database or not? Let's see, Docker compose ps. Done. Then, as we know that I've already explained that whatever the data we are using, we have already created one image which was Postgres. This is an application which is running inside your Docker application, but it's a separated database as Postgres. So we will be go inside that just to see, because in our project which we have used as a database application is a Postgres, and this application which we have used, right? Let's go into that. Docker space exec. We will be using this. Okay, wait, what was the command I've already created? This one we need. Why it's saying no command, such like that command? It is bin bash, right? Okay, there was a space. Done. So we are currently inside this application, which is Airflow. First, let's see that whatever database we wanted to pull and we wanted to push it into our Postgres application, it's worked or not. Then I will explain everything, whatever we have used it here. Okay. We will use PSQL hyphen. We will be using Airflow as user. Okay, we are inside an Airflow user, and then what we will do, we will just do a select star. And what was our database name? Anyone remember what was our database? What was our table name which we have used to push data? So for now, just because we have used our local database as Postgres or whatever we have installed locally, we can create it the same way by connecting into a server database, and it will work the same way. So we have created a table users. See, so this is coming from your API, which you have been triggered. You have pulled and extracted the data from the server, and you have loaded into a local database, right? So we can see that clearly that whatever the data was there in the REST API right now, it's coming from our, it is coming in our database, right? Is it possible to scrap the data to assign to a different pods for managing the performance and Kubernatives? Yes, yes, but for that, Bala, you have to use the Kubernetes clusters to connect it. And in the next part of this today's session, right, we will cover the different executors and how to connect them and how they works. But for the first part of this session, let me just to explain this project, and I will share you the file. You can use it once you have a proper setup. Okay, what is a hook? As we have seen the concept of hook in our project, right? So what is a hook? The hook is basically external tool interaction. So whenever try to interact with any external tool, we will be going to use a hook. Why hook? So hook is a concept. Suppose for now, just suppose that any operator, right? Any operator will not going to have all the functions defined inside a documentation for a hook. So you can say the operator is a sub part of a hook. So hook is a superset of any operator. So all the functions which should be there inside for a particular tool is defined inside your hook. An operator is something which is having a less number of amount. So just for optimization, we use post like operators. But suppose you are using a function which is not defined inside our operator. So what we will going to use, we will be using the hook. So at the back end, any operator will be using a hook also itself. So just because whatever function which we have used for the Postgres operator, right, it was not there in the operator documentation. But then what we have done, we have called the Postgres hook that will have all the documentation which is required for this part, right? Like, see what we have done for using the hook. For the hooking part, right? Where is our hook? See, hooking, what is trying to do, it is trying to just to copy whatever the files was inside your CSV, and saying the copy the username from as a read the file process.user as comma separated, which is a delimiter, and it will read from the standard input. Okay, stdin stands for standard input asim. Okay, so it will just say, it will pass it as a standard input, copy it into the user database, which is a file which is being defined in your temp folder as processuser.csv, and it is delimited by comma. So this is the meaning of this command. Just read this file from this path, which is comma separated, and pass it into a standard input from the users.database, which is inside your Postgres connection. See, so it is using a hook which is using the connection as a Postgres, so which we have already defined. Like Postgres is the application which we have already installed locally in our Docker environment, and it will pass all the information which is in the CSV, and it will load into the user. So this is the step of the user store users, which will be moving your CSV file into your local database, which we have already seen it, right? External tool means, Asim, like suppose which is not part of your Airflow, you can say, because Airflow will not come with Postgres, right? You install it with Airflow. It's not a part of Airflow, but it's bundled with Airflow. So Airflow is a tool which is not having its own database as Postgres, but what you are trying to do, you are trying to install Postgres with Airflow, not inside Airflow. Clear? And you are creating a relationship between them. Because in the API, right, what if you will see a code of request library in Python, right, it follows the same way of the syntax, but you just need to change the URL. That's it. So you can, if you want to say that can we use this code for extracting any data which follows a GET API, my answer will be yes. So there is some more concepts like DAC scheduling, right? What is the DAC scheduling? So DAC scheduling have 3 different parameters. First parameter is like start interval. Second parameter is scheduling interval, and third parameter is end date, right? And these 2 are like important. To establish connection to cloud, also use hooks. Yes, Rekha. You can use hooks to establish connection, but you need to just to check like what kind of connection you want to make, like what kind of tool you want to connect. Like suppose in the cloud, right? It is some Postgres application is there, then you have to use the way you have to connect it the way. But for that you have to create a connection. For AWS S3, yes, you can do it. You can do it, but for that you have to use AWS providers hook, and then you have to pass a connection for it, right? You have to come here and let's go to the connections. Let's go to create one new connection. Give it a line XYZ something, and you can go inside Amazon Redshift, Azure, right? You can use Amazon Redshift. It's also another database, right? Let's use it. And you can pass the host. You can pass the login credentials. You can also pass the port number if you are using anything extra, right? And you can use it this way. For now, just think that these two parameters for any dash scheduling are important, most important, and this one is the optional one, like end date. Why it's end date is option? Just hold on, I will tell you. But what is this start interval and scheduling interval? Okay. So start interval is that the timestamp from which your scheduling attempts to the backfiling, right? And scheduling interval is like how often a DAG runs. So actually, if we will go to the code, right? Let me go to the code, not this one. Let me open a better example, like parallel DAG will be the good one. Is it any way to zoom it? So we have already explained that this is the main function to start your DAG. So your DAG will be starting its execution from this function, okay? And this function comes with some of the parameters. The first parameter was the name or unique ID of that particular data pipeline, right? And that uniqueness, that unique name will be visible inside your this list of the files, okay? And second thing, the parameter which is like start date. So you have to define from which date your execution should be starting, okay? So you have to give a start date of the execution. Let's give it 2023, right? Let's save it. Okay, so you have to give it the start date, and the second most important parameter is like scheduling interval. So I've already explained that scheduling interval takes an input as a cron expression. So you can also pass a cron expression, because whatever string you will be passing in backend, it will be converted into a cron expression and it will be working in a cron expression. But there is a documentation that at daily, at weekly, at monthly, at yearly, or at Monday only, at Friday. So there is some already defined scheduling intervals. I will share the link, like what are the we have as a string, but it's better if you know cron expression, you can directly pass the cron expressions here, okay? And this catch up is something which is by default comes true. So what it is, so suppose our starting date of this this DAG is 2023 1st January, okay? And after 6 months, we are just trying, after for the next 6 months, it was in the pause condition, it was in dormant condition, and you haven't executed it. If the catch up was true, and if you're executing it post 6 months, then what will happen? It will create a duplicate executions for the rest of previous 6 months, and it will just catch up every execution which should be there. If it was scheduled interval for the daily, so it will create per day a execution which should be executed, but it was just because it was in pause condition, it was not executed. Clear? So that was the reason for we just give as false for catch up, because even if you have created a project, right, after 1 year, if you want to run it and your catch up was true, so what it will just go, it will just check, okay, your start date was 1 year back and you're running it post 1 year and your catch up is true. So and your scheduling it will also add daily. So what we will do, we'll be creating 365 data pipelines for every day. So it will take all the RAM and all those things in your server, and it will occupy more space. Okay, so it is not good practice. So that's the reason we have given a catch up as false. Okay, we can also specify the end dates, where we can specify end dates. So see, this is how a DAG run looks like. So every DAG run from starting as a task A to task B to task C, it is having a start date interval, and every DAG will also have a date interval end. So every DAG will have an end interval. Okay, so you are having a start date, right? You can also explain the end date for your DAG. For suppose if you want to execute it only for 3 days from starting from a particular date, so you can also explain your end date, but by default it is there, but you have to enable it. That's the reason. But we don't do it. We can directly delete it if you want. We do not want to execute it. If we can directly pause it from the UI. There are multiple options. So that is the reason we don't give the end date. But if you want, you can also give for better automation. Clear? Where we can use the end date. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, so a DAG is triggered after the start date or last run plus scheduling interval. What is that statement means? So when assuming that a DAG start date is at 10 a.m. Okay, let's suppose that it is at 10 a.m. Let's assuming that a DAG starts at 10 a.m. and the scheduling interval is every 10 minutes. What it means that, let's go to your code again. See what we have given, right? We have given scheduling interval at daily, but suppose instead of daily, what we can give? We can give 10 minutes. What that 10 minutes means that DAG will automatically execute it again and again after every 10 minutes. Clear? Right? So your scheduling interval 10 minutes means your DAG will be running every 10 minutes. Okay. And what it say, a DAG will be triggered after the last run after the scheduling interval, which means it assuming that your DAG starts at 10 a.m. and your scheduling interval is 10 minutes, which means that at 10 a.m. your DAG run will be start and it will be in queue and it will start executing it. Okay. At 10 a.m. just because your DAG was having a scheduling interval of 10 minutes, after 10 minutes it will be triggered again for a DAG run 2. Okay. And your DAG run first will be, let's suppose it took around 10 minutes or before 10 minutes it was completed, but the same DAG will be executed after 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, again it will be executed. After 10 minutes, again it will be executed. And suppose every DAG is taking, suppose 1 hour, 2 hours to complete. So we'll be having 4 DAGs in the pipeline, but having a delay of 10 minutes for every DAG because your scheduling interval is 10 minutes. Clear? So you will be having 4 DAGs running in a pipeline parallelly, but will have a DAG like a delay interval of 10 minutes just because your scheduling interval was 10 minutes. So what it means, like if your DAG is not completed, suppose your DAG one, suppose you're the same DAG as this, all these 4s are the same DAGs. Okay. And this same DAG, this one DAG is taking 1 hour to complete its whole execution, to complete its whole, all the whatever the task was there, it takes 1 hour to complete, and started at 10 a.m. After 10 minutes, just because your like scheduling interval is 10 minutes, what will happen? It started execution. What will happen of execution of failure? Bala, it's actually, it comes with practice that it's a good practice will that you have to catch all those exceptions in your DAG. That's the reason we are using like connections and all those things. But you can introduce retries. Just suppose your server took time to reload or some kind like that, something like that. So you can introduce retries and all those things. But suppose your DAG failed due to some kind of resources. So what things we can do? We can just go and monitor to go to the logs, what was the reason, and we can just debug it, or your every DAG will going to fail. If there is nobody to monitor and to modify it, your code changes to debug the code error, every DAG run will be going to fail for the same error. Okay. And just suppose this DAG itself taking 1 hour to complete, and after 10 minutes is again executed, then what will happen? These 2 tags will be running in parallel. After 20 minutes, this the third DAG will be executed executed, and these this DAG should be completed 20 minutes, this DAG should be completed 10 minutes, but that DAG will start. After 30 minutes, the DAG 4 will be executed, but this DAG should be completed in a way that it's completed already 40 minutes of execution. This should be completed 30 minutes of execution. This DAG should be completed 20 minutes of execution, but it is currently executed. But at the same time, this 4 will be running in parallelly. Instead of rewind back, what you can do, if your DAG is failing for a particular issue which you need to fix, right, you can just directly go and pause it. It doesn't make sense that right? It doesn't make sense that if your DAG is failing due to some kind of code logical issues and you need to execute it again, just go and pause it, right? Otherwise it will going to consume your resources. Just go and pause it, fix it, and again you go and test it. If your DAG, suppose your DAG is having 4 tasks and it is failing for the 4th task always, and your first task failed for the third task after 30 minutes, then your parallel task, just because it was having some delay, it will not be able to get it unless and until it reaches the 3rd task, right? But if you have already seen and have monitored the logs that, okay, this is the known issue, that is the reason that we need to fix it, otherwise every execution will be going to fail. So you need to pause it, otherwise all the DAGs will be going to fail. So anyway, this to stop the next execution, anyway to stop the next execution. For example, we can go to the graph option. Suppose, okay, let me do it again. Let's zoom out a little bit more. We have to go to the project section, right? And we can Control S. Let's go again, just do a refresh. Okay, we have, let's execute it. Let's execute it. The execution started, right? Let's go here inside the active state. Open it. Currently execution is going on. How to stop any execution? See, it's currently running, right? It already executed. Just because it's taking very less time to complete, right? Let's go again. Let's running it. Open it. We can come here and we can mark it as fail, mark it as success. Anything is possible, right? We can rerun any particular DAG. Suppose this particular API failed, mark it as failed. Let mark as failed. What will happen? So it says that we have marked it failed. Suppose this DAG was running and you just want to fail this particular task, we can fail this task. And after, if any task is defined after this, just because I have marked it after the whole execution, you can, if you mark any task as failed in between, right? Post that any dependent task which is dependent to this particular task, everything is going to fail. You can mark it as success also. Just suppose you know this particular task is having a bug which is need to be fixed, but this task will be going to fail. But all these tasks we should be working, even if you pass it or bypass it. So how to bypass? You just go and mark it as success, right? You can just bypass it to mark it success, and your DAG will be considered, okay, this task was executed successfully. We can execute this. So what I did, I just did a Docker compose PS. What it will do, it will list out all the Docker containers which is currently running in our Docker, okay, inside a Docker, and then we are just doing a Docker CP. So we remember, right, from the Linux commands that CP is used for copying a file. So what we are trying to copy? We are trying to copy from our Docker container, which is scheduler. From scheduler, what we are trying to copy a file which is called Airflow CFG. From Airflow CFG, from where we are trying to copy it, we will try to copy it, that Airflow CFG, locally. Okay, let me hit this command. Before that, let me check anything else is required. Okay, we will just give a dot and press enter. Okay, what it says that successfully copied 52 kbs of file, and it is being copied. It's been copied to mount C user Docker Intellipaat. Okay, the current place. We will see one new file is added, right? It was not there. So Airflow CFG, what is that Airflow CFG? So this is the main file which we have seen in our first, I remember the second session, I guess I've already shown you that there is an Airflow CFG file which is inside a Docker environment of your scheduler. We haven't opened that file, but right now we can just go deeper to check what are those. Okay. See, there is written as a core, right? How many of you are aware? How many of you are aware of a Python file called config.ini? We use it by defining the configurations in our Python code, right? Whenever we are trying to pass any hard-coded values to our Python modules, we use a file which is called config.ini in Python, right? This is the same thing, like configuration file. It's also one of, it will having the same syntax as the configuration file. So see what are the different things are inside a core. We will see what core is, but for now, just see what are defined in a core section. So in a core section, we will see that there is a DAG folder which says opt Airflow DAGs. So this opt folder is coming from your container of the Airflow, which says, okay, if anywhere of your Airflow uses a DAG folder, it should be mapped to a opt Airflow DAGs. Okay, there is a host name, there is a default time zone which is UTC, there is an executor, right? So by default, if you will install Airflow now, then it will be using your airflow.cfg, which we are looking for, and it will install your Airflow with the executor, which is sequential executor. By default, Airflow comes with a sequential executor, but if you will go into the Docker Compose YAML file, right, we will see that Airflow core executor is celery executor. Then why there is a conflict? And if I will ask that what executor currently we are working with, then what will be your answer? So current executor of your Airflow environment will be celery executor. Why it is? Just remember, just because you have installed your Airflow using your Docker Compose YAML file, so it used this file for installing your setup for the environment of the Airflow instead of using its default one. So it was overwritten. Whatever the default files or default configurations are written in your airflow.config file, it is overwritten for your Docker Compose file. To scale the worker, actually, Parameshwar, I think my question was different. I will come for the scaling part. Okay, for now, just suppose that we have two configuration files. One is airflow.cfg, which comes default with the Airflow, and second thing is the external Airflow, which is being installed using your Docker, and it is written in YAML file. So whatever changes are written in here, right, in the YAML file, will be the one who will be given priority. Okay, so any changes, if you want to do with your setup, you will become to change your YAML file and don't change anything with your airflow.cfg. Otherwise, you will be like, it will create a mess. Okay, and if anything is not overwritten here, then it will take all the changes of the configuration in the Airflow. So how it works? If there is anything, then it comes to your YAML file as a changes, because it will be saved in your Airflow setup. And if it is not defined, then it will go into the Airflow.configuration. It will just check. See, here it is written as a parallelism as 32. What it indicates? So this defines the maximum number of task instances that can run concurrently per scheduler in your Airflow, regardless of the worker count. Generally, this value multiplied by the number of schedulers in your cluster is maximum number of the within the running in the stable Nirmita's database space. Okay, so we can say that the number of tasks, it is 32 maximum for now, which can run parallelly or concurrently in your current setup. Okay, we can change it if you want. You can change it, and you can execute more. So if you will try to run execute parallelly more than 32 tasks, right, it will fail. It will due to the overflow. Okay, but if you want to run and it is failing, you have to come to the configuration file and you have to change the parallelism. This is the thing which needs to be invoked for your parallel tasks. So if you want to define your parallel task, right, this is the variable which you need to just to toggle. Okay. Second thing is that max active task per DAG. So this is the task, like how many different tasks, how many number of tasks you can define into a particular DAG. So this is the 16. So you, at maximum, just because your Airflow, right? So you can install Airflow manually as well in your Linux environment. But just because we are using Docker environment, so it will be another layer for a safety. So that is the reason for creating a setup. We are using Docker YAML file, and we are using that Docker just because it's very easy to use, and it's very like it simplifies the process of changing it. Okay. Every time you just need to do change in your docker.yaml file, and you just need to close your Docker, restart your Docker. That's it. But for the Airflow, right, if you change it, right, it will be affected everywhere. So you have to close your Airflow and have to do a setup again. So that is a more complex way to do it. So it's better, to be a safer side, it's better to use a Docker file itself. And it's very easy to install with your docker.camel post. You just need to restart your Docker and it will change with the current changes, whatever you have defined or have changed. But for the Airflow, it is a bit complex, and it will not work that rapidly. Okay. So maximum active DAGs are per DAG is 16. So you can also change it if you want to introduce more DAGs in your data pipeline. Okay, the DAGs are paused at a certain at creations. So DAGs are paused at a creation. So every time you have seen, right, whenever we are trying to create a DAG, it is as pause condition. It is not coming enabled. You have to enable it manually. So you can, if you give it as false, it will be once you have created, it will be start executing that way. Then we have a max active runs per DAG is 16. Okay, load example is 2 plugins. So this is something where we can create our own operators. So suppose we have seen Postgres operator, we have seen Python operators, we have seen Bash operator, right? And if you want to create your own operators, just because if you are very good with Python, you can create your own Python and own plugins and own operators. So you have to define it in your plugin folder. See, we have a plugin folder, but there is nothing one. So we will see at the end of the course that if we can create any plugins or not for ourselves. Okay. Then we have execute task, new Python interpreter false. Then we have fernet is not important. Tag bag, import time. Just know this, that at the end of the day, whatever DAGs we are uploading into the UI, right, it is a Python file. And your Python file itself has an execution time which should be loaded. And that is the DAG bug time, which takes 30 seconds. Suppose if your Python file or your DAG file, it's very heavy for interpreting, right? And it's taking more than 30 seconds to execute, to push into the UI, then it will fail. It will say error as a DAG bag issue. Then what you need to do, you just need to change your DAG bag, that by default it comes with the 30 seconds, and you have to increase it to till 1 minute, or you can extend it 2 minutes. But I don't think that 2 minutes is a good option. You have to do better. You have to do with the optimization with your DAG. And if there is any like refactoring is there, then you can do it. It's better instead of increasing the DAG bag issue. Okay, a DAG bag import track bag is there also. Is there any more important things which I need to come? I think that's it. Okay. So see, so by default, Airflow comes with what was the executor? It comes with sequential executor, right? But we know that we have installed it with the Celery executor. So let's see what different executors we have. So exactly, we know that what is an executor. So executor is something which help us to defining how your task will be going to executed, how your DAX will be going to executed, instead of executing it directly, because the execution will happening with the worker, not the executor, right? So how to run your task and which system you want to run. So this is the what exactly executor will be going to do, like how your task will be going to run and which system you want to run it, right? And we definitely we have two type of DAX, two types of executor. One is called local executors. Second is called remote executors. What is local executor and what is remote executor? So local executors are something which are using your local resources of the system which you are currently using, as for resources like it can try to consume your RAM, your primary memory, So for the executor, right, we know that how executor is the one who will be going to define how to run your task, and in the system you want to run, like which system you want to run. So we have basically two kinds of executors. First is like local, and second is called remote executors. So remote executors are the one which will be using your resources as local resources, like your RAM, your secondary memory, your primary memory to load everything, right? And remote executors are the one which will be connecting remote systems. It will be using remote systems for your RAM and resources. Okay, let's see some of the examples. So we have right now we can see three different examples, right? One is that local executor. Second is celery executor, which we have currently in our setup. And third is that Kubernetes executor, which will be using the Kubernetes clusters. Okay, so local executor will be using your local cluster. Celery executor will be using a Celery cluster, and your Kubernetes executor will be using your Kubernetes cluster. Okay, let's see what we have, right? If you will go into here, right? So in the core section of the executor, right, our setup says that we're having a executor, a Celery executor, and your Celery executor needs a database, right? Because why it needs a database, I will try to explain it. But for now, just see that your Celery executors needs a database, right, for SQL Alchemy, which uses your Postgres SQL, and as a user, it's been passed as Airflow for the Postgres Airflow. Okay, let's come here. I think I have defined a slide. I think before coming to the Celery, let's go to the sequential executor. Okay, so sequential executor is a kind of your local executor. Why it's local executor? Because in sequential executor we have three different more important components. First is wave server, which will be your owner of your UI. Second is the scheduler, like for scheduling your jobs, which will be scheduling your jobs. And third thing we will be coming with sequential executor is your SQLite database. So your SQLite database will be the database which will having all the informations related to your scheduler, like when say at what time it was being scheduled, what is the status. In sequential executor, it comes with SQLite. For Postgres, we will be using different executors, right? Because for Celery, we are using Postgres. But if you will use the sequential executor and we will create a setup for the Airflow, right? It will install SQLite instead of parallel processing dependent on local executor resources. If we are doing just because we are currently using our local systems, right? So even we use Celery executor, we can do our parallel processing, but it will be using your local resources only, because we are not working with remote systems for now. We are using our local systems. For cloud database, which executor we should use, it will depend on your setup. Like if you are working with clusters like Kubernetes, or if you're working with Celery, it will depends on you. So it will totally depends on the architect of the setup. So I have worked with Celery in my organization. So you can use Kubernetes as well. It will depend on the setup user, like architect of the setup. Okay. For the AWS, for the cloud database, which executor we should use? AWS and Redshift. For the AWS and Redshift, the Celery will work. It will work. But if you want to cluster with like Kubernetes also, right? You can connect it with like multiple ways. I will explain like how Celery is working, then we will be able to know that how AWS and Redshift are like make sense. But for now, just suppose that SQL executor, sequential executor, is having three more important components like web server, scheduler, and SQLite. SQLite will be the database which will be having all the informations regarding your scheduler. It's better to say that all your metadata regarding your data, like metadata, like if we have known a component, right, meta store. What Metastore does, it stores all the informations which is related to your DAG. Let it be information, let it be related to your running, your status, it failed or not, it passed or not, what is your currently component it is containing. All the informations are stored into your Metastore, and that Metastore in your sequential executor is made of SQLite. Clear? If you're using a sequential executor, your Metastore will be made of your SQLite. And the sequential executor, how your task will be running is like your task will be executed once it is started, right? I can color it. Let me do a formatting. Fill shape as green, outline instead of that. Let's suppose your task started here, okay? It's currently running. After some time, it completed its execution. In sequential execution, what will happen once your first task was executed, it will go to the second dependent, just because TA after TB, after TA, TB comes, so it will start executing, and everything will be in a waiting state. Okay. Format, fill shape. So everything will be in a pending state. Once it will be completed, your task C will be start executing, right? And once it is completed, your task D will be completed, will start executing. And once it will be completed, your DAG will be state, okay, your execution is completed. There is no way of parallelism. Okay, your task, just because there was a, if you will use a parallel executor, which has a feature of parallelism, right? It can be executed parallelly, but just because we are using sequential executor, it's a feature of sequential executor that every task will be running sequentially instead of having any parallelism. Unless and until a dependent task completed, it cannot move forward to execute another task. No parallelism is there in sequential executor. Clear? Then when we use sequential executor, so sequential executor is used when you are testing any DAX locally. Any DAX locally for some testing purpose, lightweight and all those things. We don't use sequential executors in production for, okay? Usually we don't use it sequential executor. The second executor is celery executor. Let's zoom it a little bit. Okay. In celery executor, what we have seen, right? In celery executor, what we have seen that a celery executor, it will be going to have a web server. It will going to have a scheduler. For Metastore, it will have a database which is Postgres instead of SQLite. We have already seen it, right? If you will go here, right, in the Airflow core executor, it is using a database for Postgres. Let's zoom out a bit. Okay, it is using Postgres as your Metastore. Okay, and how celery executor works? So if we will execute it, right, we can see an example. We already having a celery executor, right? We already having it a setup. Let's see. I have already created an example DAG, parallel DAG. Let's run it. So I've already defined, right, in celery sequential executor, unless and until a DAX completed its execution, a task completed execution, a next execution will not going to be triggered. Let's trigger this DAG. Currently it's in, let's go back in queue state. Okay, there is no queue. It should be running. It's running. Let's rerun again. Go to the Airflow. Okay, I think it will be a better idea if I can add a sleep function. Parallel DAG, instead of sleep, let's add 10. 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 Let's save this file. And let's go to the code changes. Okay, every 10 is added. My code changes are there. Let's run it. See, execution start parallelly, right? We will be able to see extract A, extract B. But if it was in sequential executor, right, what will be the flow? It will first execute that extract A, then it will go to the extract load A, then extract B will happen, then load B will happen, then transform will happen. But we know that celery executor is something which can have the parallelism concurrency. So that is the reason you can able to see your parallelism is happening in your tags. Clear? Can we define how multiple parallelism can work? Yeah, I have already shown you, right? In a configuration file, right, Asim? If you will go there, right, there is a maximum number of parallelism is there, 32 tasks. It is that how many, like this defines the maximum number of task instances that can run concurrently. So it says how many tasks of same DAG can run concurrently, but you can also define like per DAG how many DAGs can run concurrently. So it can work. So in Celery Executor, we have web server, we have scheduler, we have Postgres for the meta store, and we have seen how this execution is happening, right? We can have concurrency even in the task level. But in the task executor, in the sequential executor, there is nothing like that. But how these things are happening, and it's possible in Celery Executor, because Celery Executor is something having, apart from these components, one more important component in the first session, if you remember, there is a queue. So Celery Executor comes with a Celery queue, where two more important components are there, which is called result backend, and one is called broker. So what is result? What is result backend and what is broker? So remember that result backend is the one which maintains all the status of your DAX, which is currently running or completed its run. Okay, and the broker is the one who owns your queue. Okay, and if is the broker is the one who owns the queue, and he is the only one who tells the worker, okay, if we still have some scheduler works which is need to be completed to execution, just send like a poking message to the worker, and worker will take this task to the worker for the execution. And once this done execution, all the information will come to your task backend, like result backend, like, okay, I have completed my DAG execution. And if still there is any task is need to be executed in the broker, is still scheduled or still need to be executed, it will again send your workers task to the worker for the execution. And okay, so Celery Executor will have one more important component, which is called Celery queue. In Celery queue, there will be two more important components, which is called backend, result backend. One is broker. Okay, at the time, what will happen? See, the queue is the one who senses your scheduler's task, right? If the current status of any task is like in queue, so what all of the informations will be stored in your queue, like result backend. Suppose that this task is currently having a status as queue, that it will not going to be executed for now. Then after the scheduler says, okay, the task queue status should be changed to the scheduling for running state, because the time comes for the execution, then the backend, what will happen, the result backend will change this information, like from the queue to running state, and the broker is the one who will send this task to that particular worker for the execution. And this all the status information will be loaded into your resultant backend, like the result backend component of your Celery queue. Once this worker will be completed the execution, right, it will just discard the information, and whatever the information will be coming as success or failure, it will be stored in your result backend. And your broker will again check if still is there any task or not. If there is still any task which is need to be executed, it will again send that task to the worker, to specified worker, to complete its execution. All the status will come to your backend again. Okay, and if there is no task is there to execute, your execution will be completed. But remember one thing, that if you are installing a Celery Executor, right, we have seen that sequential executor doesn't need anything extra as a component, but celery executor needs an extra as component, which is queue. So you have to install it. So in production, if you are using celery queue, right, we have to install which is called celery queue. If you are using celery executor, we have to install celery queue. For celery queue, we can use application, right, Redis or Rabbit queue. So for now, if you will go here, right, in the DAG compose, right, you will able to see that celery executor. See, in the Postgres, right, we are using Postgres 13 and we are installing a Redis. So Redis is nothing but it's a celery queue, just because we have installed a Docker compose using celery. So the Redis is the celery queue which is being installed at the same time. And even if you will do a Docker compose here.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, how does Docker help in the deployment of big live applications? The options are: it provides a containerization platform for packaging and deploying big live applications. It is used for scheduling tasks in Airflow. It offers a database management system for storing big live data. It is a programming language used for developing big live applications. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
PS. So you will be able to see one more thing, that Redis is also there, which is working as a container. So Postgres is the one which is working for your meta store, but Redis is the one which is working for your celery queue, for your executor, to maintain all the orders of your Airflow DAGs and to maintain all the meta store, like for execution queue, right? For even if your queue, it needs some data, like what is the current status of your DAG, when to send it to a particular worker. All the informations are coming from your resultant backend, but both of them together are working inside this container, which is called Redis. It's a queue which used for your celery executor. And this Postgres is used for your meta store. This worker is the one who is working to execute your DAGs. Your web server is working for your UI. Your scheduler is the one who helps you to schedule your jobs. Your trigger is the one who triggers your job from your Python to scheduler. Clear? Now I hope every container makes sense what they are working with and what their roles are. Instead of Rabbit, you can use Rabbit queue. There's one more celery queue we can use as an application, which is called Rabbit queue. Let's see what else we have. So if we will go through it, right? So we have as a core component, we have a celery as an executor. We have a database for using our meta store, which is using a Postgres, right? And this will be bypassed. So this will be bypassed because we are currently using version 2.4, which is greater than 2.3. So this will be bypassed. It is not needed. One important thing which we should be having as a question, right? Remember, whenever we are trying to install our Airflow setup, we see lots of examples as a template. Do you want me to remove it as a template? We can remove this template and we can create a clear list where we only visible all our files which we have created custom. Then what we will do? We will just come here, right? We will just go to the configuration file. There is one Airflow scheduler enable, not here. let's see, let me see. Yeah, this one. Airflow core loads example. It is true now. We can also make it false. Let us make it false. And after make it false, we just need to restart our Docker. So there is two ways to restart your Docker. One thing, you can just go here and you can just restart it, right? You know this process, but let me give you another command which will help you to restart your Docker, which is called docker-compose. Then says down and operators, then Docker says compose, says up. Okay, what it is trying to do, I am giving two different commands and I'm just trying to concat it in a single way by giving a pipeline of a bash. What it will do, it will execute two different commands at the same time. Okay, it's done it. So it's trying to stop your Docker environment, which is currently running. Okay, it will stop it and then it will do restart it. Right? It will by using your Docker compose up. Let's wait for certain time. Okay, your Docker restarted. It's currently running. Let's wait for some time. So your every container will be up again. It's currently running. It's created. So let's wait for some time, and we can see web server. Right, all the logs will be coming not here but here itself. It's trying to connect with like your metastore from here DB. You will be able to see it, right? The DB is like Postgres copy pi Airflow. It is giving the credential like Airflow, and it's trying to connect your DB as a metastore. For now, your backend is like Redis. Now your Airflow is live again. So if you will even you go here, right, and you do a restart, you will be able to see all the logs. If you open any container, all the logs will be printed here. But just because I am using your terminal, so it's coming here. So your Airflow is live. Now we can use it. We just need to go here in the core component. It's called Airflow core load examples. Instead of true, make it as false. So this is how configuration works. I have already mentioned lots of time, right? Airflow can be configured many ways. There is lots of possibilities. So it can, just because it is working with the Python, so it's very dynamic. What are different things? So Airflow API authentication and Airflow scheduler enable health check is true. So it will be checking your scheduling health check. It's true every time it will check your scheduling. If there is anything which is coming as an error, it will just say, okay, this is the error, you have to fix it. Otherwise, I will not going to load your tag in your Airflow. Okay. In the volumes, you will be able to see that we have DAGs, we have logs, we have plugins which are being mapped to your like Windows to your Docker environment. Okay. And these volumes are depends on Redis as condition for service health and your Postgres for condition for service health. So Redis is coming for Celery Executor for your queue, for maintaining your queue for Celery queue, and your Postgres is coming for maintaining your metastore. Okay. Then we have different services like for Postgres, we have image version of 4.13. We have a Postgres user as Airflow. We have a Postgres password as Airflow. We have Postgres DB name as Airflow. So the database which will be stored in your Postgres will be having a name as Airflow. That was the reason when that we tried to push our data into our Airflow once we communicated it with our connection. Okay. Then the volume is like Postgres DB volume is defined inside a var lab Postgres data. If you will go inside your Docker environment, right, for a particular container, and you go into this location, you will be able to see whatever the data is kept for this Postgres are inside data folder. Okay. Then we have Redis. For the Airflow web server, right, we are defining the port number. We are testing it, like if it fails, right, it will be fail. We have an interval of 30 seconds, so it will wait for 30 seconds for load. We have a timeout for 10 seconds. We have a retries for 5 and starting period of 30 seconds. We have an Airflow scheduler, which is working on the port of 8974. We have a worker and the different things for installation. Okay, so just remember one thing, that this this Docker configuration file will be the one who will be given the priority for the configuration over this Airflow configuration files. But if there is any configuration which is being missed here, so it will just go directly in your Docker configuration file, and it will just check, okay, what is your current version, what changes which is required. I can just directly took from here. Okay, clear? Okay, see, Flower is there, right? So Flower is a part of your Celery Flower. So we are currently using a Celery Flower, and what it will do for now, just suppose that if you want to monitor in production, like if we are working in a production environment, and if you want to check your different DAGs are running in the different workers for now, just suppose that a singular DAG is working the different workers and a different machines of node machines, and how you will be able to monitor, because in the UI you will be able to see how it is running, right? For multiple runs you can just check, okay, this is running, this. If you go here, let's run it. Okay, for now let's trigger it. Let's go to home, let's go to active, let's go here. For now, even if the multiple instances of this particular DAG is running, right, you will be able to see a list, but you will not be able to monitor it more, like what is the current status of it, what task is currently running, what is the remote machine, what kind of different clusters we have. You will not be able to monitor it for now. We will be able to see how we can use Flower, one more important component of the Airflow, to monitor all those concepts. Okay, we will see it, like what is the current status of a particular machine, of the particular DAG is working or not. So in this report, what we will do, we will just trying to grab some data of a particular small data, like currency conversion. Yes, Bharti. So we will just take some examples of an API, which we will be calling it, and we will be extracting the dynamic data of that currency exchange of a particular thing. Okay, we will check how to do it, and then we will check the availability of having that currency to watch monetarily. Then we will download that data of currency exchange with using our Python. Okay, and then we will save into a Forex rate in HDFS. Okay, we will see even if you are working with HDFS environment, how we can use it. So we will save it into a Forex rate into HDFS, like in distributed domain, distributed environment like HDFS, and then we will create a Hive table to store the Forex rate from your HDFS domain, and then we will process using some kind of Sparks job. We will fetch your Hive from the Hive table. We will process it using your Spark operator, and then we will send some emails after your completion, like we will send notification. And that is one of the most important use case of a data pipeline. See, as a monitoring support guy, right, you will be able to monitor it. But if you want to send notifications that your DAG is completed to a particular group or a particular person, that DAG is failing or DAG is passed, so you can define it using an email operator. We will try to also implement it to sending emails whenever our DAGs will be completed. And there is also connectivity. It's just add-on. If you want it, I can also implement, like if you want to add a Slack notifications, like if you are part of a Teams or a Teams group or a Slack group, right, it will also send a notification regarding your DAGs, that it is completed or not, what is the current status, it is failed or not, all those things.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT Micromasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
So see what it is actually. It's a Forex data. Okay, Forex data of what? So we can see the currency exchange in the live format, like in euros to USD. So it will be a very dynamic and it will be very fluctuated every second or every minute if there is any fluctuation. Okay. And what it says that every euro, 1 euro is equivalent to 1.0.852 kind of USD kind of things like that. So it's a very complex pipeline, in real world. But what we will do, we will try to replicate something like that, and we will fetch the data. Let me open the PPT. So what we will do, we will try to fetch the data by downloading it into using our Python code, okay, something like that, using a REST API, the way we have done in the previous project. And then at the end, we will do it, store it into a distributed environment like HDFS, and then we will create a Hive platform on it. Okay. So if I will start from initial, right? So we will be saying that whatever link we are trying to access is available or not. So first we will check it using is API by the connections. And then we will move forward by checking whatever files or data we want to download is available or not, like checking the files. Okay. And then we will be downloading whatever the data we have sensed. Okay. Is it available? And then we will downloading it in local system. And then the downloaded data will be sent to a HDFS environment, like a distributed environment. And in that environment, once the data will be there in a file format, we will be creating a Hive table to store that downloaded data, like push data, whatever data is in HDFS. We will be creating a table on it using Hive to interact with the data in a like relational table. And then we will try to do some kind of Spark job, okay, on that to process it. And then we will be sending an email notifications to everyone regarding the job. Okay. And then we can also connect some kind of Slack channel, or you can also connect some teams. Okay. If you people work with Slack, you can connect to the Slack channels, and you can even create some kinds of team group. You can also connect it. It's also possible to do. But for the first 4 part, and before one more thing, I just wanted to show that I have already created one environment, a whole environment, which will be, this is how we will be working in like production environment, right? So we are not going to in production to always, will it cover ETL? Lucky, whatever things we are creating, right? It's a kind of ETL, because we are extracting the data, we are transforming it by using like Python jobs or any other jobs, and then we are loading into HDFS environment, and we are also doing processing there. So it's more than ETL, but yeah, ETL. If you will say it is ETL or not, then I will say yeah, it is ETL job, because in ETL, what we exactly do, just see, let me open the diagram. See, in ETL, what we exactly do, we try to extract it, we try to transform it, and then we try to load it, right? So what we are doing, we are just extracting the data from the JSON file or the APIs, and then we are loading it. So it's actually ELT, not ETL, but you can convert it into ETL also. So after doing some processing, you can also load it somewhere else. So you can say it's a ETL. Okay, but it's ELT. We are extracting, then we are loading, then we are transforming it. So it's like that only. Okay. And okay, let me show you one more thing. So I have created this one environment before starting everything. I just wanted to show you that this is the Docker Compose file, right? Everybody knows that what a Docker Compose file. It helps us to create a working environment for the Airflow and all other tools which is required for our setup. Okay, and I have created these 4 scripts. One is reset, second is restart, 4th is start, and 5 is stop. What exactly they are doing? If you will trigger .stop.sh, right, it will just trigger a command, docker compose down. So instead of typing the command docker.compose down every time, you just need to give command like .stop.sh instead of giving the command. So what it will do, it will trigger the shell file, which will be having a set of Docker commands, which will be triggered the way we have seen in the Linux. And if you will go to the start.sh, right, it is triggering some kind of commands, like what it's trying to do. So it is creating some kind of Docker base. It is also trying to build a Hive base. It is also building some Spark base, and it's also doing docker compose up -d. So we all are aware of this command, right? Docker compose up. What it tries to do, it tries to up your Docker container for from the stop to running state. But what are these commands? I will this will make sense after I will complete something. Okay, so what is restart? So restart will nothing do. It will just first run your script, which is stop.sh, means stopping your container, and then it will running your start.sh, which is like starting your container again. So restart is like stopping, and restart like starting again. Okay, then there is a reset. So reset, what it will do, it will remove everything, which means like every setup, whatever you have created and downloaded, it will remove everything. Okay. I have added one more customized Docker compose file. So whatever files which are we are working till now, right? All those were a kind of open source, which are accessible by Airflow itself. But this is a custom made file by like suppose you want to install a custom softwares, custom application in your Docker environment, you can create your own. I will show you how to do it. But for now, just suppose, just see that we for this project only, right? We will be working with the Airflow version 2.1 instead of 2.4.3. Okay, I just downgraded it more. And for the database, we will be using Postgres. Okay, and just see, we will be building it into another module, which will be called docker.postgres. So if you will go into the Docker, right, you will be able to see there is one more module, which is Postgres. So in the Postgres, we are already having a script and a Docker compose file. A Docker compose file will be just say that what version of the Postgres you will need, how to copy it, and what commands it should be running, and what exactly port is required to run. Okay, so all those informations which we had in the Docker compose file is being distributed to make it more customly. Okay, so this is how we create environments in our like production. Okay, let's go after that. Okay, we have environments like the Postgres user will be Airflow, like credentials, passwords, and the database name will be Airflow DB. And then we are adminer. Adminer is another tool. I will let you know that what it is. For the Hadoop services, so what are those? These are the external applications which we will be using in our system. Okay, our this project environment. Then we have Spark services for another application. Then we have Airflow. So in the previously, whatever YAML file we have seen, we have just interacted with the Airflow part, like what build we will be using, okay, what volumes it required, what port it will be running, and these things only. Apart from it, there was nothing more. But in this file, you will be able to see that there are more applications like Spark services and Hadoop services and database services. Okay, so for the starting, let's make our Docker up. Okay, so we are currently in the Forex data pipeline, which is our module name, Forex pipeline. And for starting the project, what we will do, we will just run the script start.sh. For running it, we will just give a command /start.sh. Press enter. Okay, it will trigger everything for you. Okay, what says error in starting.out.sh. Wait, let me see. From JDK, why it is failing again? Internal load metadata for docker.io library JDK. Let's go to docker.io to make it running. Is it running? It will delete all the images whatever we have downloaded, right? And we will create another setup. Let's delete everything. So if you have any if you have done any mess with your setup, you can also do a reset. So what I did, I just triggered the reset.sh script file. Done. Then we can do a start.sh. It will start building. Why it says error load metadata for Docker environment failed to resolve error getting credentials error status 1.out. I have to check it. Docker file 1, right? Where is my Docker file? Is it something changed here? Nothing. MMT, Airflow, DAG. There is anything which has changed? Not here. Let's come to the dog. Okay. Nothing. Airflow. Okay. What now? Failed to getting error exist 1. Load IO library with its Slim Buster. Error loading metadata from IO. JDK Slim Buster. Finished. Okay, now it's, I guess it's working fine. So what we did, we actually removed everything, whatever we had in the environment, and we are again pulling the data. So it will just do a reset of whatever application you had. It will remove every images, like every metadata related to it, and it will create a new fresh environment for you. So I think it will be a good example to just to see how to do all those things. Okay. Actually, I think there are some there's some module files which I have changed, and it was failing. I have changed it. Now it will work. So it will take some time for the first time, right? If you are working with it, will totally depends on your internet speed. If it is very slow, right, it can also take around 40 minutes for you people. But if you have a good internet speed, right, it can take 5 to 6 minutes for you. So just to wait to see what things are happening go to the logs. So if you go to the logs, right, it is creating around 11 containers for you. So it means that we will be installing 11 containers into our Airflow setup, like Airflow image for us. And what will be those? We will see into the logs. Okay. There are actually 12 images. Okay. So the first image, there is no logs related to it. First will come. Let's read some of the logs. Okay. What is there is anything in the Docker environment? Okay, it is coming here. So in the Forex pipeline, right? These are the applications which will be going to be installed. First thing will be a Hue. So Hue is basically a dashboard which help us to work with like distributed environment, like distributed data, like if you're working with HDFS and applications like Hive and all those, right? We need to work with distributed environment. Okay, then so for just to monitor all those distributed environment, we can use one of the tool which is called Hue. Then we will be installing Airflow. Okay, and then we will installing Levy. I will show you the architecture diagram and I will explain everything. Let's complete the first setup first, like how these things are working for this project. And then we will be installing web chat for the Hive. We will be using also installing Hive server. We will also installing Hive Metastore, and then we will install Postgres. Let's go to check. Okay, it's completed. We have a working setup for now. We can start. But before it, let me show you how to get a YAML file. For example, if you want a YAML file of latest version for HDFS, right? You just need to type okay, HDFS YAML file for Docker. Okay. So what you will get, you will be redirected to a GitHub page. Okay, just open your GitHub page. It is a Docker for Hadoop image, right? It is just same like the services which we can look into YAML file. So what you can do, if you want to run into a particular version, you can change the version file. If you want to modify it or customize it for a particular port, right? You can remove your ports or something like that. If you don't need a particular service from that particular application, you can also remove it from your place. For now, we will be using data node, and see what we will be what things we will be using. We will be using, let me open the folder. This is not the folder which we'll be working with. Open folder. Not DAGs, Forex data pipeline, select folder. This Docker file, right? So if we go to the Hadoop, right? See, for the Hadoop services, what we will be using for HDFS, right? We will be using the name node, same way. We need to just give the build node, like just to have a track, like if you install it for a particular in a particular module or a folder, you have to give the build like this. You have to give the container name and all those things like port number, volumes, environment, health check, and all. It is already mentioned here. See, like container name, restart, volumes, environment, service, what it will be going to provide, and what services you need. We need services like name node, data node, Hive Metastore, Hive server, and all those things like that. So here we have history server, data node manager, but we don't need it. So it based on you, like what services you need from a particular application, and you can modify it at your own. So what I can say is a recipe to install, how you will be installing a software. See, whenever we in a Windows even, right, once you install any software, what it you will able to see a pop-up like a checkbox, like what exactly services you need from that particular application, right? So this is like the same way. So you can add it, remove it, and you can even customize it. And what Docker will do, Docker will read it and it will say, okay, from this particular version of this software, we need these services. It will install these services for your image only. And if there nothing is defined, it will just skip that part. But if you need more, which is relevant, so you can add it also. Okay, so this is how we create the YAML files. But before that, what I will suggest you that please just read some YAML documentation, how you write a YAML file. So it will be very helpful for you, like how to do it. Okay, let's go to our project. This one was our project, right? So these scripts will just ease your job, right? You don't need to remember every time your commands. You just need to whatever commands you need to trigger, you can convert into a shell script, and you can just trigger the shell script, and you can also modify it. So you don't need to remember every time every command. Okay, this is how we do it in our DevOps environment. And we will be starting with one project, which will be, and every project will be inside your Airflow. And one more thing, see, in the Airflow we have a folder called DAG, right? Inside the DAG there are multiple folders also. There are files, there are scripts, and they are like DAGs. So if you have defined a pipeline, a DAG file, right, it will be directly inside your DAG file. But if there is any supporting file which is required in your DAG file, which you need to call inside your DAG, so you have to, if it is a script or execution file, you can create a script file and you can store it here. This is a Python file which we can be calling our project file. Okay, and if there is any file which is be calling as a data, like which is a data file, if you want to download it, or if you want to grab it, if you have downloaded it from your script and you want to store it in your local system, and if it is in local system, you want to read it and send it to the server, you can have also a file system, like file this module. And see, we have downloaded some files, like we have a Forex currency, we have a JSON file. So I will show you like how these things are, these things will be working. So let's start with Airflow. As I just created a new environment, right? So it will require to log in. So we have these tags, whatever we have written here. So why they are different versions? So whatever task I will going to do, right, I have just added a extended version of it. So everything is same, just extension. So that will be very helpful for us to just to go through everything, and I will able to explain you, okay, every line and every task what it's exactly trying to do. Okay, let's start with the project file. Okay, so in the project file, so what is the first thing we know? So what is the first thing? Wait. Okay. So in this project file, what we will do, we will be covering whatever DAGs we have covered. So let's see a bit more in details what exactly we are going to do. So this is the architecture diagram. Okay, this is the architecture diagram of whatever the project we are going to do and how things are being connected here. Okay, so first thing, as we are downloading our Airflow environment, before it, we can distribute it into two different parts. Okay, this adminer, Hue, and Airflow can be called front end, and after this line, whatever things are there, it can be called as the backend. Okay, so in the front end for the airflow, let's start with the airflow. So airflow, as we have installed it manually, okay, using the, so we will be using SQLite executor in this environment for this project. Okay, so it will interact with whatever the environment backend we have. Okay, we have a HDFS environment. What HDFS environment will do? HDFS environment will store the files in a distributed system, like distributed environment. Suppose we are working with terabytes of data. Suppose we are working with terabytes of data, and when it is like nearly impossible to store it into a single machine, right? So what in that case, what we use, like we use some kind of Hadoop file systems, like distributed file systems. So this is the thing, like we will be using HDFS file system. We will, on top of it, we will be using Hive. Okay, Hive, what it will do, it will interact with HDFS environment to create a table, like an tabular format of reading the data, as we will be storing the files in HDFS format. Whatever files we will storing, it will be not in a tabular form. So reading it into a tabular form, we will be using Hive. Okay, and for doing the processing on those files, we will be using a Spark submit job. And for the Hive, we will be directly communicating with the Postgres SQL to storing the metadata. Okay, and then we will be also having an adminer. It's a database, it's a DBMS tool, which will be helpful for us to just to have a dashboard. And Hue will be also working as a dashboard for HDFS to interact whatever the files you have stored. It will give you like as we are working with web server, right? So web server, what it will do, it will give you interaction, a visual interaction interface for the airflow. So same way for HDFS, the adminer and Hue together will be giving you a dashboard to look whatever files you have stored. To interact with Hive, let it be Hive or HDFS, you will be working with the Hue only. So I think I know that it is very complex. Right now it's looking very complex, but once we will be starting with a job, it will be simple. I will try to explain every point. Okay, so let's start with the first task. But before it, what we will have to do, we have to convert the project DAG file into a DAG file. Okay, so how to let know that any Python file it is a DAG is that we have to add a main function, right? So we have to add a main function like DAG function. So this is the main function which will let know any of the Python files that this is the main function, and this is the DAG, and we have to also import Airflow DAG function. Like from Airflow, we have to import DAG, and these two files will be explaining the Airflow that this is a DAG file, and the execution of this DAG file will be starting with this point. Okay, and we will be calling it the project. For making it unique. And okay, and this DAG will be running from 2023 1st of January, and it will be scheduled daily. And this is some default arguments, right? And the catch-up will be false. What are those default arguments we can pass? So if we can pass it into a dictionary format, like whatever arguments as a different parameters you want to pass, right? Because if you will add manually here all the parameters, different parameters, if you want to pass, right, it will make this main function more complex and very big, like very heavy. So what we can do, we can pass a parameter called default arguments, and we can call the default argument. See, this default argument is directly connected to this default argument, and we are passing different parameters. Like we can pass who is the owner of this tag. The owner is Airflow. You can pass your own name for the being an owner. Okay. You can pass the email on failure parameter. This is the one of the parameters that comes with the main function of the Airflow, which is called that if this tag fails, do we need to send emails or not? So right now we have disabled it. Okay, and the second parameter is like email on retry. Okay, if there is any retry happening with your tag, do you need to send an email? We have disabled it for now. And then we are passing the email, whom to email. Okay, if there is any having any failure on email or any email you are sending with the retries, whom to email, whom should you email? So you can pass your own email, but right now I have defined it as a custom. You can change it with your own Gmail or anything. I will show you how to do a setup. We have passing the retries parameter, like how many times you want to retry a particular DAG if it fails. Right now I'm giving it password 1, and then we are giving it a retry delay like for 5 minutes. So if DAG something happens with a particular task, and if there is asking for a retry, right, so you will be making a pause for 5 minutes for making a retry. So something happens with your DAG, then it will be wait again for 5 minutes, so it will be retrying automatically. There will be a pause for 5 minutes. There should be nothing in the DAG. If it is there, let's see what it is in the DAG. It's parallel, right? There is no project file. Why? Because there is no task in our DAG file, right? So we have to add some kinds of task in it. Okay, so let's start with the first task. What is our first task? So our first task is like checking the availability of a Forex rate. Okay, so the first task, what we will do, we will be adding a operator which will be just sensing the API, which is a URL, or better to say, which will sense a URL which is having whatever data you want to pull, right? It is available or not. If it is not available, it will fail, and you don't need to do all those heavy jobs to occupy all the resources available in your Airflow. Okay, so we will just sense whatever URL we want to fetch is available or not. So how do we do it, right? For that, let's go to the project file. Okay, for it we will be having, we will have a variable which is called is Forex rate available, like to sense that whatever data we want to pull, is that API or that URL is available or not. And for that we will be using HTTP sensor, okay, to sense that URL is available or not. And we will be doing the same way we have done in the last project. Okay, and the second thing, like every task has like what things every task should having a task ID to make it unique. So task ID, I'm just passing it the name as it is. Okay, and then we will be having a connection ID to just to make a connection of the credentials, like what exactly we want to sense. Then we will having a endpoint. Okay, what endpoint, like what exactly the URL we want to sense. Okay, so the endpoint will be MD Danish. I will just show you what it is, and then we will also pass one more parameter which will be like a response check. Why? What this will do? It will be running a lambda expression, and it will just check whatever the files it is coming in the JSON format or not, and it is related to rate or not. Okay, it is related to rates or not. And then there's two more parameters which are like a poke interval 5 seconds and timeout 20 seconds. What are those? So every 5 seconds it will be just poking, like checking like your data is there or not. By default it pokes you every 30 seconds or 60 seconds, but we are giving the poke interval 5 seconds. Like every 5 seconds it will just go and check like this URL is there or not, if it was not able to check it for the first time. Okay, and how many times you need to check, like there should be a limitations, right? Like is it how many times you have to poke, like to check that URL is not there, to fail this task. So we have given a timeout as 20 seconds. So just because your poke interval is 5 seconds, so it will poke 4 times, like if this URL is there or not. If it was not able to find after 4 times, it will fail your task. Clear? But as we have called the HTTP sensor, right? So we have to import the proper your imports. And for the HTTP sensor, we will be calling Airflow providers HTTP sensor. And as because we are working with the time and date modules, right? We also need to import time date format, because we have used time date and we are also using delta times, right? We are also using delta times. So that's the reason we are importing it from here. Clear? This file. So what exactly this file is and what kind of data we are trying to pull from there. Let's see. Okay. So this is the URL which I just made today, and this is a kind of JSON. You can also pass the API if you were working with some APIs, right? So it's just like a JSON output of the API. And what I have did, I have created some kind of Forex exchange JSON data, and I'm added into my Git repository. Okay, and this is how your like JSON response looks like. So it is having some kind of information like Forex data, what is the base, what is the date, and what are the rates, different rates. We have an API for exchange euro details. We have having API for exchange for USD JSON, and we are having API for exchange.json. Okay, so this will help you to convert like one exchange to another exchange, and this is having details for euro, and this is having details for your USD currency. So we will be converting our euro to USD or the vice versa for our project. Okay, so we need to pull this. So what thing still is missing in our project for this particular task, that we have created our HTTP sensor and we have given the endpoint. The only thing is missing is that to make a connection which will be able to let that task know that, okay, this is the endpoint, but we need a host to connect to that particular URL to just to know that this API is working, this task is working or not. Yes, right? So if for now, right, let's go to the connection. What lambda in response check, Pratik? Let me go to the lambda. See, so lambda will basically go into your response. So whatever response you will be going to get, right? Just see the response in the response section, right? This is the response section. So it will just check that your response is having the rate or not. Okay. So it will check whatever rates are written here, right? So all the lambdas are having rates or not. That's it. So whatever JSON is you are returning, if it is not having the rate column, it doesn't make sense, right? You will not be able to take it, like use it, right, for making conversion. So it's like a basic check for getting the response check. Like whatever response you are getting, it is having something which is required there. So lambda is a function. Yes, lambda is a function. It's a Python lambda function. Thanks, Asim. Yeah. Okay. What things we need? Let's go to this project. So we need a Forex API connection, right? The way we have done it before. I think I have already having it. Let me remove it and create it from fresh. I think I'm not having it. Okay, I'm not having. That's good because I have just created a new setup. Okay. So let's go and run this particular pipeline, this project. Okay. If I will run it, right, what will happen? It will fail. Why? Because why it will fail? Because we have given the endpoint, like this is the endpoint, but there should be a host. Whom should this endpoint concatenate and just let the HTTP sensor know, okay, this is the whole URL from which you have to just to sense that it is present or not. So for that, let's trigger it once. Let's trigger it once just to confirm that it's failing or not. Okay, let's enable it. Go out. It's running 2 instances. Why? Because the first instance is running because we have triggered it. Once we have enabled it, right, it will trigger manually, automatically. So it is telling the run type is schedule, and second is like running type is manual because we have triggered it manually. Let's see the results. So it says up for retry, but if you will go into the logs, right, so this is the log downloaded. So it says the task was failed with exception. What was the exception? So it says the connection ID Forex API isn't defined. So whatever the connection ID you are referring in your code is forex.api is not available in the Airflow connections. So you have to make a Forex API connection, right? So let's create a Forex API connection. So the connection, what we do, we go to the admin, we create connections. Then we click on add button. We have to name the connection type, which is Forex. underscore ID, right? This is the name. Let me confirm. Okay, sorry, this is Forex API. See, so this kind of mistakes can really happen. This is Forex API. What type we need? As this is an HTTP type, we need to type HTTP, and the host name we will be passing from here. Wait. So we'll be passing this because we have given the endpoint like MD Danish Iqbal, right? So for the host name, we will give this path only. The host name, we'll be giving this, okay? And we will just do a save. So what will happen, right? If you will go to the Forex API, see this Forex API is a kind of HTTP connection, and it will be try to give your host this. And let's go again to the home page and go to the project. Just do a manual trigger again. Go to the graph. Go again back. It's currently running, right? It says 3 instances. It's only one instance which is running. Go back. Where is my third instance? Let's fail it first. Make it mark it failed. You can fail this because it's waiting for retries. And let's go home again. Okay, see, we have got one success because this was able to get your connection ID and it was able to pass. See the logs, right? You can see that it is trying to poke MD Danish Iqbal and this particular path, which is your endpoint, right? This is your endpoint which you have defined in your code. See here, this is the endpoint which you have defined, right? And using the connection like for the Forex API, using the connection to ID Forex API, the host was gis.github, and by concatenating it both, it was able to sense that using the get to URL, this particular URL is present, and it says success criteria met exiting. So this was your first task, to sense that your whatever API you want to look for or whatever URL you want to search for, it's present or not. It's just sensing it, and it's a sensor operator. It is using sensor operator, and it's a like sensor task, okay, just to sense whatever URL you are working with, it's there or not. Let's go to the second part. So we have already completed with this. Let's color it, okay. Format, fill the shape, let's make it green. Okay, so we are already completed with this. Our second job, once we will be able to look, okay, whatever the URL we want to look from the endpoint or whatever the API we want is available, then what we will do, we will check the availability of the file which is having the currency of data, what it is actually. See, the URL is there, but how we will be checking that if there is any data file which is needed and it is present in your local system or not. See, some of the use cases, right? What kind of scenario you can cover? Like, let's suppose there is a configuration file or there is a CSV file which will be given you like manually. They give you some kind of ignore file or any kind of file which you want to keep in your system locally, just to use it for making a comparison or doing some kind of other kind of processing or any setting files, right? How you will check that it is present in your system or not? Because if it will not be any, if you will not be having any concept or any procedure just to check whatever local files you want to use in your DAG, is it available or not, then it will fail your whole DAG, right? So I think it will be a good practice just to let you know that whatever files you want, it is available locally, right? It is a good idea just to sense before looking for your file. It's a good idea just to sense that whatever file you are looking for, it is available, right? So we will create another task for it.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which component in Airflow allows integration with third-party services or systems? The options are hooks, executors, operators, DAGs. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
Okay, so for that, we will be using a file sensor. So this will be another kind of file sensor. This is also a kind of sensor. For HTTP sensor, what it tries to sense, it will sense a URL is available or not. But a file sensor is a kind of operator which senses a file is available or not. Clear? And I will, after completing these two tasks, right, I will also try to show you the documentation and how you will be able to learn about any operator and how you can explore the different operators. I will show you a URL after completing the second task. Okay. So this is the variable which we will be using, like, is Forex currency file available? This will be our variable, and then we will be using a file sensor to sense that whatever file you are looking for locally is available or not. Okay, and then we will be defining a task ID to make it unique for task. Okay, and we will use the same variable name, like task ID will be, is Forex currency available or not. And then we will also give a connection ID, because for just for looking a file, you have to give a path as a basic location where you should look for, and for that you have to pass a variable parameter name which is called fs connection ID. Instead of HTTP connection ID, we have a fs file system connection ID, which will be looking for particular connection ID which is called Forex path. We will have to create a connection for it in our Airflow environment, and then we will be passing a file path. Like, what will be the endpoint? We will be passing the file path. See, in the endpoint, what we have the endpoint of the URL, but your connection, like the path of your like it will be work like, so your system is like, suppose your file name is abcd.txt, and your path is inside C, inside XY Z repository. Then what you will do, you have to make a connection with this path the way we have done it in the endpoint, right, making the connection. And the file path, you have to specify what is your file name. So if you will concatenate it right together, right, it will be able to let know that is file currency to like whatever files you are looking for together. Okay, so it works the same way the we did in the HTTP sensor. Okay, and again we have to pass the two parameters which will we have already passed in our older task, like book interval. It will be looking for the every 5 seconds it will look for the file if it is there or not, and it will just wait for further 5 seconds just to sense, and it will sense 4 times because we have given the timeout for 20 seconds. Clear? Let's save it. Before moving forward, as because we have used a file sensor, so we have to import our proper like imports. So the file import, we have to import from Airflow providers sensors, from Airflow sensors file system, we have to import file sensors. Okay, let's save it, and you have to go back. There's one error message. What it says, file sensor is not defined. Why? Because the import function was not there, right? But we have added it. Let's save it again and do a refresh. Okay, it's gone now, right? So it takes time for loading your files in your Airflow, right? Sometimes it takes time. So now we should be having one task or two tasks. We should be having one task or two tasks, and will it be connected or dependent to each other or not? No. Why it will not be dependent to each other? Why it will not be dependent to each other? Because we haven't defined any dependency, right? So dependency is not defined yet. Good. So what will happen? What will happen if I trigger this task? Now, will both will be going to fail, or only one will going to pass? And if it only one will be going to run successfully, then who it will be? The first one will be getting the success, because the first one is this, the forex rate available. Okay, because we have already defined the connection, which whatever it dependency it required. But this for forex currency file available, right? It will be looking for a file, but it is not aware what file it is required to search for, because there is no path defined for a particular connection. Okay, so let's go and run it. Let's go and run it. Okay, it is currently running. Let's open it. Let's go to the graph. Not here. It's currently running. Let's go to the project. See, this forex rate was able to run successfully as because it is green, but this is yellow and it is being failed. Why it is being failed? Just go to the logs and you will be able to see why it is failed. Because see, the connection ID isn't defined. Like whatever connection you want for your code, right? It is not defined yet. The connection ID forex path isn't defined. So it was not able to look for whatever path you are having defined in your code, right? So we have to create a forex path in your connection just to let know that, okay, this is the file, whatever file you are looking for, this is kept in that particular file. But before defining your connection, let me show you what exactly file we are looking for and how we can create a path mapping in your connection. Okay, so let's go into that your setup. See, in your MNT Airflow, so this is your main environment MNT folder. Okay, in the Airflow, in the DAG folder, right, there is a folder which is called files. Everybody can look it, right? In the files, we are having a file forexcurrency.csv. So this is file you can just think about. Okay, if we know some kind of data already, which we can use it in our program, but we have to connect it somehow with our program using our Airflow, then we have to make a connection, a path which should be connected from your local repository to Airflow and your Airflow to your DAG, right? It's a two-way connection. Then you have to map it using your connection IDs. So this forex currency.csv, if you will go to your here, right? So this is the exact file we are looking for, forex currency.csv. But this is the only the file name of your file. But you have to define your Airflow that where he should look for this CSV file. So for that, we have to create a connection, go to configuration, go to connection, right? And your connection, add a new connection. What will be the name of the connection? The connection name will be forex path. Let's copy it, save it, paste it. The connection type will be a file path, because whatever connection we are creating, the type of that connection is that we want to look for a particular file, and that should be a path. Okay, so that is the reason we have given the connection type as path. You don't need to give any description, no need of host, because we are not looking for a particular URL. But in extra, you have to pass a JSON. Remember that you should be giving it proper path, otherwise it will be very difficult and it will always going to fail. So remember, in extra, just give in a JSON format as path colon, in double quotes you have to give the path as /opt /airflow /dags /files, double quotes in your JSON, and save it. Okay, why I have given this particular path? Because in the Airflow, right, in Airflow it's currently running in itself a kind of Linux environment, right? And I've already opened any of the, if I will going to open any of the like Airflow environment, right? Let me show you this project path, right? Let's open the terminal. It's deleted. Okay, close this. Let's do ls. Okay, let me open. Okay, do a docker compose. Docker compose ps. Okay, it will open all the containers which is currently running on in the system. See, we have adminer, we have airflow, we have worker, we have metastore for hive, we have a hive server, we have hive web chat, we have hue for like UI for hive and your distributed systems. Okay, we have name node, which and okay, anybody is having knowledge of distributed system of Hadoop and all? Or do you want me to just to give you a quick walkthrough of like what a HDF system is and how things are working there? Anybody know how distributed system works like HDFS system? Lucky you know, Asim you don't know, right? Yes, partially. Anyone else who knows about HDFS systems? Like what is name node, what is master node, and how those things are connected? Okay. I will show you a diagram how HDFS system works. Okay, just a 5 or 10 minutes of brief explanations, like what are those name nodes and all those things. Then we have a Postgres system, like what to say, a local database system. Then we have Spark master, and these are the containers which we have installed. Okay, then what we exactly were trying to do, we will be opening any one of them. Okay, for that we have to give command docker space exec space -it, and then we have to pass, this is web chat, this is hive server, this is Spark worker, where is the scheduler, this is name node. What is the name of the Spark metastore worker name node server? Volby adminer Hadoop base Spark master name node worker Postgres IV Hue airflow. Okay, let's open the airflow, right? I think this will be helpful for us. Let's minimize this. I think airflow is also there, right? Name node data worker metastore hive web chat name nodes Postgres. Let's open airflow. We have to give the airflow, and then we will be giving that bin, and we will be just giving a bash. What it says, no such Forex airflow. Why it's saying in there is no airflow? It should be running right here. Let's go to your image, Forex airflow hue, your containers. Okay, it's only airflow. That's why. So we are inside our airflow environment, right? So this is our container. So instead of saying it container, you can also think about airflow application. So we are inside an airflow container, right? What we can do, we can just do an ls just to see what things we have, right? So inside bin, inside ls, we have bin, dev, and all these repositories, which is like application and Linux environment, right? And we just need to go into the opt, right? Just go to the opt, cd opt, just to look for what it inside opt, just do ls. See, inside opt, we have airflow entry point.sh Hadoop and hive, and we have airflow, right? But in the connection, if we will go to the connection, what connection we have made? We have made forex.path, right? Let's do the connection. In the extra, we say that in opt folder, in airflow folder, we have DAGs and files. Okay, let's make sense. Go to cd airflow ls, do one more ls, and in ls, if in airflow, right, we can see that we have airflow wave server PID, we have airflow configuration files, we have a DAG folder here, right? Let's go to the DAG folder, cd DAG ls. In the DAG folder, we will be able to see there is a file folder clearly, right? Let's go to the file folder, cd file ls. See, in the container itself is having a forex currency.csv. So this is the file which we are telling that go to the path opt airflow dag files. But in our system, like in Windows system, what we see that this currency file is here, right? This currency file instead of it being it in the your airflow environment, we can see it inside a DAG folder, right? Then how it is possible that this file is available both in the both systems? How it is possible? So it is possible because if you will open your Docker Compose file, right, and you will go to your airflow, this service, this is your airflow. See, in the volumes, right, we have mapped it that MNT airflow, like your airflow environment of MNT airflow CFG will be mapped to your Docker environment of opt airflow.cfg, and whatever you are going to save into your MNT airflow DAX folder in your Windows environment, it will be mapped to your Docker environment of opt airflow DAX, right? And that was the reason whatever files is present in your Windows environment of DAX, it will be directly mapped to your airflow environment of the Docker. Clear? Now you are able to like relate why it is present in the airflow and how it is present directly in the Docker environment. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, so we have created a connection. Now what will happen if I will run that particular task? What will happen now? Any idea? Will it work or it will fail? Will it work or it will fail? It will work. Let's see. So currently we are running, it's running. So both are green, right? Both are getting a success results. So first, let's go to the logs. So into the logs, it says that it's trying to fork the file which is in opt airflow DAX files and called forex currency.csv, and it was able to found the file, right? It was able to found the file which is there, which was on the last modified, and it will return a timestamp, like what was the modification of that particular file and it how what date it was modified. So you can use this operator, like suppose in a scenario like if any of the task is downloading a particular file locally, right, and you are using a Python operator for it. So in the next thing, what you can do, you can just sense it, like whatever file you wanted to download, it is downloaded or not. So you can use that this operator that way also. So I'm just giving you one more scenario how to use this file. So instead of saying that whatever file you have stored previously, just to sense it, instead you can also check like any operator downloaded your file is available or not, it is successfully downloaded or not. So that check you can also use this operator. Clear? So before going to the break, let's check how you can learn about any documentation of a particular operator, which I think I have missed in the last session. Let's go, okay, to that part also. Let's cover it. Otherwise, it will be very helpful for learning purpose, right? How you can learn like what modules you need to import, what kind of different parameters is mandatory to use in a particular operator or not. Okay, so what things we have used? We have used sensors. So this is sensors. Okay, let's open it. So sensors, you will be able to get the definition, whatever I have told you, like this will be having two more important parameters like poke and rescheduling. Poke will be just poking the files, and rescheduling the sensor will take up the time slotly. Okay, let's have a list of, see, so it says that airflow.sensors have some modules like for COBOLs, right? COBOL operators in airflow. So this is a list of operators. What you can do, you can look for if you are looking for I think I'm not able to find a COBOL operator, but I can just let you know one thing, that even if there is one operator, right, and it is not available, what you can do, you can create your own operators or providers as yourself. And for that we have a dummy operator. So for dummy operator, what you can do, you can create your own operator by modifying it, by writing your Python code. So it like if you are very good with Python, what you can do, you can create your own custom providers or your own custom operators just to do some certain sort of job. Okay. this one sensor. So we have used a file system, right? We have used a file system, and we have used an HTTP one, not HTTP one, file sensor. So you can see that what different parameter takes, like recursive is false, so it takes a file path, it takes a connection ID which we have just given, and it also takes some different keywords, like different other things, right? You can just come and read the documentation, what kind of different commands we can pass, what kind of parameters we need to pass, and what will be the default value. You can also go to the source code of this file, right? And you can learn all those documentation to create your own operators, own plugins, right? So see, everything is open source, right? So you can just look like, okay, it is using a particular hook, it is defining some kind of it is doing some kind of object orientation programming to create your hook function, like how it will be reading. So everything is written in Python. So it's basically a Python code just to create a sensor. So you can create your own providers like that way. Okay. So this is how you can just come and look for your particular operator, and you can read your documentation. So whatever operators I'm currently using, right, you can just go through and you can read your own operators for it. So let's move forward with the third operator, which is called downloading Forex rates with Python. So what we will be going to do, right, in the first task, whatever URL or API we have sensed it, right, we will be downloading that JSON file, whatever is there, okay, like using those API. So hope this makes sense that whatever URL was kept in this task, as we are downloading the same file in a JSON format, so we will be using the same URL, right? Like same connections, better to say. Okay, so let's go to our data Forex pipeline. Yeah, this one was, no, not this one. This one, right? This one. So we already completed. Let me move out of this Docker container, exit. Now we have moved out, okay? And we can just confirm that our Docker environment is currently running or not. Okay, it's currently running. Okay. Then what we will do, as we have two operators, we have to add another operator, which is called like for downloading rates. So for downloading it, we will be using a Python script. And for Python executing a Python script, we have to use a Python operator. Okay. So for the Python operator, right, it comes with very less number of parameters. The first and most important parameter is like giving a task ID to make it a unique task. And I'm just giving the same name as variable name, like unique task. And the second parameter, so this is the flow. We have done with the checking the URL. We are done with the checking the whatever files we are going to need as a data for input for our flow. The third part is like downloading the data, start downloading the data. That will be further pushed to the HDFS environment. Then the second thing is that we need to call a Python function, which is called downloading rates. Okay, so we need to define our function which is called downloading rates, but we do not have a downloading rate function, so we will be defining it. This is the default argument, and your function should be before your main but after all your declarations. Okay, so let me copy a function which I have already wrote. Okay, and I will explain you what things will happen. So this is the function. Okay, so what is trying to do? So your downloading rates will be calling a Python operator. Your Python operator will be calling a Python callable, which is a downloading rates. So this is the function which is this downloading rates. It doesn't take any inputs. Okay, what it's trying to do, it is calling a base URL. A base URL is http github Danish, where all those raw data are present, like your JSON files are present. Okay, and we are saying the endpoint are, then we are declaring some of the parameters as the endpoints. And the endpoint, we have a dictionary, like if it is a USD, then we will be using API Forex exchange USD.json. And if it is an euro, then we will be using API Forex Exchange Euro JSON. Okay, it's a like key value pair. For USD, this will be the JSON. For Euro, for this will be the JSON. So if you will go to that URL, right? What was the URL? Sorry. If you will go to that URL, you will be able to see there was two JSON, right? For API Forex Exchange.euro. The second one was for the exchange on USD. Okay. Then what we are trying to do, we are just opening the file forex.currency as forex currencies. We are loading that file by a comma separated file into a CSV, as those are CSV formatted data. We are iterating over it. Okay, so we are just trying to read that whatever CSV file we already had, right? And we are just iterating over it, and then we are just trying to load the base URL and the endpoint URL into a JSON format in data, and we are having another variable as out data by the rate function. So whatever JSON formatted, what CSV formatted data, let me open the format data. See what we have here. We have a comma separated semicolon separated file. We have a base and we have a width pair, right? And if it will be Euro, if your data will be Euro, then what we just need to check by using your Python function. If it says if it is Euro, just give me the data for USD and it's ZPy, GBP and CAD. Even if it is USD, just give me the data for Euro and Z and this. So your Python function is nothing but just a separator among us. So it will be iterating over this file and checking your JSON file, and it is just separating, and whatever data it is required, it will be creating another it, and it will be load it. That's it. Okay. And let me run it, and I will show you the output. Then it will be more clear what exactly it is doing. Okay. We will be opening the Airflow DAX file, and it will say Forex rates.json, and we will do a append. So we are appending it again after every for loop iterating. So we are iterating over the whatever files we have downloaded to CSV. We are going to read the JSON, and after iterating it, we are storing by appending line by line into a Forex rate.json, which is created by this file. This is the one line which indicates where you need to save your file. Okay, let's move ahead. So we are now having the data which is need to be pushed to your HDFS file. Let's zoom out. Okay, now the third task is to storing them into an HDFS. Okay, that will be the last part for project of this today's session. Last task for today, and then we will move forward with some other theory part. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next for the HDFS, right? What we exactly need. So we will be calling a bash operator. Let's see a bash operator how things works. Because for HDFS, right, we will be triggering it using some kind of like Linux commands. So we will create a save rates variable, and we will use a bash operator, and we have to define a task for it, right? Task ID define, and we will call it save rates. And then now it's good. Okay, then we will we need one more parameter which is called bash commands. So Rekha, I think this is the command which is be required, and what you need to do, see in the triple quotes, right? Whatever commands you write, right, it will be converted into a Linux command, and it will be triggered. So if you want to run a particular Python file, right, what you can do, you can just give a Python, the way you define it into a cron expression, just give Python and just give the path of the file, and just give the Python file name like abc.py. It will run. Okay, it will run for your job. But right now, what we need in the bash commands, we need to make a directory. We need to make a directory in our HDFS environment as a Forex. Okay, and then we have to push our JSON file into that directory. But before running it, right, let me show you one thing. So these are the HDFS,
And at the end of the time, right, at the end of today's session, if the time allows, right, I will also show just to explain a little bit what is HDFS and how those single nodes and multiple nodes are working, what those concepts. Okay, but before, just let me complete it, right? Okay, so we are creating a Forex folder in HDFS environment, and we are trying to put the data forcefully from the Airflow home DAX file Forex JSON to the Forex folder, whatever folder we have created. And these two commands are being pipelined that both will be triggered together. Clear? Any questions? Like how this what this command will going to do? And before that, before we trigger this pipeline, right? Let me show you one thing. Like, what is hue? We have to open local host. Instead of 8080, we will open this time 32762. So this is the hue. What is hue? So we have already covered, right, in this architecture diagram, that hue will be a UI based application, like a web server for the Airflow we have, and it will be the interactive part for the monitoring all those HDSF environment, your Spark jobs and Hive. Okay, so hue is the one where you can be able to see whatever folders you have, what kind of different jobs are running in your HDFS environment. Okay. Okay. Till then, let's come to our program. What it says that name bash operator is not defined because we haven't imported our required things, right? Let's import it. The project for bash operators, we need an import function for bash from Airflow operator, bash operator, import bash operator. Let's save it. Let's go do a refresh. Let's wait for certain time. It still says bash operator is not defined because it is not yet loaded properly. Do a refresh. Now this is gone. Now we have our project. Okay, go to view and you will able to see 4 operators, right? Saving rate is also there, and it is white because it is not triggered yet. We haven't triggered it. But before that, let's go to the hue editor. Let's do a refresh. Okay, now this is the UI of your hue. What you need to do, you just need to go into your files. Okay, open your hue, give your credentials like root and root, go to the files, and then you will be able to see a directory like structure in your HDFS environment. Okay, this is a folder like Hive and root. What we are going to do, we will be creating one more repository like Forex, and then we will be storing our details in that. So we will be using home users, and we will be creating one more details Forex here, like a new repository Forex, and we will be storing our data there. So what is inside a Hive? Hive is having a warehouse. So if you have no HDFS, so this is the warehouse which is defined in the Hive, and this is the root. What is inside root? Root is an empty folder. Okay, let's run our DAG. Let's run our DAG. Go to home. Let's trigger it. Trigger the DAG. It's currently running. Open the work. It's running, right? Saving rates. It's working. Let's go to the logs. Command executed will return 0 and marking as success. So it was able to load your files from your temp directory root location to temp. Okay. If you are not able to see any logs, if you want to log, when you want more logs, right? What you can do, you can add print functions. So whatever you will be going to print on your commands or in your files, it will be able to print it. But see, it is trying to run some commands, right? What is commands it running? It is running HDFS, TFS, make directory Forex, and again it is running a command which is called this Airflow creator. So this is the command which is being triggered, and it says once those commands were triggered, it was able to success. Now let's go to the hue. Let's go to the hue. Go up. See, now we have a Forex data, right? Everybody can see. In a home, we have created a Forex data, and in the Forex, we have a Forex rate JSON, and your JSON file, we have all the data which we have downloaded. We have put it into a distributed environment. So what we exactly trying to do, right? We are triggering a bash operator. Okay, in the bash operator, we are giving the command like HDFS, DFS, and those commands, as Airflow is already having a container which is HDFS, right? See, we have Livy, we have Hue and Spark Job, and we have already installed it. So Airflow already knows where should we moving those files using those applications. We don't need to create a connection because the connection is already there. But what we are trying to achieve, right? What we are trying to achieve, that the Hue itself application which is connected as a front end application for your HDFS environment. So it is making a conflict that how the things are moving to the Hue. Your data is not moving to Hue. Your data is moving from your local repository to your another application, which is HDFS, which is already been installed in your Docker application. So you don't need to make another connection for it. Hue is just a visual representation of whatever application you are running as a front end. Okay. And this is how other applications are being connected in the Docker environment. So that is one of the perks of using Docker.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.
So let us begin with data engineer beginner interview questions. First, what is data engineering? When working with data, the term data engineering is used. Data engineering is the primary process of converting a raw entity of data into useful information that can be used for a variety of purposes. This entails the data engineer working with data by performing data collection and research. Second question, define data modeling. Data modeling is the process of simplifying complex software designs by breaking them down into simple diagrams that are easy to understand, and it has no prerequisites. There is a simple visual representation between the data objects involved and the rules associated with them, which provides numerous benefits. Third question, what are the features of Hadoop? It is free and simple to use. Second, Hadoop is highly scalable. A large amount of data is distributed across several devices in a cluster and processed in parallel. The number of these devices or nodes can be increased or decreased based on the needs of the hour. Third, data in a Hadoop cluster is replicated across multiple data nodes, ensuring data availability even if one of your systems fails. Fourth, Hadoop is designed to handle any type of data set, including structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. This means it can analyze any type of data in any format, making it extremely versatile. Finally, Hadoop allows for faster data processing. Fourth question, what are the 4 V's of big data? The following forms are considered to be the essential foundation of big data. First, volume. Then, variety, velocity, and veracity. Fifth question, briefly describe the star schema. A star schema in a data warehouse can have one fact table and a number of associated dimension tables in the center. It is known as a star schema because its structure is similar to that of a star. The star schema data model is the most basic type of data warehouse schema. It is also referred to as the star join schema and is intended for large data sets. Sixth question, briefly describe the snowflake schema. A snowflake schema is a logical arrangement of tables in a multidimensional database that corresponds to the shape of a snowflake. A snowflake schema is a star schema that has been enlarged with additional dimensions. The data is separated into new tables after the dimension tables have been normalized. Snowflaking has the potential to improve query performance in some cases. The schema is structured in such a way that each fact is surrounded by its related dimensions, which are linked to the other dimensions, forming a snowflake pattern. Seventh question, what is meant by COSH? The acronym COSH stands for Classification and Optimization Based Scheduling for Heterogeneous Hadoop Systems. It provides scheduling at both the cluster and application levels, as the name implies, to have a direct positive impact on the job completion time. Next question. Name the XML configuration files present in Hadoop. XML configuration files available in Hadoop are core site, MapReduce site, yarn site, and HDFS site. Ninth question. What is the difference between Spark and MapReduce? Spark is a MapReduce enhancement for Hadoop. The distinction between Spark and MapReduce is that Spark processes and stores data in memory for subsequent steps, whereas MapReduce processes data on disk. As a result, for smaller workloads, Spark's data processing speed is up to 100 times faster than MapReduce's. In addition, unlike MapReduce's two-stage execution procedure, Spark creates a direct acyclic graph to schedule tasks and orchestrate nodes across the Hadoop cluster. 10th question. What is the replication factor? The replication factor is the number of times each data block is replicated by the Hadoop framework. The replication of the block provides fault tolerance. The replication factor is set to 3 by default, but it can be reduced to 2 or increased to meet your requirements. Let us move on to data engineer intermediate interview questions. First, how is data security ensured in Hadoop? Some of the steps involved in securing data in Hadoop are as follows. To begin, you must secure the authentic channel that connects clients to the server. Second, the clients use the received stamp to request a service ticket. Finally, the service ticket is used by the clients to authenticate their connection to the corresponding server. Second question. In your opinion, what does a data engineer majorly do? A data engineer is in charge of a variety of tasks. Some of the most important are as follows. Handling data inflow and pipeline processing. Second, maintaining data staging areas and being in charge of ETL data transformation activities. Third, performing data cleaning and redundancy removal. And finally, developing ad hoc query construction operations and native data extraction methods. Third question, what is the data stored in the name node? Name node stores metadata about all the files in the cluster, such as the location of the block stored, the size of the files, permissions, hierarchy, and so on. The metadata associated with two files is fsimage. It stores the entire state of the file system namespace since name node's inception. Second, edit logs. It contains all of the most recent changes made to the file system in relation to the most recent fsimage. Fourth question, what is the use of Hive in the Hadoop ecosystem? Hive is used to provide a user interface for managing all of Hadoop's stored data. The data is mapped using H-based tables and worked on as needed. Hive queries are run to generate MapReduce jobs. This is done to keep the complexity under control when running multiple jobs at the same time. Next question, what are the table creation functions in Hive? The following are some of Hive's table creation functions. First, explode array, explode map, third is JSON tuple, and finally stack. Sixth question, have you ever transformed unstructured data into structured data? So this is an important question because your response can demonstrate your understanding of both data types and practical work experience. You can answer this question by making a brief distinction between two categories. For proper data analysis, unstructured data must be transformed into structured data, and the methods for transformation can be discussed. You must describe a real-world situation in which you transformed unstructured data into structured data. And if you're a recent graduate with no professional experience, discuss information about your academic projects. Seventh question, how would you validate a data migration from one database to another? Data engineers' top priority should be data validity and ensuring that no data is dropped. Hiring managers ask this question to understand your thought process regarding data validation. You should be able to discuss appropriate validation types in various scenarios. For example, you could propose a validation that is as simple as a comparison or that it occurs after the entire data migration.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what are the core components of Airflow? And the options are DAGs, operators and schedulers, containers, nodes and pipelines, hooks, executors and operators, jobs, tasks and workers. Please mention your answer in the comment section below.
Eighth question. What happens when block scanner detects a corrupted data block? It is one of the most popular and common data engineer interview questions, and you should respond to it by listing all the steps taken by a block scanner when it discovers a corrupted block of data. First, data node informs name node of the corrupted block, and then name node creates a replica based on an existing model. If the corrupted data block is not deleted by the system, name node creates replicas based on the replication factor. Ninth question. How can data analytics help the business grow and boost revenue? It all comes down to business growth and revenue generation in the end, and big data analysis has become critical for businesses. All businesses want to hire candidates who understand how to help their company grow, achieve their objectives, and result in a higher ROI. You can respond to this question by demonstrating the benefits of data analytics in increasing revenue, improving customer satisfaction, and increasing profit. Data analytics aids in the development of realistic goals and decision making. Businesses that implement big data analytics may see a 5 to 20% increase in revenue. Walmart, Facebook, and LinkedIn are some of the companies using big data analytics to boost their income. 10th question. Which are the default port numbers for port tracker, task tracker, and name node in Hadoop? Job tracker has the default port 50030. Task tracker has the default port 50060. And name node has the default port 50070. And now we look at data engineer advanced interview questions. First, what is the meaning of skewed tables in Hive? So skewed tables are tables in which values appear repeatedly. The more they repeat, the more skewness there is. A table can be classified as skewed while being created in Hive. By doing so, the values will be written to different files first, and the remaining values will be written to a separate file later. Second question. What was the algorithm you used in a recent project? First, decide which project you want to discuss. Use a real-world example in your field of expertise and an algorithm relevant to the company's work to pique the hiring manager's interest. Keep track of all the models and analysis you have used. Avoid overcomplicating things by starting with simple models. The hiring managers want you to explain the results and their significance. Third question. What tools did you use in your recent projects? Interviewers want to assess your decision-making skills as well as your knowledge of various tools. As a result, choose this question to explain why you chose specific tools over others. Explain to the interviewer what tools you used and why you used them. You can also discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the tool you used. Also, try to use this opportunity to tell the interviewer how you plan to use the tool to benefit the company. Next question. How can you deploy a big data solution? The recruiter is interested in knowing the steps you would take to deploy a big data solution when asking this question. You should respond by emphasizing the three important steps, which are data integration or ingestion. In this step, data is extracted from data sources such as RDBMS, Salesforce, SAP, and MySQL. Second, the extracted data would be saved in an HDFS or NoSQL database. The final step should be to deploy the solution using processing frameworks such as MapReduce, Pig, and Spark. Fifth question. What is CERT in the Hive? So CERT is an abbreviation for serializer or deserializer. Hive uses the CERT protocol for I/O. The interface handles serialization and deserialization and interprets the serialization results as separate fields for processing. The deserializer converts a record into a Java object that is Hive compatible. This Java object is now serialized in an HDFS compatible format by the serializer. HDFS then takes over the storage role. Anyone can make their own CERT for any data format. Sixth question. What is the role of the .hive_rc file in Hive? The .hive_rc file's function is initialization. When you want to write code for Hive, you should open the CLI, that is the command line interface, and this file is the first one that is loaded. It contains the initial parameters that you set. Seventh question, have you ever worked with big data in a cloud computing environment? Because most businesses are now shifting to cloud-based environments, this question informs the interviewer of your readiness to work in a cloud-based environment. You should demonstrate your readiness and familiarity with the cloud-based environment as well as the benefits of cloud computing such as its scalability and flexibility, mobility and security, and access to data from any location without risk. Next question, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? This is a frequently asked question and it is inquired as to whether you have previous exposure to the environment and the work in the same. Make sure you elaborate on your experience, including the tools you used and the techniques you used. This ensures that the interviewer receives a complete picture. Ninth question, explain how data analytics and big data can increase company revenue. The following are some examples of how data analytics and big data can boost company revenue. First, utilize data effectively to ensure business growth, increase customer value, using analytics to improve forecasted staffing levels, and finally, organizational production costs are being reduced. Last question, do you have prior experience working with data modeling? Start your response with a simple yes or no. It's fine if you have never worked with data modeling before, but make sure to explain what you know in a concise and structured manner. It would be beneficial if you had previously used tools such as Pentaho or Informatica for this purpose.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a data engineering course in collaboration with MIT MicroMasters. Through this course, you'll learn data wrangling, big data engineering with tools like Apache Spark and Kafka, data modeling, cloud data warehousing, and much more from professionals working in top companies as data engineers. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful upskilling. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in this field of data.